Backwoods, and I'm here to tell you folks, the world has fallen. The fascist globalist overlords, they're implementing the Great Reset. You don't believe me? I've seen the tapes. Watch it, folks. Watch as these pot-bellied Zoomer goblins work with the Illuminati to pit us against each other. I promise I'd be a good boy. I'm a good boy. There's only one cure, folks, and that's liberty. And there's no better channel to find freedom than Fabian Liberty. Anarchy is order. Government is civil war.
You're offensive. Police lives matter?
We're just trying to do school.
What?
You guys have the same sticker as the others.
But this is our space. You're making the space uncomfortable. But you're white.
You're fucking a white male!
What is one way you combat racism? I don't root for white people on the sidewalk.
They want your wallets, they want your guns, they want the wieners off your sons. Democrats.
Oh, no. Oh, we should film
So let's say, for the sake of argument, that all of the water levels around the world rise by let's say 5 feet. You think that people aren't going to just sell their homes and move?
Just one small problem. Sell their houses to who, Ben? Fucking Aquaman! Vaccine!
Children, they're spreading COVID throughout the population at higher numbers. And people are not entitled to turn themselves into deadly biological weapons by spraying disease-laden aerosols wherever they choose, randomly killing innocent people. This is not freedom, this is homicide, and willful ignorance is no excuse.
What the fuck?
Highest margin of victory yet. It's really impressive. Though, I'm starting to think he might have had help from the Russians.
Look at me, I'm a gay frog. I'm so cool, I'm so neat. I'll never have children and I'm sterilized. But the media says I'm totally cool. I'm a gay frog, I'm a gay fish. It's so good, and I think my daddy atrazine.
What up, boys? I'm gay. What? What'd I do? Except, what, you talking about my essential oil diffuser? There's nothing gay about essential oils unless you believe that shit like heals bone injuries or some crazy shit. As long as you're just doing it because you want your room to smell nice. Nothing wrong with it. Ordered a new car, making more money now, and just got an AK-47. Hell yeah, dude. You know, you're not wrong. Everything is gay. It's at least that is the mindset of like a lot of Gen Z people these days. It seems like nihilism is like broken through, and like there's so many people who are just kind of like, no matter what you do, it's like bad in some way or something. You got guns, Scott? I don't fucking tell people online what guns I do or don't have. I don't make it publicly available knowledge. Like to what degree I'm armed, what rooms said guns may or may not be in, etc. Postmodernism, cynicism. I mean, some of it's that, but I think a lot of it is just like a natural occurrence of a dead culture. Like it doesn't need to be postmodernist. I think it's just nihilist for a lot of young men. Right? Like you don't have to be like multiculturalism is good because no values are greater than the others. You know what I mean? To be like life sucks, everything's gay. 10-1, Scott owns at least 5 guns. I will neither confirm nor deny which guns I do or don't own. So you're never going to get the answer to those bets unless you see me getting arrested. And it's in the description of the article. That's when you'll know how many guns I do or don't. And even then, that number might be off, all right? You know, that's assuming they find all of them. Assuming that I have any number, that I have any. Who knows how many I do or don't have. Well, let me close my door. I left my door cracked. Yeah, like you guys have no proof as to whether the only thing I've ever said on guns is that I was armed at the protest in Virginia, in Richmond City, here in my hometown, when we were protesting against all of the gun legislation the Democrats were trying to force in because Bloomberg spent over $200 million in local elections and then was like, aha, they're all Democrats here now, so we're getting rid of the guns. And all the sheriffs were like, you can go fuck yourself. So if there's footage of them taking you alive, the answer is not enough. I mean, you can have plenty of guns. You need people to shoot them. Scott, you can show us a Glock on stream. Come on. I don't think it's out there anymore, but I have shown the handgun that is near me, theoretically, hypothetically. And if I were to have a handgun near me, it would be, hypothetically, it would be a Sig Sauer X2 Defender series. So not a Glock. It's a knockoff. But no, I don't show guns on stream. Also, just showing a gun on stream is those things get reported and shit. It's just I've just seen too many people get their channel in trouble, even though it's not against TOS. That it just happens, and it's not a good idea. You thought I was gonna say a 226? No, I'm not a big gun nut, dude. You know what I mean? I'm not like a car guy or a gun guy. I mean, I like them, but I don't like them enough to be like, I have this one and I do it, I don't to me, it's just I don't know. You need multiple types of guns for different situations, but you don't need 7 different assault rifles unless you got a bunch of people in the house that can shoot them, right? It's not after you have, so here you go. I would say having a handgun in more than one room is beneficial, right? Quick and easy access, but also easy to hide, quick to get to in a situation, right? Potentially a shotgun, and then obviously some form of assault rifle. That's all you need for basically every situation. If you have multiple assault rifles, for what? What are you doing with them? Other than if you're doing it for fun, like a car collector, yeah, sure. But it's you don't need more than one for home defense or for anything, right? And then for hunting, you can have a variety of firearms for hunting, obviously. Right? If you're hunting with dogs, you're doing tree stand situations where, if you have fast moving deer and things like that, 12 gauge. Long barrel, You know, if you're going to go for birds, you know, maybe you want an even longer barrel with like a choke. And then, you know, if you're hunting without dogs and you're not chasing deer and you're going for more long distance shots, you know, then you might need some rifles. And that would be basically everything you'd need for hunting and home defense. But like people that are like, I need my 4th assault rifle. It's like, are you on a compound? Like, what are you doing? You pistol hunt deer? That's wild. My dad loves to hunt deer and stuff with like, he's really big into bows now and bow hunting. Mostly because like he can hunt for like a much longer period of time. Like, cause like, you know, like there's only certain parts of the year you're allowed to hunt deer. And then there's like muzzle loader season. He has one of those. And then there's like bow hunting season. My dad's deadly with a bow, man. He's scary. Like he can hit you. He can hit you from 100 yards away with a bow and arrow, moving, like, and like confidently. Like my dad's fucking scary. He's just been hunting and shooting his whole life, you know. And he happens to be really talented at it. It's like, I don't know, man. My dad's scary with a bow. He's been a pretty good shot forever. Like we used to, like, you know, even ever since I was a little kid, we used to take me shooting all the time. I remember one time he got me into squirrel hunting, right? And like he made the commitment, and this was when I was living like with my dad for a month or two and then living with my mom. I was in this weird joint custody thing. And he was like, dude, I will make you Brunswick stew. Like, I'll make you food if you kill and clean the squirrels, right? And my dad thought I might pop off a few squirrels. We'd have dinner one night. It'd be whatever, right? And he was talking to me and like my only other friend in the neighborhood that like would shoot with me. And like this was in a neighborhood, but we had BB guns, you know what I mean? It wasn't a big deal. And there was like a fuck ton of woods like behind like my dad's house and my neighbor's house. The woods were connected. And like, so there's plenty of space to like shoot squirrels with a BB gun. But it was still technically a residential area, right? And so like, you know, me and him, we killed a couple squirrels, and then he's like, I'm gonna go get some more. And we're like, all right, buddy. And then he goes and he kills like 6 squirrels, okay, and calls my dad. My dad was like, Jesus, fuck, like this is a huge commitment, right? So my dad comes over and he's got up like he's showing him off the squirrels, and he's got them all, you know, up by the tail. And he's got, you know, like a black squirrel, an albino squirrel, and like a bunch of other squirrels. And we're in the driveway, like, and he's holding them up, and a police car pulls up. Apparently, hold on, backstory to this. I forgot, you know, a very important part of this story that I forgot is that, you know, every time you shoot an animal, right, and a pellet gets lodged into their skin, you can hit the organs. You can, you know, like you could hit a gut shot or something and spoils the meat, especially when you're talking about really gamey meat like squirrel or rabbit, right? As opposed to like deer or something, you know, obviously you never want to gut shot a turkey, but if you gut shot a deer, like sometimes you can clean it off, you can cut out the portions. You won't end up with a lot of spoiled meat, but you can have a lot of spoiled meat with like a squirrel. There's not a lot of meat on them to begin with because there's like no fat on that meat, which is why you see squirrel and rabbit and stuff is like in like stews, right? Dad would make it like a Brunswick stew. And so he had taught us, right, you know, if you down a squirrel and it's, you know, kind of flailing around fighting for its life, you don't shoot it again because then you might end up, you know, you double the chances that you like ruin the meat with like a gut shot or something. So we would take a big stick and then we would beat it in the head and we'd finish it off by like, you know, popping the squirrel in the head. Sorry if there's like any vegans here or any people that never grew up with like a country boy for a dad or grew up in the country in the mountains. But anyways, so I told you that to tell you this. The cop pulls up in the driveway as he's showing off this bundle of squirrels with like an albino squirrel, like you know, like little fluffy critters, you know, in a big bundle. And the cop pulls up with this woman and her daughter. And immediately the daughter starts screaming and crying in the distance. And it was a female cop. And my dad is looking at us like, oh, we're fucked. apparently this little girl had seen us in the back of the woods beat a squirrel to death because she had gone hanging out in her backyard at the edge of the woods and had like seen us on top of a hill in the distance beating a poor defenseless animal to death and then taking back its corpse to consume. Like it broke her, right? And it's technically illegal to be shooting these BB guns there. And it's a core memory for that poor girl. Yeah. And and so like the cop was like, so I guess I don't need to ask for evidence that you guys have been hunting squirrels in the neighborhood woods back here, huh? And we were like, no. Like, there was just no denying it. We're just holding up the evidence as they fucking come in. And she was like, I'm not going to write you. She's like, what's going on? We tell him what's going on. We tell him why we were hitting the squirrel. She's like, so you're going to eat him? She's like, all right, cool. Like, I'm not going to write you a ticket or anything. Like, don't fucking do it again. Squirrel hunting's done. If I have to come back out here, y'all are going to be in serious trouble. But it doesn't look like you actually put anybody in danger. But, you know, like, there's a reason you're not supposed to do that shit near neighborhoods. And we were like, all right, fair enough. So we made a big thing of Brunswick stew. Like the classic way, with rabbit, snapping turtle, and squirrel, as opposed to like this Brunswick stew you buy at the fucking grocery store with like beef and chicken. Like that's not... You need rabbit, squirrel, and snapping turtle. And snapping turtle has the fat, and it's like something in between chicken and fish, and it gives it almost like a fishy flavor, and that's why you have all those spices and stuff. Yeah, you never had snapping turtle? Snapping turtle's really good. Have you ever had shark? Snapping turtle's a lot like shark. Or like, I guess more like alligator, actually, if you've had alligator. You never had, dude, shark is very similar to tuna fish, like tuna steaks, right? But like it's a lot harder to cook because it's really easy to make it dry and disgusting. But there's that. But like, oh yeah, gator is really good. I mean, it's like snapping turtle is very similar to like alligator and like frog legs. If you've ever been frog gigging. You enjoy building ARs? That's pretty dope. Yeah, that's kind of true. Deer hunting is kind of more of like getting to know nature than a sport thing. I mean, it depends on how you're hunting, right? So like if you're running dogs, you know, and you're sitting in a tree stand, I mean, you're still quiet, you're still trying not to get noticed or whatever, and you still might have somebody kind of roll up. But if you're running dogs, somebody's, what kind of backwoods cooking is podcast? Dude, I'm ADHD. I'm just running with it. We're getting the show started. So let me hold on before we get into this story, before I get too distracted. It's an AMA. You guys can ask me anything. I might miss your questions, especially once we get gaming and I do some reactions or whatever. I might miss your questions, but I will never miss a super chat. If you want to chit chat with me and ask some questions like in detail, then hop into the live stream waiting room in the Discord. If you want to super chat me, I'll make sure to answer all those questions. Give the stream a like. It's 24 people in here, only 10 likes, so give it a like. That helps boost the algorithm. Follow me on Twitter. Join the Discord. It's the only way you're going to be able to do a lot of AMA stuff, obviously, if you join the Discord. But also join the Discord is how you're going to know when I'm live and when I'm going forward, because you can't really trust YouTube to let that be a thing. And once again, thank you, Drewski, for the $10 that got us started tonight. I really do appreciate it. I got triple monitor the other day. I was going all over Facebook Marketplace trying to find a good monitor. And then like, I was like, I couldn't find anything. So I was like, fuck it. I'll go to Best Buy, get the cheapest one they got. And then I went there, and this poor little, adorable little blonde girl. I mean, she's like a kid. She had to be like 23, 24, maybe 24, like the oldest, right? She's probably like 21, 22, like a little, like, you know, part-time manager, little cute little blonde girl is like handling the entire Best Buy floor by herself. And so I'm just hanging out forever. And I almost walked out with this rinky-dink little monitor. Finally, she came to help me, and she was like, oh, I'll ring you up. She's like, you want me to check if there's any monitors that are like similar for like a similar price? And I was like, yeah, sure. And then they had an Acer on sale. It was a 27-inch, which is the same as my other side monitor. So I've got two 27s and a 32. Like it was a 130, which is exactly the same as like the little rinky-dink monitor. And I didn't have to buy a fucking HP monitor because I hate HP. So I'm pretty fucking happy. I got the triple monitor set up now so I can do reactions while doing something else, which is, you know, finally utilizing this L-shaped desk. But while we were there, some dude just like broke or stole some shit and walked out of the store, and she's on the radio like, he's going for the front door. I see him in a green shirt. Do you guys want to stop him? And then he just casually walks out and nobody stops him. This poor little white girl was the only one that gave a fuck about the store at all. Nobody else was helping customers in the entire store. Like, nobody gave a fuck. It was just this tiny little white girl. And like, and then when we went to leave, there was like 4 people standing up front, just like jabbering, just chit-chatting, just fucking doing nothing. I was just like, damn, man. I was like, that poor girl's the only one who gives a fuck about this place. Answer whenever after the story. Why do you think Ayn Rand is wrong about having a small minarchist state? If it's voluntary, I don't think it matters, right? So I'm saying that I think she's wrong in her approximation of justification. When you read Atlas Shrugged, right? Galt's Gulch is a fucking commune. Everything there is voluntary. Right? The state in Galt's Gulch is voluntary. There's no contradiction between Galt's Gulch and like what anarcho-capitalists want. Not one. Not a single one throughout the entire book that she describes Galt's Gulch. Right? But in her treatises and things like that, and even in like, you know, you can see it in Fountainhead, and you can see it in Atlas Shrugged, she states that the state is justified so long as the state is utilizing its power only to enforce property rights. And it's like, okay, well then what about the taxes? Right? So it's like, I think she arrives at the right answer, but she's just wrong in like the way that she gets at the right answer, which thus means that she seems to be supporting simultaneously that all taxes are theft, while at the same time stating that a state can impose its will to protect private property rights and have a monopoly on that, as well as IP, and like IP is obviously a disagreement there. I'm in Discord waiting room. All right, you know. Yeah, I mean, like a voluntary tax system is fine if everything else there is voluntary, but like subjecting yourself to a monopoly on power and violence is not right, right? But like if you subject yourself willingly and go to Galt's Gulch, that's just a fucking Hoppe and Covenant community. Like there's nothing wrong with that. So it's like when she imagines her like little utopic commune type shit, she imagines an anarcho-capitalist commune. But when she gives justifications, she justifies things that I think are contradictory with that. Or not contradictory, contrary, right? And they're obviously contradictory with libertarianism. I mean, she's very close to us. It's just, you know, I just think she was wrong on a couple things. All right, let me hop in this live stream. Trying to figure out, should I put my camera on in here? I'll figure it out and put my camera on if people are dude, what is this song? That's like all this Discord and shit. I'll cut my camera on if people are interested. Or if people are streaming or whatever. What up, Crod? All right, let me try this shit out. So, that's the wrong one. Where the hell did it go? This isn't it either. Starting to intro, center. Hold on, guys. Give me. I lost my source. Okay, there's that one. Aha! This is what we're looking for. I'm going to play some games, brother. I'm going to play some games and get this show on the road. Oh, he hopped out. Just trying to figure out how to get my triple monitor set up. Weren't you going to do WoW? Yeah, I'm about to hop in WoW. Crod hopped in, but I think I was still setting stuff up, so I'm going to drag him back in just a second. But yeah, I'm going to play some WoW. We're going to do some fun little ADHD streaming shit, and I'm probably going to be pausing a lot. Okay, like that's I'm guessing there's going to be a lot of pausing because I'm going to be like, and that's why I made an undead rogue on a new server. I had other characters on the server. I had a 59 priest. I was almost level 60. I deleted all that shit because I was like, I'm going to start over fairly fresh and play like a rogue or something so we can gank some people from time to time. And also so when I'm hanging out, I can just stealth and disappear. But hopefully this will allow you guys to have like a nice little ask me anything, debate, reaction thing with something in the background. The audio levels might be a little weird, so we'll figure that out as we go along. Let me know if like the game's too loud or if something else is too loud, but I'm going to get this conversation started. And again, hop in the Discord and hop in the live stream waiting room if you have questions, or you can super chat me. Either of those works, and we'll get this party started. Hey, Crowd, sorry I was setting some stuff up. You good? Yeah, I can hear you just fine. All right. Well, you have questions, I presume. You're just like finding your notes or whatever. Yeah, that's fine. Hold on. Apparently they can't hear you. Hold on. Talk for me again. All right, hold on. Chat, hold on. Does this new one not have the right audio? So hold on. Talk for me again so I can see what audio cable you're coming from. Say it for me again. Okay, coming through chat. All right. Hold on. Yeah. Just give me a second. I can hear you. The audience can't hear you because... Give me just a second. No, it's not. Listen, I know what the issue is. I gotta find where the... Oh my God, brother. I know what it is. It's not you. Do not try and fix it on your end. Let me just fix it. Okay, well, one thing at a time. Hold on. Yeah, they can't hear you still, so I gotta add. Hold on, so people can see what I'm doing. I gotta add a. I forgot to add this source in the stream. What the fuck? Oops, I must have added the wrong one. Hold on. Let me try this again. All right. Capture, video, audio output capture. There we go. Oh, damn it. I clicked the wrong button again. Give me a second, boys. I'm almost there. Output capture, add source, sonar chat, add source. All right, speak for me now.
Testing, 1, 2, 3.
All right, there we go. All right, now let me open up my audio, make sure my microphone is working. All right, I'm at 100% on this end. I'm at 100% on this end. So I don't know why I would be. I'm like peeking in the red if I get like close. So I don't understand why I'm quiet on your end. Yet my audio levels seem to be good everywhere. So if you can turn me up. Can you hear me, brother?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Like I can hear you.
You were saying I was super quiet on your end, but I'm at 100% like everywhere. And I'm peeking into the red on my virtual audio cable and peeking into the yellow in Discord.
Yeah, that was on my computer. Like I had to increase the volume on my computer.
Okay. All right. Technical difficulties done, hopefully. We're going to play. We're going to game. We're going to hang out. It's time for an Ask Me Anything. You do whatever the hell you want.
Okay.
Is this,
can I start
is
over
this
the first
lagging on you guys' screen? Hold on. Does the game look laggy on the stream? Okay, it seems fine. Now, you guys, I need you guys in chat to tell me if like this is too loud or not, the game audio. Because it feels loud on my end. Scott, you aren't one of those streamers that have constant live playback of their own voice now. All right, I'm going to bring the game volume down to about 55. You let me know if it's too quiet. Or actually, I'll do it down to 50. All right, go ahead and ask whatever questions you want, brother. And hopefully people will tell. Actually, I'm probably going to turn it down. I want the game to be quiet.
Okay. Yeah, the first question that I have for you is why is discrimination important to maintain property rights under libertarianism?
Always with the, like, dude, you always have really good questions. That's why I love doing like an AMA thing. All right, so why is discrimination important in order to maintain property rights, you're saying?
Yes, sir. Yep.
Yeah, so it's like, it's not one of those things that's obviously important from a domain of like, beware the limb. It's like, it's not like, I can't philosophically prove it, right? I can't give you like a deductive argument. I mean, I guess I could give you a deductive argument, but what I would say, like, to simplify it, right, is that like, in order for you to have a prosperous society, you have to have a functional society. Okay?
Goodbye.
And so if your society isn't functionalist, if it doesn't work, then it fails, right? And when you have a state, you have the ability to impose order, even though that order comes at a cost, right? You can impose that order kind of arbitrarily, but you can also do it to match with what private property owners naturally would want to do anyways, right? So like, for example, like the drug war, right? You cannot have a society that has like 80% of people are heroin addicts. You can. That wouldn't conflict with libertarian logic in any way, right? Like there's nothing in the non-aggression principle that says that you can't have a society where everybody does heroin because heroin awesome. But if you have a society where everybody does heroin, you're going to have a lot of fucking problems, right? Like it's going to fall apart.
Definitely.
It's going to crumble. And so the state recognize, like, people intuit that like heroin's a problem. And so they're like, okay, well, what I need the state to like impose through violent laws, some means of stopping this problem. Okay, but if you get rid of the state's ability to impose those restrictions and everybody has the freedom to do heroin, then that better be good. You're going to have to replace that if you want a functional society. And the only way to replace that is with discrimination, right? Like, you have to say, this is a playground. We don't let heroin addicts and heroin needles at our playground. Okay? And now I need some form of enforcement mechanism to ensure that there are no heroin addicts at my playground, right? Like, and that there are no heroin needles there. And so, like, that's kind of what it means when it's like, when people say that like libertarianism is inherently right-wing and discriminatory, is that like at the end of the day, everyone has to then take up the mantle of the responsibility of discriminating on their individual property by their own values. And only a society that is aligned with reality and reason to some degree and recognizes dysgenic and dysfunctional behavior as bad and thus utilizes their freedom to excise those things from the community is one that is going to achieve any level of success. I mean, maybe you can have like one that leeches off another, right? Let's say there's like 10 major cities that are all Ancapistan and they're really good, and then there's like a Tortuga in the middle of them all. Like Tortuga might be successful, but it's only successful because there's 10 other, you know what I mean, like places, and Tortuga is like the Las Vegas of this like area, right? Like everyone's going there to be degenerate, but they're otherwise usually functional and producing good things, and so thus they're able to utilize the resources from non-dysgenic behavior to prop up this place that is like an outlet for them or something, right? Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, like it does, because I was like reading up on a documentary that was talking about, well, it was like a history documentary about, you know, what the quote unquote like civil rights, you know, movement in America, where it was like talking like about like the Jim Crow laws, and like basically it was trying to break it down to say that like during that time frame when segregation was like a problem, the businesses that said like no black people like allowed or anything like that, it's like that wasn't their fault of like going out of their way to say that they don't want to have like certain groups of people, you know, like associating with them, but the enforcement from that time frame from the governing institutions, they were interfering with property owners to tell them that you have to follow these guidelines, or else you will be penalized based off of how we believe you should morally, you know, act upon based off of our laws. So like I think
like Jim Crow, like there's this false belief that a lot of people have that like Jim Crow was like, you'd see all these signs and they'd be like, look at all of these people in the deeply racist South, you know, like this is proof of how horrible and how everyone hated the blacks. And it's like, yeah, that's definitely a thing, but like a whole bunch of those places you can also see black people there, and you're like, why the fuck are there photos of black people eating at a diner when it says whites only? Like, are they special black people? What's happening? It's like, no, it's late at night, and those people don't want to actually say no to good business, to good people. But like Jim Crow enforcement, you know, was not like, you know, like you had state enforcement, you had tax, you know, differences, you had, you know, you also had like the KKK. They would just show up, and it's like if you were like some mixed place, they'd be like, "Oh, cool. Well, we're gonna fuck you over, right?" So you put up a no blacks allowed sign, and then, you know, 11 o'clock at night, you know, all of a sudden the diner's a little bit of a speakeasy because why the fuck would you say no to business?
Yeah, that's so weird, because it's like, yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, it's like I'm racist until the margins are thin. You know what I mean? Like, I'm like no black people, and then I'm like, man, this place is getting pretty empty. Well, maybe some black people can come in. Like, why the fuck? Like, what kind of a sane businessman? I mean, like, obviously, if you're deeply racist, you're gonna believe that, like, you know, that having one black person is gonna, like, you know, upset the culture of the establishment, and before you know it, monkeys are going to be jumping around everywhere or something like that. But if you're just like a rational person, like, you're just shooting yourself in the foot, losing money, right? But again, like, when we think of discrimination, it's like the problem is that we have like this deep held belief that, like, I'm like slowly walking just like like in stealth, at an incredibly slow speed, only because I don't feel like fighting anything while talking to you. So I don't mind getting there slower. I hope that works for you guys as like brain candy to look at while I'm like having these conversations. I'm gonna get better at doing both things, walking and chewing bubble gum, but we'll see. But yeah, like you don't like when we think of discrimination, we think of like, oh, discrimination based on all of the protected characteristics that have been ruled against. But like nobody gets mad about people discriminating against, you know, people being tall in the NBA. You know what I mean? Like nobody's like, where are my short kings in the NBA? It's like, well, you know, because they can't fucking compete. Like they can't. They suck because shortness is a terrible thing. But there's like, that's an immutable characteristic, you know what I mean? But like nobody cares because it isn't one of these things that have been turned into this big leftist thing. Like, look, I don't mind. I mind a restaurant, obviously. Like I mind racists discriminating against, you know, people on the basis of race. But you're not solving anything with anti-discrimination. You're certainly not. And worse, you're causing those people to go into hiding. But the thing is that like when we say you have to discriminate, that's kind of what we mean, right? Is like maybe it's discovered, right? If I want a successful gas station, that I discriminate against teenagers in the parking lot. Doesn't have to be blacks, right? Let's just make it teenagers.
Just anybody.
What if I say like no loitering in the parking lot, especially teenagers? I let Girl Scout cookies hang out in the, you know, Girl Scouts hang out in the parking lot and sell their Girl Scout cookies. I let some good college kids do a car wash. But when teenagers come in, I go, nope, no loitering of teenagers. Well, now I'm discriminating against teenagers. Okay. Do I make more money that way? Like, am I losing a bunch of money by getting rid of the few teenagers that like desperately want to hang out in the Wawa parking lot? Or am I making my entire business more welcoming and comforting by recognizing that teenagers don't know how to fucking act because they just got their first like kind of idea of independence and they're a fucking problem. And so I got rid of the problem. You know what I mean? Like, so you have to be willing to find out all of the ways in which discrimination is like a good thing. And then you have to be willing to do it. And if you're not willing to do any of those things, then, goddamn, then like your society is, you know, can hypothetically exist, but it's just going to collapse. And so it's really more of like an argument of like pragmatics more than it is anything. Like discrimination is necessary in order for a private property owner to be able to control their property in any way, shape, or form. But in terms of like right wing and how that deforms your level of discrimination, that's really more of like a functionalist argument than it is an argument that, you know, the non-aggression principle requires this or something.
Yeah, that makes sense because like I'm not like of like actively thinking of it to be like, you know, it's inherently like a racist thing to believe in that. But to some people that want to be idiotic to say, oh well, no, like I have to be racist and that's how a successful society would be. I'm like, no, that's not true, because it's like if you go to like any good like a middle class city, you know, anywhere, you know, in America, there's like certain there's certain norms and standards that people go by where they don't want to have like how to say people that are unwelcoming to that community,
right?
And those people don't want to deal with them. So like I'll just use like Saratoga, you know, as a great example up in New York. Like don't see
I love
anybody...
upstate New York, by the way. I fucking love upstate New York. It is
yeah,
such a gorgeous place.
Same here. Yeah. I like going out to Saratoga. Like I like going out to, you know, all of those places. I need to go out to Niagara Falls, hopefully.
Yeah, I've been to so I was stationed, Mark and I were both stationed in Fort Drum, right? Which is in near like
nice.
Watertown. Which is not
Yeah,
nice.
that's right by the Adirondacks.
Yeah, it's right by the
bordered by
Adirondack.
the
Well,
Adirondack.
that's why Fort Drum is there, right? Is to do cold weather training when the winter comes, because you can get those storms that sweep in over the Great Lakes, and then you're in that high altitude, and they clash up against Adirondacks, and then you just end up with like dumping snow, incredibly cold weather, and it's better than Alaska for cold weather training.
Yeah.
And so
Yeah.
and so I've been to like Alexandria Bay, which is like on the border of Canada, and that place is pretty fucking awesome.
Oh yeah, definitely. I never even been out there, but most definitely.
It's cute. It's quiet. It's near the Thousand Islands, and they're like, this is where the salad dressing gets its name. And I never bothered to Google if that's true or not because I just did not care.
Thousand Islands is like super disgusting.
Dude, right? Like thank you. Somebody said it. Like, I'm glad someone said it because it's just not. What is happening?
Yeah, I'll take any other dressing other than Thousand Islands. You know, that's not gonna be allowed.
Yeah, I mean, is it disgusting? Like, I'm at an age now where like I can't remember what things tasted like in the before time, before all our food was just full of like soybean oils and poison.
Yeah.
You know what I'm like? I'm like, is it really that disgusting, or is it just, you know? Like, I don't know. I don't know that it actually is, man. But yeah. So, did you have any other questions?
Yep, I did. I wanted to
Because usually
ask,
you have a list of complicated questions.
Yeah. Like I actually have 5 more that I wanted to ask. I wanted to ask in regards to like forming, you know, communities under libertarianism. I was like thinking inside like my mind like the other day, like I don't know, have you ever heard of this term that that people have used? Like I think it's called like a private membership like association, right?
I mean, I'm not sure I'm tracking the exact term, but like I feel like I get the concept just from its name.
Yeah, I want to say like it's kind of like something similar to like what the people of Prospera is like doing, but it's basically like it's like a terminology to describe that like people should like organize their like associations, you know, that can like, you know, keep certain values, you know, put in place. And like I wanted to see like if that could be like a good potential idea for libertarianism, right?
Right. I'm not sure. I guess maybe I'm just confused by your question. Like, you're like, I don't know how libertarianism would ultimately occur other than that way. Like,
oh, okay.
You know what I mean? Like how else do you form communities than to have someone set up some organization, some plot of land or something, and then say like, this is my vision for this area, and then sell things, you know, sell plots of land or whatever, either as like an individual in charge of it all, or, you know, where the contract says that, you know, or he's doing it for a profit and like fully giving it to you, right? So I mean, like you could do kind of the meme-y, you know, anarcho-feudalism kind of thing where there's a king that invites people on, you know, or you could do it in a, you know, in a somewhat more serious regard, which is, you know, someone sells plots of land, but they sell a plot of land just kind of like, you know, like when you buy a home and there is a, you know, there's a HOA, right? Like you own the home, you know, provided you pay the bank and provided the government doesn't take it, because really technically the government owns it. But, you know, in theory, you own the home, right? But like there's a stipulation when you own the home that you live in a neighborhood that has certain rules and has like certain things that you have to follow according to like the HOA. And people complain and hate HOAs constantly. They talk about how bad it is, but like the value of an HOA is not that it like increases your property value to have someone come around and say, hey, cut your grass, right? The value is that it keeps shitbags out of your neighborhood, even if they own the home, right? Like the value of an HOA is that like I don't have to worry about some redneck that lets cars pile up in their front yard, right? Or like some people that can't like recognize that some of us have to go to work in the morning, so they decide to blare music at 2:00 in the morning, right? Like I don't have to worry about that because I'm in an HOA. And so you would just be extending the same concept to a larger degree, which is like, I want to go live in this area, and this is let's say a community of like-minded atheists that are like really into pharmaceutical research, and like that's what most of the jobs are, that's what the community and the values are, and it's, you know, more like a city. Or, you know, I just had 2 children, I decided to sell my house and we moved to a new neighborhood, and that new neighborhood is in a like Christian city upon a hill place, right? And so everyone there has agreed to follow like these morality rules that you might not necessarily like for yourself, but somebody that is a Christian that just had their first child with their wife is like, yeah, I want to go live there. I want to live in a place where there's no prostitutes and there's no fucking drug addicts and the crime is really low, but yeah, it's a little bit more expensive. And yeah, there's like a requirement when I live here that like in order to keep my, you know, in order to keep my insurance rates down, like I have to clock in at church, right? Like that would be a nightmare for most people, right? That they have to have a phone app that shows that they went to church on Sunday. But if I was voluntarily living in an all-Christian society and I value deeply that the society was Christian, I'd be really fucking happy that there's a phone app that requires that once a week you clock in at church and show that you went to church or that you went to some mass, because that would be proof, right, that everyone in that community, at the very least, is regularly attending some church services that are aligned around the same values. Right, so it's like what that looks like is going to be different for everybody.
Yeah, true.
Oh, you're talking about mutual aid fraternal societies?
What now?
Yeah, those are a little different.
Embrace the shadow. Remember, patience.
Yeah, I definitely like that concept. Oh.
Hello.
Someone in the chat said guilds. No, I'm not in a guild. I just made this character. Not funny? Okay, all right, whatever.
I am forsaken.
Yeah. Alright, look, I have another question.
Yeah, I assume you would.
Yeah, the next one is corporatism for anarcho-capitalism. Do corporations still exist under anarcho-capitalism, or do they have a means to be prevented from forming?
Ooh, Liquid Zulu probably has a better answer to this question than I would, right? Like if for a more detailed response, I would talk to Liquid Zulu, because believe it or not, it gets pretty heady into the debate on like what are the limitations of shared property ownership, right? So under libertarianism, there's no question, as far as I can tell, and Liquid Zulu would agree with me on this, right, that more than one person can simultaneously own a piece of property. So how is it that a corporation can exist when a corporation, you know, specifically, you know, a public corporation, right, is some form of company in which there are dozens, hundreds, thousands, or millions of owners, right? So, you know, it appears that there is nothing wrong with a company existing, right, and a company releasing quote-unquote shares. But those shares cannot be a promise of ownership, right? They can only be a contract for the title of transfer of goods, you know, in that way, right? So like if I say that I own 5% of Apple, we got a problem. Like that's not allowed under libertarianism. But if I can own a title of transfer that promises to pay out, and that payout is based upon the value of the company, and a bank wants to ensure that, right? Because where it sits now, right, like, you know, like that title of transfer, you know, like some bank wants to insure this, right? So it's a lot less risky because now some other bank, some third party has insured this contract, and I have a contract that tracks with the value of the company by 5%. Well, then I've kind of recreated a corporation without a corporation. You know what I mean? Like the concept is still the same. I don't own 5% of the company. I own a title of transfer of goods that I can sell at any point. That is a loan to the company so that the company can invest and like grow as a company. And then at any one point in time, they agree to like sell it, and I can transfer that contract or sell that contract to other people if they're so interested. So you can kind of recreate the corporation without the corporation existing. And so it's like, well, then if you found all these loopholes, then are you not kind of in a conundrum where you've essentially recreated multiple people owning a piece of property through contracts, but you're saying that you're not? And like that's a fair critique of that. And so again, I would like ask Liquid Zulu or somebody that's a little bit more nerdy in that domain, how that works. But again, I don't really see a problem with a company over leveraging themselves in debt. I see a problem with a company over leveraging. I mean, I do, like from like a pragmatic standpoint, right? But like, it's not like a problem to the rest of us until like banks can insure these things, and then the state insures the banks, and then if they fuck up, they're quote unquote too big to fail.
Yeah, because I was gonna say corporations are like legal protection entities that are backed by government, so there would have to be like some sort of like a de facto government, like if somebody wanted to try to do that, right?
Could you say that again? I'm sorry, I didn't quite understand the question. I was and I like got distracted by chat.
Oh, okay, yeah. I said like in order for a corporation to be like in existence, like corporations by definition, they're technically like legal, you know, protection firms that are like that are backed by government.
Oh, like you mean like yeah, like you couldn't become incorporated and thus avoid personal legal responsibility, right?
Yeah,
like
because,
you couldn't
yeah.
do that. That portion
Yeah.
of the corporation can't really exist, right? You
Okay,
can't.
so like
You can't
yeah.
like create a new entity that exists without any, you know, like without any real owner. Like that's a contradiction in terms, right? Where like incorporated businesses are thus like their own entity, and then they reaffirm themselves in that. You would just have companies, like you wouldn't have corporations. But in terms of like, can you have voting shares and things like that? Yeah, you could if you want to set it up that way. Like if you want to, you know, as you know, to set your business up in some capacity in such a way that people, you know, purchase the ability via, you know, title transfer of property or whatever, to be able to help determine who sits on the board and who the chief financial officer is and whether or not you're going to do a merger or things like that. Like, yeah, you could do all of those things. You just can't do this thing where like, you know, some billionaire has a company and then turns it into a corporation, and then that corporation, you know, knowingly and intentionally gives a whole town of people cancer, and then the billionaire is like, well, the corporation is its own person, so you know, I guess that business goes bankrupt, and you know, but me personally, I'm still gonna live in my mansion. It's like, no, dude, you were in charge of that company. Like, somebody's going to jail. You know what I mean? Like, it might get a little bit more expensive because it's like how common law might work in societies, right? Because like if something is extremely adverse to investment, then people will voluntarily choose to give away their rights, quote unquote, for a better life. I mean, people do it all the time, right? And so like if people choose to like have a voluntary system within their town, right? Not the world, but within their town, that says like, yeah, we agree that like corporations are a good thing, right? And like, you know, because it's just cheaper to deal with for everybody involved. then like you'll see places where things like that pop up where they're done voluntarily. What you can't do is impose those things that involuntarily.
Yeah, so I'll just use like McDonald's for example. Like they can't get away with trying to like defraud people or do anything crazy like that. But if there's like a voluntary means to like have a say in what McDonald's management is doing for the company as like a means to like hold people like accountable for proper means of authority management, right? Like that's how the checks and balances could be put in place for corporations being held under anarcho-capitalism, theoretically.
I mean, I guess theoretically, but like, oh wait, I missed that. I mean, like, I guess theoretically that's possible, but like, the average everyday person probably like that probably wouldn't happen, right? It might happen in the domain of like shareholders or something, right? But like, I don't see a whole town putting a bunch of restrictions on a company and like voting and stuff. Though I'm sure that now that I think about it, I'm sure some societies like that will probably prop up. And this is kind of where I go back to, maybe you can call it a cope or not, when I say libertarianism is inherently right-wing and discriminatory. If you start having a bunch of like commie socialist-esque things done voluntarily by a whole society, I don't think you're going to see a lot of growth and progress in that society. You know what I mean? Like that society is going to start to, because it's not married to reality. You know what I mean? Like once a society begins to get away from reason and starts to get into things, we want to do these things because they make us feel safer or better, but they don't actually work in any capacity. Well, then they're going to get out-competed. I brought this up when I was talking to, I don't remember who I was talking to. Maybe it was like, who was I talking to? Oh, I was talking to James Meese, right? And I brought it up to him and I said, the left has this weird idea of multiculturalism, right? And in this idea of multiculturalism, they have this concept that there's this huge domain of like potential bountiful societies, right? Like, oh, Islam is good and it did great things at one point. And like, there could be pagans or there could be this, and we ought not judge other cultures harshly. Like they have this concept that of this multicultural concept that like a society has so many different ways in which it can be organized. I would say that every single way in which a society deviates from reason and reality is potentially devastating and will cause the entire society to collapse, but it won't happen instantly, right? Like what I would say is that there's actually a very, very small domain of potential behaviors, rules, and social norms that a society can have. And if it deviates too far away from those and it gets too far away from reason and reality, it is doomed to failure. Right, and like the great success of like white Christian nations in their culture is things like Thomas Aquinas, right? It's things like in the beginning was Logos, and in the beginning was the Word was God, and the Word was with God, right? And Christianity had such an obsession compared to anyone else around them with the concept of truth that it fucking birthed the Enlightenment and birthed liberalism, right? Like it birthed its own destruction as a religion because it was so obsessed with reality, with, like grounding reality in a belief in God so that there was a basis for Aristotelian logic, right? And being obsessed with what is true above all else. That's the success of Christianity. And but again, it's not perfectly aligned with reason. So I don't know how long that lasts. But when we look at our culture today that has gotten so much farther from reason, yeah, this shit's doomed for failure unless it course corrects. Like our entire culture, our entire civilization in the West is kind of like eating the corpse of previous generations. And most people don't know it. Most people don't realize that like You can't have a society where people think men and women are the exact same thing and that it's all self-ID. Like, you can't have a society that increasingly becomes socialist and at work. You know, like, it won't. It will crumble.
Yeah, true.
I just don't know if it takes 20, does it take 20 more years or does it take 200 more years? But like, the further you are from reason, the closer you are to collapse and the quicker you get there. So, like, when we're talking about libertarian societies, libertarianism says that there's a huge domain of what you can and can't do. But reality says that there's a very small domain of what you can do and continue to thrive for generations.
So does that mean that it's a boogaloo time?
No, that's not what that means. And even if I believe that, I wouldn't fucking say that on YouTube.
Yeah, I asked that question
I wouldn't come out
Patrick
prove.
confessed.
Like, what are you talking about, dude? That's a terrible idea to say that.
No. Like, I'm just trolling.
I would hope so.
Yeah. Like, I am. Like, I don't believe in that. Like, a dumb mess.
Well, yeah, I would hope so. But all that aside,
Yeah. Like, I'm not like that.
it's okay. I was just teasing.
Oh, okay. Yeah, like, I wanted to talk about that point that you made about the Western society collapsing.
Oh, yeah, casual conversation for WoW in the background, boys. Western society is collapsing. It's a Saturday. Let's have fun. Relax. Go ahead.
Yeah, like, I wanted to ask a question like about that because I think like in regards to like a previous conversation that I had with you like about like I guess like the cultural values that are dying in the Western world. Do you think that's due to like a lack of I guess like lack of parenting and a bigger like a bigger weakness of degeneracy and I guess like hedonistic altruism, right?
I mean, like, you can't do a univariate analysis on on the decay of a culture. You know what I mean? Like, is parenting part of the problem? Yes. Is socialism and Social Security, which destroys families, part of the problem? Yes. That's going to be my major argument for the main reason when I do Tim Pool in the beginning of April, right? So not this coming weekend, but the weekend after that, I'll be on Tim Pool, specifically discussing why family and like modern gender relationships have been mostly destroyed by Social Security and welfare in general, right? That would be my major argument, but there's a ton of different causes, right? I mean, the thing is that the thing that I always think back to is there's this document. Let me see if I can stealth real quick because I want to find the actual thing. Let me go to Grok. And I'm going to ask Grok if he can find it. Give me just 1 second.
Yeah, it's all good.
I think Grok might be able to find this for me quickly. That's why I'm asking it real quick so I can find the actual thing.
What, using AI?
Huh? Yeah.
Sweet. AI forever.
So it reminds me of this. So this is the quote, the Grok quote, right? And it's like, he doesn't specifically say this, but this is kind of what he's talking about. So he has this Franz Kafka. You ever read like Metamorphosis by Kafka, right? I feel like we all did when we were kids.
Yeah, like I think I've heard about that back in high school.
Right, right. So, but he wrote a letter to his father who was like abusive, but not in the way that like you might think, right? Like he wasn't this horrendous monster that like beat and like, you know, shackled his kids to the furnace, whatever. He was just a dick and he was an asshole and he was very domineering and like nobody in the family liked him. And he kind of talks about how like his dad went to synagogue and was raised on these values. And so he expected those same Jewish values to be present in him, but he didn't have he didn't have the he didn't have those same experiences that would give him those values, right? Like it's like, dude, you went to synagogue, you went to church, you were raised by deeply religious people, and then you kind of just expected those things to like go to me, right? So he says here, so this is an excerpt, but it's from a larger portion, but he says, but otherwise I was not fundamentally disturbed in my boredom, unless it was by the bar mitzvah, but that demanded no more than some ridiculous memorizing. In other words, it led to nothing but some ridiculous passing of an examination, and, so far as you were concerned, by little, not very significant incidents, as when you were called to the Torah and passed, and what to my way of feeling was a purely social event, or when you stayed on in the synagogue for the prayers of the dead, and I was sent away, which for a long time, obviously because of the being sent away and the lack of any deeper interest, aroused in me the more or less unconscious feeling that something indecent was about to take place. Like it's not a great quote when I hear it, you know, in the context now. But like if you read the whole letter to his father, you get kind of more of like what he's talking about, which is like you didn't instill religious values in me. Like you just kind of like went through some of the rituals and like you half-assed a lot of them. And because of this, like those values don't really hold sway in my life. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense because
It's just like it takes generations for these things to disappear. They're almost subtle because they only go away slowly in a lifetime.
yeah, because I was gonna say like for my experiences like growing up, like I was raised super strict, and I've had like those moments of like not liking, you know, like my dad of being too strict on me, but as I got older, like I just started to like be like him, to be more responsible, more professional in my life, and being
Right.
more mature and like a very stand-up individual. Like I don't try to be stupid and talk talk very degenerate to people. So I think with that excerpt that you mentioned, like that is a huge factor to some degree, but not in every case, because I think, based off of how families raise, their children, that plays like a huge factor for your children
Yeah, I
as they
mean,
grow up.
so like
Yeah.
Durkheim had this philosophy, this idea that like, because like Durkheim was like pretty much the first sociologist, right, of any renown, and like kind of like birthed the concept of sociology, right? And he, he's probably research wise, he was the first person to like try to kind of figure out why white men committed suicide more than like women or minorities or people in more stressful situations. And like he was like the first person to be like, hey, we got to figure this out. This doesn't make sense. And nobody believed that until he like did a significant like study, right? And showcase that it was true that like white men committed suicide at like way higher rates than anybody else. And he's like, it's not something special about whiteness. Like he wouldn't have like that those concepts wouldn't even existed at his time, right? But it's about the fact that there are like more expectations with those in power and whatever. But and then the kind of relative concept of failure and success, to other things, and it's about the level of stress, self-imposed from being a provider and things of that nature. But one of the things that he deeply studied more than anything, his real passion, was studying religion. And like how religion, works in society. And he kind of had this idea that like there is a natural state, specifically talking mostly about a young man, where there's a natural state of being religious growing up and then leaving your religion and because of like contradictions with reality between what you were taught and what you see in the world. And then if you were raised appropriately and if the society is healthy, those people come back to the religion as they get older to kind of restart a cycle, right? Because they recognize the value of the church and institutions because they've gained enough maturity to understand the value of all of those things, and then what that does on their own children and raising a family. And that like when a society becomes less healthy, you will begin to see these things disappear. This return to the church in middle age.
So what does that mean, that people need to become more religious?
No, I'm not arguing that people need to become more religious, right? I'm arguing that that this is. I would argue that this isn't that like we have important cultural institutions that maintain the values within our community, within our society, right? And that a proper and healthy and functional society instantiates those values and socializes those values into young children, and then those children develop as individuals and go out into the world rebellious enough to reject many of those values and reject many of those things, and then go out and learn new things, gain wisdom, and as they become more conservative, they begin to better understand the values of those institutions and how they maintain the structure of the culture and society, even if they don't understand it in such an esoteric way. And that then they return, and they return with new knowledge and youth and vigor, along with the wisdom to shape those institutions so that those institutions can grow and change with the changing, like, groundwork, right? Like progress occurs, cultures change, populations move, weather patterns change, technology changes, and so those institutions cannot be rigid and perfect. But if you have people no longer returning to those institutions, then you have failed to you have failed to maintain them, and you have failed to instantiate them. And I think we very much live in a culture in the West that no longer instantiates any value in any institutions, and people are not returning to them. And you are seeing people have a backlash against that and a confusion, right? You're seeing Gen Z swing far right. And it's like, well, how the fuck does that happen? Well, that happens because they haven't been instantiated with any values at all. So they have no means of going out into the world with a foundation that allows them to appropriately understand the world. Instead, they have been fed poison pills that don't match reality at all. And so even a young man recognizes that everything that is supposed to be their foundation is gone. And so you get an extreme reaction to something much older, something much more masculine, something much more authoritarian, to try and push order onto a dying culture. And that's a time of great change and upheaval, and also dangerous.
Yeah, that makes sense, because I was just about to ask, I guess that the issue with, I guess, like, people trying to, like, you know, find their identity, and I think that you mentioned something in the past that I think it was on like Primecast or something. I think you said that like America has a identity crisis of some sort, and I think
yeah, well, I think it's mostly like white Americans.
Oh, okay.
Right, I would say that white Americans have a severe identity crisis. How could they not? Right, like.
Oh yeah, yep.
You know what I mean? Like if you're Polish, your whole family's Polish. Well, now you have a storied tradition, right? You have something that goes back. You have ancestors. You have a understanding of your ancestors. You have food and dances and clothing and all of these other things that are in part tied to your culture, that give you an identity apart from everything. But if you don't have any of that, right? If you're just a white American, America doesn't really have a culture strong enough to give you what you need to feel like a sense of a lineage throughout time that informs a progressive goal for your legacy. You know what I mean? Like you're just kind of a person in a moment in time. You're not a person in a long storied tradition that stretches back thousands of years, that has improvements over time, that ground you in a sense of where you came from so that you have a sense of where you ought go. Instead, you're just kind of a person made up of multiple ethnicities and cultures. You can't have that progressive idea of legacy and movement into a chaotic and entropic universe that gives you meaning in life if you're just a part of the melting pot. Right? Like you have nothing, you have no foundation, right? You have no sense of where your people and where you come from that gives you it's kind of like you know what I mean? Like in order to be purely motivated, you need like a goal forward and you need fear in the past. It's not so much that you fear your ancestors, but it gives you a kind of like a where we've been and what improvements have we made, and like gives you an identity to move forward. And it gives you something, kind of a bit of a shield to the mores of a life that has all of these outside influences trying to ping pong themselves on you and change and shape your identity. Like if you have a strong identity, you can kind of remain yourself and only take in the good and the valuable as you grow and move forward. But if you have no identity, then you're in an identity crisis, then the search for your future is also the search for who you are. And there are all of these both positive and negative influences that you have a hard time discriminating against as you move forward in life.
Yeah, cause like I was going to like, add on to that point, cause like I think with like the whole identity crisis thing, I want to say that's possibly the case to like other ethnicities in America. Like I probably I possibly see that for black people, possibly.
Yeah,
but,
so black people have the same problem, but black people were able to individuate themselves by creating black culture. And there's a lot of sick shit with black culture. Black culture is deeply poisonous to the black community, right? Like, and if you don't believe me, read Thomas Sowell's, Black Rednecks and White Liberals, right? But nevertheless, they have an identity, foundational Black American, FBA, right? They have a sense of who they are. They have a storied tradition of struggles that they had in the past and overcoming those things. But they don't have you know what I mean? So there are issues with black culture that I think are destructive because it's a new culture. But it is distinctly theirs. And so I think, I would say that blacks in America don't lack a culture. They just made a bad one. But they did solve a problem that I think white Americans didn't solve, because white Americans weren't pressured to solve this problem until now. Right? Like we were doing okay. We still had ties to our European culture, most of us. We had this new experiment in America. But now we've lost those. And then throughout all of Western society, we've become self-hating, ridden with guilt, ridden with feminism and socialism. And so many people have grown up taught to despise their own identity, taught to despise their culture. And we are constantly assailed with images and media and narratives that are designed to undermine and destroy a culture that was already beginning to weaken because white European and American culture was so inviting and permissive of the destruction of their own monoethical cultural institutions and societies, right? Like homogeneity has been under attack for 200 years. And like that was an experiment. And I don't know that experiment was necessarily the best or that we went about it the right way. Like, I'm not saying we ought keep all people that don't have white skin out of our fucking country or out of our community, but we certainly, we certainly found a slippery slope and then we grabbed a sled. You know what I mean? Like, we were like, oh, cultural homogeneity is completely unimportant. Let's grab this sled and slide down this slippery slope and see what happens. And we're kind of there now, right? We threw the baby out with the bathwater. Like, there was some racist shit that probably wasn't helpful, but we've completely forgotten, that like identity matters.
Yeah, that's why I was kind of like bringing up the example for the Black American community, because I think like to a particular degree people like to have this weird mindset to think like all Black people are just like oppressed people, and then I'm like, dude, like there's plenty of powerful people in the world that have done a lot of crazy things. But as far as the identity,
I got two other people in here, and you always have banger questions. So can I bring someone in and swap you out, and then and then like later on, if you're still free or whatever, and there's nobody in, like we'll kind of switch it up. I just don't want to keep them waiting for so long.
Yeah, sure.
I didn't know if people would come in or not come in, and I knew you always had a lot of good questions.
Yeah. Like I'll just hop back into the live stream, and then I'll just come back later on.
All right, brother.
Okay. Yes, sir. Thank you.
No, thank you, brother. Hey, what's up, Meme? Please don't say anything, TOS. I'm obviously on YouTube.
Oh, I definitely will not. Sorry to interrupt that. I thought that was a really good conversation you were having previously.
Well, I saw you just join the Discord. I didn't know who you were. Sometimes people come in to like get a stream taken down. They'll be like, inward, 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 inward. And then I have to be like, okay, let me stop the stream, fucking restart the stream. Let me fucking, you know what I mean? Like that kind of shit. I was just saying, please.
Yeah, I can imagine sometimes people can be kind of crazy. So sorry to switch up topics, since I think you were going down a very beautiful train of thought there previously, but I want to kind of move us over to a different philosophical topic, which is going towards the destiny debate. And I want to touch on like some of his positions on that and some of your positions on that, because it was such an interesting debate to me when watching it. I think you made your position on his interpretation of the world clear, and you were saying how he was getting caught in certain philosophical foibles, and as a way of getting out of those philosophical foibles, he would use some kind of rhetorical trick in order to switch topics. But when I was watching it, his body language almost seemed to me to suggest that he was trying to go into the conversation in a good faith debate fashion. And when he was caught, he used those like linguistic tricks as a means of escaping the actual like philosophical fallacy that he was finding himself in. But it seemed to me like he was getting frustrated because he legitimately thinks that doing some kind of double entendre trick, like I went to the store, and then he goes, well, what do you mean number to the store? You said 2, the number 2. No, in the context of the sentence, it clearly means 2. But he seems to like actually believe that that's a solid philosophical means of combating your conversational tactics. At least that's what it read to me, because it looked like he was getting frustrated when you wouldn't accept that as a proper way of escaping, what you were levying against him.
Yeah, I think often people. So I took a break recently, right? A couple months ago, I took a break. I was moving, and it was really healthy for me to get a break from streaming, because I was doing some extra work. I was moving, right? And one of the things that I noticed about myself was that I had leaned more into my right-wing audience, because my audience is not predominantly anarcho-capitalist libertarian. My audience is predominantly constitutional conservatives, paleo-libertarians, liberty-minded small government Republicans, right? which of course it is, because, you know, why would my audience be all ANCAPs when ANCAPs are such a small portion of the electorate, and the people that I just described are a much, much larger portion that are like interested in me because I am the more extreme version of the ways in which they're slowly shifting away from Republicans. And I realized that because I had leaned into that audience so much, I had gotten into a really bad habit of constantly attacking the left and maybe downplaying, because of my desire to maintain my own audience, a very subconscious way, right? Downplaying the ways in which I fucking hate Trump, the ways in which I fucking hate the socialism light that Republicans engage in, etc. And it was only by stepping away that I was even aware of the subconscious hold of the content that I produce on changing the way I discuss and argue topics. And so with somebody like Destiny, who very rarely takes breaks, somebody who has a much, much larger audience and much more of their finances and everything is deeply tied to maintaining a constant slog of content and drama and all of these things, I would say that if that was able to happen to me, I can't imagine how much stronger that influence, unless you're actively working to stop it, might happen to somebody like Destiny. And so I think often the debate tactics that he uses become normative, and after they become normative, they become normal. And so I don't think that Destiny a lot of times actually genuinely thinks that he's arguing in deep bad faith. I agree with you. I think that he believes that he's doing something, you know, good, and good faith and honest. But he's just in such a habit of arguing in certain ways because he needs to maintain control over the conversation, control over the narrative, you know, and engage in all of the things that have worked for him in the past, that usually work for him. So yeah, I would absolutely agree that I don't think he realizes that most of the frustration he was having wasn't because I'm this pedantic weirdo. I can have long, drawn out conversations where I answer questions and really think about things with other people. It's that I was trying to hold his feet to the fire on like the contrary statements that he put, the you know, subversive questions that he asked to distract, the, you know, what like he didn't. A great example of this is that he genuinely believes that I was gish galloping and that he wasn't, because he doesn't understand that a gish gallop is making multiple arguments so that people can't defend all of the arguments. He thinks gish galloping is like talking too long. Like he's convinced himself of that. And now he's convinced himself that he's the one not gish galloping and I am. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, I think that's a separate problem that I see a lot with, like, especially streamer culture, which is people will take words and just kind of like morph them into some other version of the word, and then they use it so often, as you said, it normalizes it, and then everybody thinks, oh, when I use this word in this phrase, it means something. Like, he loves using Markov chains while having no understanding of what a Markov chain is, things like that. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But I guess to focus in on that as well, it's like, as you were saying, there's this level of internal bias that kind of builds up, and you get this heuristic-based thinking where I've had this conversation X number of times, and therefore my brain just stops doing like the heavy lifting of trying to go into first principles, and so then I just hit that heuristic mode, and then I know the answer to this question before you even finish the question. Definitely, like, when you're just continually reinforcing this like section of your brain, I could see how you can kind of develop that bias over time and not really question it. But I guess there's a second thing inside of me, which is just the question of like, because it's not like, I brought it up in the terms of Destiny context, but in truth, like, I see it a lot more. I hate to vary it to the left versus, you know, this isn't a left versus right thing. I see this all over the place where people do this, where I think it's more prominent in the left because people are doing the whole subversive, like, oh, 2 + 2 = 5 kind of shenanigans. But the problem comes in where, oh yeah, go for it. The left,
like, I think most things can be understood from a very simple understanding that the left is less attached to reality and slightly higher IQ on average. Right, and then once you understand that, you can understand how certain things tend towards the right and certain things tend towards the left. It's not exclusive to the left or it's not exclusive to the right, but if something requires a mid-wit level of IQ, like it requires a 105 IQ to do it well, it's probably going to be more likely to occur on the left. And if something requires you to be right, so like things that are just kind of dumb, you'll see more often on the right, and things that are less tied to reality and subversive, but maybe require a little bit more of a, you know, a slightly above average brain working power, you're going to see more of on the left.
Maybe that does explain this, because I was just going to say with the 2 + 2 = 5 thing, like I've seen people make that comment, and then if you've ever looked on X, whenever that appears, there are people underneath the comments that are legitimately trying to find means of legitimizing the thought process that aren't based in the core foundation of the original claim. Because usually when somebody makes the 2 + 2 = 5 argument, it's some kind of critical race theory-esque origin in which like my emotional state or my internal view of the world allows me to project outwards this idea that 2 + 2 = 5 irrelevant of reality, and that's like their core fundamental philosophical claim.
Yeah,
but then somebody else will...
It's coming from standpoint epistemology, right? So it's the same concept as when the critical race theorist says, you know, you can't understand this because you lack the black experience. And you're like, how is truth, like, truth is truth. It doesn't matter where the truth is. And it's like, no. There's a mystical, spiritual element instantiated in identity that makes truth invisible, but to those that have that identity. And they don't realize that they're actually saying that 90% of the time, right? Like they don't actually realize that they're making a religious argument about like the soul, and that this, you know, I mean? like they don't realize that like the soul of black folks of America, right, is on the nose when W.E.B. Du Bois said it, right? They're not really making that connection. Because you know the left is full of midwits, right? Like it's not midwits in the sense that they're like 100 to 115 IQ.
But I actually think like the solipsistic or the soul argument might even be attributed to like some of the smarter ones who understand it. I think the midwittery comes in when somebody tries to use non-standpoint epistemological frameworks in order to incorporate the 2 + 2 = 5 argument, right? Because
right. No, I mean it from like a Jungian perspective that like people have ideas, people don't have ideas have people. It's like I'm saying they make that argument without knowing they're making that argument. All they're saying is you don't understand this because you're not black. You could never understand this unless you were black. That's all they're saying. But all of that other stuff is what is actually being said there. But they don't know that.
Yeah, it's wrapped into like that understanding.
Right.
But they don't understand like the core reasoning that led to that originating.
Mm-hmm.
But so the interesting thing to me though is like wrapping that back into the destiny debate is like he is kind of swapping in between this standpoint epistemological framework and some like logical foundations framework without understanding that he's doing that in the middle of argumentation. At least that's my read on it.
Yeah, it's hard to know what the mind of someone is. You know what I mean? Like that's the most positive reading I think you could give it, because what you're assuming is that he doesn't understand any of that. I don't know that I would say that it's automatically true that that's the case. But I'm.
So you think he does understand that he's like using. Actually, what do you think he's? I shouldn't put words in there. What do you think he's understanding?
I'm saying I don't know. I'm saying your explanation is fine, but also I wouldn't say that it is true because it requires an assumption that he isn't simply doing it because he only cares about the clout, the money, and the grift, and he knows his audience is too stupid to know the difference.
True.
Is that the most likely scenario?
Out that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I was like, I wouldn't rule that out. I don't think it's the most likely. I think most likely, what you're saying is correct. Is that he's just kind of along for the ride, and he kind of says, but I think I think he is an intelligent man, and that if he cared to understand the distinctions, he would. That's my problem with it, right? And what I mean by that more specifically is that, like, he knows he doesn't have a grounded philosophy that informs everything. Instead, he is some mishmash of forms of left-wing liberal utilitarian thought that he kind of just applies and lets his biases take the reins on which one he chooses to, how he chooses to do his utilitarian calculus. And I think he does it because he's more interested in winning the debate than he is in making a true statement. He's far more
it's funny.
interested in that.
I have a different read on it. I think he does think he has a grounded framework. I like one of the reasons that I think he's swapping between the linguistic games and not is I remember he was having a conversation with a philosopher who actually was like, PhD in philosophy, very intelligent guy who was like talking with him about philosophy, and he was talking. This was the guy who debated Bosch with the whole Agua scenario, right? But the philosopher wasn't quick to dismiss the whole Agua scenario because he understood, like, as you were talking about, that it's ground point epistemology, and he understood that that is like a philosophical framework that you can work in. And what I think happened after, and this is just be completely mind readings, but what I think happened after that conversation was he talked to a smart philosopher. Smart philosopher says, "Oh, guess what? You can use linguistic games as a means of rendering ground truth." And so he says, "Okay, this is valid debate tactic." And therefore, when Scott over in an argument says, "I'm going to use what is it called? Propositional logic in order to corner you in on something while you're using a propositional logic argument framework, I'm then going to switch to using ground point epistemology in the middle of a propositional argument debate. And that's valid because some PhD person told me it was valid, right? And I think that he thinks it is a completely valid thing to just switch in the middle of it without understanding all the baggage that comes with the second interpretation of the philosophical argument.
Maybe. I don't know. You know what I mean? Like, at the end of the day, I don't know his mind.
True.
It's like, I don't want to make too many assumptions, but, like, yeah, I mean, I could see that. I don't know that he's anytime I've ever gone into philosophy with Destiny, it happened in this debate, but it's also happened on other panels. He gets really, really fucking angry, and like that gets, well, maybe not really, really fucking angry, but he gets very annoyed, and I think it's because he realizes that it's losing the audience. It's boring. And that's what he accused me of this time. "Oh, you're fucking boring." It's like, well, that's not a fucking argument, right? And then he's just saying, like, "Oh, you're trying to do like some," I don't even remember what he said. Like, it didn't even make sense to me what he was saying. Like, something along the lines of like 101, like logicism.
Yeah, philosophy 101.
We said philosophy 101, like, and then he said something else that didn't make sense, but I think it was just like using a word associated with logic. I'd have to go back and look at it, but I was like, that sentence doesn't even make sense. I don't know what you're saying, but okay. Right, but it's like it was I think he knows that, like, it doesn't distract from the conversation, but it does for the audience. And he starts to get into this really place where, like, so I think he knows, A, he's weak there, and he doesn't really know what's going on. And then B, I think he's also worried that he's deeply going to lose the audience, because that's more important to him than, like, coming to a correct conclusion, or, you know what I mean, winning a battle of ideas because he has a belief in something as, like, a principle. Like, if we were to rank his values, I don't think he gives a fuck about free speech in America as much as he cares about his career as a streamer.
I agree, like, at a top level, but oh my god, am I hardcore projecting, because I have a completely different read of that scenario too. I don't know if, like, whenever you're introduced to, like, a new complex problem and your brain has to actually form the connections.
Like, you're asking me, you're asking me to, like, give my opinions on someone that I don't know that well. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I understand completely. I'm just giving you my read on it so you can see if we differ. But, like, whenever I'm, like, approaching a new complex problem, right? Like, you know that thing whenever you hit a hard problem and your head literally just starts hurting? I think that's probably what's happening in the middle of these debates while he's having that conversation with you, and so that's why he gets angry and emotional, because his head starts hurting, because he has to consider new philosophical concepts. He realizes, oh, I've been cornered. How do I break out of this corner? Something difficult happened. Because I imagine Destiny is just debated so much. He has so many heuristics. He almost like talks like as water rolling off of, like, I don't know, a hydrophobic material. He's so used to being able to skate out of situations. It's hard to get pinned down.
Can we marry these two concepts, right? Right.
Maybe.
So, I'm willing to believe that you're probably correct in that, right? But if he was if he was principled in his beliefs, that's when he'd slow down. He'd stop talking so fast. He'd get out a pen and paper, and be like, "Hold on, let's write this as a deductive argument. Let's pull this up on a piece of paper. Let's write, because that's what I do when I'm talking to someone that I respect and they like trip me up, right? I go, okay, hold on. Let's pull out a notepad. Let's bring the notepad on the stream. Okay, premise 1. Okay, axiom 1, axiom 2, premise 1, premise 2, premise 3, conclusion. Let's write down the deductive argument. Let's map it out. And let's see if we can figure out if you're right or I'm wrong here, because I don't think you're right. I think you're wrong. I think you're bullshitting me, and but I don't want to get bogged down in sophistry. I want to fucking find the truth. I don't think I've ever seen that from Destiny. Again, I don't watch a ton of his content, but I don't think I've ever seen that. But anybody that's been debating online and, is making fun of me for having an elementary understanding of logic ought to be able to do that pretty goddamn easily, right? Like, if I'm the dumbass here, as he seemed to suggest over and over again, that like doesn't understand logic at all, well then why wouldn't he just pull up Notepad and then make me give my axioms, make me give my premises, make me give the conclusion, map it out, and we can all reach an understanding of what we think the truth is in this situation. He's not doing any of that because he's more concerned with the fact that it's starting to get boring, that he might, and maybe you're right, he's trapped, he can't do that, he's confused, but I think it's probably a little of both, because he's clearly not married to the principle of truth, or like actually like winning his side from a logos perspective, right? He immediately switches to ethos and pathos, right? He starts getting a little emotional. He starts saying that, the argument only holds water if Asmongold believes that all immigrants aren't human beings, which is like not a necessary element for what I was talking about at all, right? And then he starts going for ethos by saying that like I'm some boring nerd that doesn't understand anything, and that I'm like actually an idiot, and that like I'm just doing some like hyper pedantic philosophy 101 bro shit, instead of me being like, no, I'm trying to keep you on the fucking topic. I'm trying to keep you from bringing up irrelevant shit, and I'm trying to get you to prove your claim, which you have yet to prove, right? And I'm not letting you run away from this. I know that I'm being annoying right now, but I'm only annoying because I'm forcing you to actually prove your claim that Asmongold and that right-wingers are all hypocrites because they don't want people going to jail for mean tweets, and that means that they're pro-free speech, but they must be anti-free speech if this guy that they think is a violent terrorist and is a green card holder shouldn't be here. Like those are two wildly different things, right? Like, prove it. I think you're bullshitting, like that's my opinion. But I totally understand that the conversation got really meta and got really annoying to the audience. But it's like my argument, maybe other people will call it cope. I don't think it is at all. My argument is, yeah, I did that because that's the only way to get Destiny to fucking stay on topic.
I don't think that's cope at all. I think at the meta level is the only way that some of these arguments can even be hashed out, because if somebody's trying to prove something via facts and logic and the other person says, I'm, a standpoint epistemologist, it doesn't really matter what you say to that person. The only thing that would affect them is if they were to personally experience something that would have changed their opinion. I feel like the moment he said, when he said that you needed to add other context that he was going to vibe out and feel in order to make his point. And then I was like,
that's irrelevant. And he was like, well, it's impossible to do that. And then I said, no, it's not. If you say that A equals not A, I don't need any other fucking context. I know that you're wrong. And then he was like, well, what if one of the A's isn't capitalized? Honestly, like in that moment, I probably should have just been like, okay, well, if you're just going to deny all of formal logic, like to where contradictions can exist at any moment, and like then everything we're saying is gobbledygook, and like I'm just going to go ahead and bow out and say that like you're a crazy person. Goodbye. Like I probably should have just left then instead of continuing to like try and have like a larger discussion that was like less nerdy. I probably should have just married myself to the logic and be like the nerdy logic bro and just been like, nope, this is a dub for me. Goodbye. Like you've clearly proven that you have no concept of truth or reality.
Yeah, that might have been the more just effective means of.
Right, I probably should have said some crazy shit, ended the debate, and then clipped that and put it into a short and been done. It was like Destiny denies all logic. Like I don't ever want to hear anyone ever again say that he's a logical person. He actually denies the concept of logic itself.
Yeah, so I think like the overall point that you're making about like he's definitely not married to the truth. I don't think. I hope it hasn't. I hope I haven't been trying to frame Destiny as some like paragon or innocent individual who's like flawless or has like this great moral compass or something like along those lines. I'm more so kind of just reading the micro instances that led like to the situation occurring, and so I think that overall point holds true. I don't think he is a person who's like actually invested in getting the truth, because as you said, he would be doing more work in order to get like to learn those positions. But I think that point in particular is the one where, you know, I think this is once again my reading, where I think he legitimately thinks that purposeful misinterpretation of what you were saying was a valid logical argument. And so to steel man that argument, what I actually,
I'm sorry.
as crazy as it sounds, I'm sorry.
Just hearing a human say that is like so crazy to me. I always say that my superpower as a streamer for, you know, anarcho-capitalism, whatever, is that I'm the least autistic ANCAP. That's the only reason I'm fucking like it's a superpower. But then hearing that, I'm like, apparently I'm not un-autistic enough, because just hearing that to me is breaking my brain.
Like in my interpretation, right, the steel man of his position is if you're having a conversation with linguistics and you make your statement like A is equal to not A, he has the ability to misinterpret that statement. So I think that's where the switch off into standpoint epistemology happens, where he said that the linguistic nature at which we're even communicating is unclear, and therefore the yada yada breakage happens. As to whether or not that's even a valid argument in the context of the conversation it isn't, because he understood the thrust of your conversation.
Right, it's
and
not like he didn't understand what
I
meant. Or maybe
yes.
he didn't. I don't know. Maybe he doesn't know what A equals not A is until...
I hope he does. But it is one of those, I don't even know. But the funny part, though, is like, then you have to go back to the original thing, which is it doesn't even disprove the original argument that you were making, because hypocrisy has nothing to do with whether or not A equals not A. I guess in that sense of misinterpreting the other person's position. In fact, I would even argue that his argument against that in the steelman position proves that there can be non-hypocrisy even in the case of A equals not A, because technically he was proving that Asmongold could not be hypocritical in the sense that he said something that was definitively hypocritical. But regardless.
I mean, I was already getting too nerdy, so...
Yeah. But I think, as I said before, like some of the debates that I've seen you and other people on, it seems like people are talking past each other because they're working in completely separate logical frameworks. And it just doesn't matter what evidence one person provides to the other. If they don't have like the same understanding of the nature of reality, then nobody's going to convince anybody else about anything.
Well, I mean, the important thing to remember, right, is like someone had said to me, like I won't get into that. The important thing to remember is that primarily we're in the entertainment industry. Number one, like that is your job if you're a streamer, right? And so what I am doing when I do my content, right, is that I am doing reality TV for nerdy autistic people, right? I'm doing Real Housewives of Atlanta for 24 to 34-year-old, autistic libertarians. That's what my job is. That is what I'm here to do. That is like one of the primary things you have to keep in mind. And then secondly, is the principle and the idea of spreading liberty. Way down on my list is convincing my debate opponent of my arguments. Like that's so far down my list. I'm there for his audience, right? I'm there for my audience and his audience and the general audience to showcase why I think this person is spouting bullshit and why my ideas of libertarianism are what is necessary and needed for the country, for the world, for society. I don't ever step into a debate thinking, oh, I'm totally gonna fucking like make this person believe what I say. Like I'm not there to like win the debate by winning Destiny over to my side. And I don't think he's there to win the debate by winning me over to his side. I'm there because he goes, oh, this will be fun to bring on one of these crazy ANCAP people. I'm going to smoke him, and my audience is going to love how nerdy and weird this guy is and how crazy he is. And they're going to get all frustrated, and it's going to be fun because they're going to be frustrated and angry at how crazy ANCAPs are. And I'm there going, at least 1% of his audience will be open to the ideas that I have in showcasing why Destiny is a sophist. I'm there for that 1%.
Then maybe the walk-off method would have been the best bet.
Yeah,
Actually.
like now that I think about it, I'm like, the walk-off method probably would have been the right answer, man.
I think that would have been like a good ending point. Like you just clip that and just be like, well, I guess if A is not equal to not A, then who the hell knows?
Like, right, it's like I don't know anything any longer.
Well, yeah, definitely was an interesting one. But
well, it's nice to meet you, meh.
That was nice to chat to you too.
Hope to see you around. Let me see if this other guy wants to hop in and see what's going on. I have no idea who this other person is either, but we'll see.
All right, have a good one.
Hey, I hope to see you around, man. Oh my God. Stop it. There we go. Hey, can you hear me, Brian? He's in the live stream waiting room. Let me see if he's reconnecting. Hey, are you there?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Should I mute your YouTube?
I mean, if you don't want to hear an echo, you should probably
there
mute
we
my
go.
YouTube.
Yeah. Right. Okay, so I'm
nice to meet you. I am streaming, obviously, so please don't do anything TOS.
Understood. I am a Destiny consumer, and that's how I ran into you from your debate with him the other day. And right off the bat, I have to say, I think you got him on that one. Typically, I think Destiny's pretty honest and intelligent and a quick processor. But like you said, there are times where he does get emotional. And when I was watching the stream before you came on to debate him, the look on his face was like he had already been defeated before the debate started. And that's kind of like how I knew his opponent was like a big opponent in his mind. I'm like, this is going to be interesting. And then I learned about Fabian, and now I'm like learning about libertarianism a little bit, and that's really interesting. So I kind of wanted to ask you questions about that more so than like rip on Destiny or something.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not a big. I'm like, as much as it can be sometimes fun to like rip on other people, I wish I was more interested in drama and in causing conflict with other streamers, because I would probably be a lot more successful. But it bores me very quickly to be like, and this is why Destiny's a piece of shit, blah blah. Like at the end of the day, you know what I mean? I would rather talk about ideas like, my primary motivating goal in this is spreading a philosophy of libertarianism and objectivism, because I think that that's like right and good and what is necessary for the survival of Western society.
So, do you think that libertarianism is the best answer for corruption? Is that one of the reasons?
I don't know. Can you be more specific? I don't. You know what I mean?
You think corruption flourishes in statism and socialism? So
Yeah,
you want to go to the opposite end of the spectrum where there is perhaps no corruption or much less? Is that the idea?
What I would say, and this is like such a nerdy answer, but and I apologize. Like, short answer, yes. Short answer, I think libertarianism, free markets, anarchism is, tends to have less corruption because of the markets. But one of the things you have to recognize is like might doesn't make right, but might does make reality, right? And so libertarianism is a theory of natural law. Like, that's what it is. It's not a full philosophy about what man ought do. It just says these things are unethical and we can prove them to be unethical. And so, yes, I do think pragmatically that competition, and not having a monopoly on the courts and a monopoly on violence and a monopoly on all of the, the protective systems of regulation of pharmaceutical industry, things like that, will give us a less corrupt society. But I'm not utopian, right? I'm not like a communist that says once everyone has class consciousness, all of the problems and evil and greed of the world will go away, right? Like, there's still corrupt people that will find power and will abuse people. And libertarianism is not a magic answer that gets rid of the evil nature in man's heart, right?
Yeah. Right.
Hopefully that was a full answer.
Yeah, that's a good answer. So, like, for someone like Destiny, why can't his values be given attention to in a libertarian system? Like, what's his most robust criticism that you've heard? Have you engaged him on libertarianism?
Only on like the occasional panel has that ever been a thing. So I've never had like a 1v1 conversation about it. I think it's less about values and more about axioms. That there are certain axioms that are anathema to libertarianism, right? So what axioms that exist for libertarianism would be the theory of human action, right? So man acts, and that man, that like free will exists. Man acts, that he engages in the world, and that the way in which he engages in the world proves his values, right? So, if I grab a cigarette and I smoke a cigarette, I prove, no matter what I say, that that I do indeed desire a cigarette in that moment. Even if I know that it's bad for me, even if I say I would never smoke another cigarette, even if I say that I don't even like cigarettes, I can say all of those things, but my actions prove what it is that I actually value in the world. So that's one axiom. I don't want to get into the whole like argument of argumentation ethics, but we would posit that the non-aggression principle, that's not an axiom. There are other axioms where we believe that we prove it, but let's just take it as an axiom for now, for simplicity's sake, that like we believe in the non-aggression principle. And saying that a state is okay, saying that you can take money from people in the form of taxes to make other people's lives better, not only is it pragmatically untrue, and I would say economically untrue, but I would say that axiomatically it's untrue. That it's just a false statement, that you can justify that as an ethical framework. But in terms of like values, you know what I mean? Like, dude, if you want to be a communist, you can go be a communist. You just have to recognize that everyone in your commune is there voluntarily, and you have to have borders, and you have to respect other people's borders, right? You can't say, oh, that other city is exploiting people because, they hire them for wages. So, we need to start the revolution. So long as you're like, yeah, those people do that and we do this. And over here we have a commune and we share everything. So long as it's voluntary and, you maintain your own property, like we don't really care. You can have whatever value system you want.
Right. If that's included, then it's not even in opposition to those systems, really. Unless they want their system to be worldwide.
Well, see, that's the thing. That's
Right.
the difference between values and then axioms, right? The communist says that that any capitalist that hires a wage worker to make a product for them is exploiting their labor, that they are evil, and that we need to save those people from the tyranny, from the oppression of that person. And so, yeah, I'm in opposition to that because they're in opposition to my rights to hire labor, to engage in voluntary exchange, right? If their ideology was, we believe people flourish better when they share everything, and so we would like to live in an area and we would like to share everything, that's not in opposition to anarcho-capitalism, right? That's just a belief in what you think functionally makes the most healthy society and a willingness to do so voluntarily.
Yeah, I don't see what's exactly wrong with the whole idea. The implementation or the transferring over that system, that seems like it would be really like getting everyone on board is one task. And then once everyone's on board, or most people are on board, implementing it, like I don't even know what that would look like. I guess I'm only been learning about this recently, so
yeah. Well, I mean, it would have to start with the total abolishment of the state. So it's a long process. My channel name is Fabian Liberty, and I stole it from the Fabian Society, right? Incrementalism, right? Like, I'm not a boogaloo boy. I'm not like we need to overthrow the government tomorrow, because I just don't think that that's going to lead to what it is that I want, right? Like, my arguments pretty much are, this is, there's a quote, an old quote, I don't know where it comes from originally, but like, great men plant seeds for trees of which the shade they will never sit in. And that's kind of how I view the work that I do, is that, like, this is a long philosophical journey of changing ideas, and hopefully human society, people, culture, philosophy begins to course correct and get closer to reality and move in a direction of limited government, understanding the markets, understanding the contradictions within the state. Because I think eventually the state can, like, for example, right? I think private policing is the only right answer. I don't think the FBI is justified. I don't think policing is justified. I don't think the courts are justified. But in what world am I going to be able to convince a majority of Americans to give up the state's role in all policing? I'm not. Like, it would, like that, like, no matter, I could scream at a wall all day, 99.9% repeating people will not listen to me. But I might be able to convince people to go, private policing is incentivized based off of whether or not they succeed. And qualified immunity is a fucking problem. And local sheriffs and issues are an issue, in and of themselves, because the system is corrupt. I think a small town in Georgia, instead of having a sheriff, ought to hire a private security firm and then transfer the prisoners that they get for crimes or whatever to, like, the state, to the state troopers or whatever. And then a town does that, and a town finds out all of a sudden that hate crimes are down, crime is down, property crime is down. It costs less than the local sheriff's office, and they have less incidences of, like, police abusing their authority because they know that they can get sued, right? People's rights aren't violated as much. And all of a sudden, other towns go, well, it worked for that town. Can it work for my town? And then maybe half of America has private policing instead of local sheriffs. And then maybe we can have a conversation about whether or not we need state troopers. You know what I mean? Like, that's kind of where I'm sitting, is that, like, I don't think I win this argument tomorrow.
So the whole idea of libertarianism, correct me if I'm wrong, but it's like, it's based on very fundamental philosophical principles and axioms. And whether it produces more resources or not, or more peace or not, or less crime or not, it's still right, because it's just makes so much logical sense. Is that a true statement?
Yeah, I would
Like
say
you don't
I would
care
s-
what the result is; it's just pure in its essence, anyway.
Well, like I'm not an unempathetic person, right? You know what I mean? Like I care. Like I certainly care, but it is my heartfelt belief that violence and dysfunction to natural law comes at a cost, always in a game theory perspective, right? And so my heartfelt feelings that implementing these things would be better, but predominantly, it is true because it is true. Therefore, I believe it because I'm not going to believe in falsity. But it's not that I don't care if implementing it, let's say, led to like more crime. Like I'd care about that, right? Like I would certainly care. I have children, right? I live in the world as well. Like I don't want to be a victim of crime. I don't want my children to be a victim of crime. I don't want other people to be a victim of crime. But if you forced me to choose between a 5% increase in crime or something that I believe to be immoral and unjustifiable, I would say, well, obviously I'm going to choose the 5% increase in crime, and then we're going to figure out why that occurs. Because I don't think, because like you might, number on chart might go up in the short term, but it's not possible for the violent, forceful thing to have better results. Only we can't measure or track those results, right? It's like think of it like this. Every single tax, every single regulation, every single government involvement requires some level of money to study the problem, imposes on the market some level of lost money or taxes, and thus takes money from the market. And every time it does that, it takes things away from, it takes resources from its most valued means or ends and puts them towards lesser valued ends. And so what I mean by that is someone says, we implemented this program and look, childhood poverty decrease. And it's like, okay, you've established a historical fact that you implemented this program and that this specific metric that you were targeting got better. But what you didn't measure is what would the world have looked like if you didn't steal that money? How many jobs were lost because you stole money? How many factories could have hired a new person but didn't because their taxes went up, right? Like sometimes the costs for programs are invisible. And so the data that we look at makes it seem like, government programs are actually benefiting our lives. I would argue that they're benefiting a sector that we targeted whilst stunting human progress, growth and development, the economy, people's lives in a larger domain that isn't necessarily measurable.
I think they call that opportunity cost. Like when you invest in something, you lose the money to invest in other things.
Yeah. I mean, it's an opportunity cost. I don't know that would fit one-to-one because it's the government, but yeah, it's close enough that that's a fine.
What's your take on postmodernism? Is that a left woke virus, or do you think there's some substance to it?
So I think left woke mind virus is closer to the truth, but I think postmodernism is. I think there's a really long history of where postmodernism comes from, right? What it is. I think it is a leftist philosophy. I think it is anti-reality. I think it is anti-truth and contradictory. I don't know that postmodernism in and of itself is woke. Woke is woke, but most of the postmodernists are woke, if that makes sense, right? Because to be a postmodernist is a rejection of all truth. So it's a rejection of reality itself. Right, it's a rejection of reason. So there could not be anything more evil philosophically than postmodernism, as far as I am concerned. There could be things similarly evil, but it is quintessentially evil because it is a rejection of reality itself. But when you reject reality, well, that doesn't mesh with beings living in reality, right? Existence exists. And so more often than not, the very ideology that is meant to reject meta-narratives takes on a meta-narrative, and those meta-narratives become critical theory. Not necessarily classical Marxism, but critical theory usually. And critical theory might as well be a synonym for wokeness, right? But critical theory is kind of its own leftist, neo-Marxist nonsense. I feel like I could go into that for hours, so like I'm going to stop there unless you have like additional follow-up questions that are more specific.
So do you, you obviously value reason and rationality. Do you hold that as an absolute? Like that's your means of ascertaining reality, like 100%?
I would, yeah. So what I would say is, free will exists. Man, like existence exists. Man knows existence through reason, right? Like reason is the determination, the ability to perceive existence and to understand and know existence. And anything that goes against reason or is anti-reason is kind of antithetical to the highest value, which I would say is selfishness.
Okay. Yeah, it seems like I've seen a couple philosophy majors getting into libertarianism. And is that a common trend where people study philosophy and they're like, hey, libertarianism makes the most sense?
Not that I know of. I think most philosophers tend to turn to leftism, because that's what most philosophy professors and people teach. But it is an avenue by. Oh shit! I'm gonna die. Oh man, I missed. Oh no. Sorry. I would say that most people come to libertarianism either through philosophy or through economics. I am one of the rare breeds that's not per se how I got there. But yeah, I would say that's how most people come to it. But libertarianism is a very small ideology. I would say most people that study philosophy, become more leftist. Yeah, solipsism is the right, it's spelled correctly there.
Have you studied spiral dynamics at all?
No, not at all.
Okay.
Sorry to disappoint.
That's all right.
I wish I could be a genius in every domain, but alas, I'm just a layman. I went to grad school for counseling, hilariously enough, right? Which is like the least likely, the biggest thing that people say about libertarians is that they're like unempathetic, right? If you were to pick a major that's least likely to lead you to libertarianism, it's probably teaching, psychology and then counseling. But it is what it is.
Interesting. So you believe in open borders, is that right?
No. I'm not an open borders libertarian. I am.
You said something about free flow of market or something like that.
So most, I am not akin to most anarcho-capitalists in this regard, right? I am Hoppian on borders. Okay. Most libertarians are open borders. I am not for closed borders. I am for private borders, which I believe all libertarians are for private borders. But what I would say is that open borders as a policy is a destructive means of forced integration. and that we cannot really have these free open borders until we get rid of like the massive welfare state, which almost requires the dissolution of the state, because I mean roads are welfare, right? Like public schools are a form of welfare, etc. So borders was kind of like one of the last things I would get rid of. What I advocate for in the time being is what's known as an invitee system, which is where I would force people to pay either themselves or have someone else pay for them in order to immigrate here. And I would require an invitation from someone, be this an employer, a family member, etc. And then whomever invites them would also co-sign for them. And if they commit crimes and they're forced to be deported, whomever invited them is responsible for the financial damages of the crimes that they committed and the cost of the deportation.
Up to a period of time, like a year or something? Or
yeah, see, like that would be arbitrary, right? Because because this is only a system to get us closer to what I desire, which is private borders. This isn't really a justifiable position. It's only like this is the compromise that I would set to try and eventually get us to the point where we do have open borders. But open borders really shouldn't, like, there should be no United States border. There should be the border between your property or your community that has private property, and that's it. There's private property borders. And so this is a system that gets us closer to an understanding of private property rights and reduces the abuses of the state on its people to the lowest means while still maintaining the state.
Do you think that there's more political corruption on the left than the right in the United States?
Probably not. I mean, I think it oscillates. I think it oscillates, right? I think maybe currently, yes, but it depends on how you define more, right? Like, I think all forms of socialism is a form of corruption, right? Like, I think corruption's hard to define here, right? Like, as normal people would view corruption, like stealing money and day trading and, you know, taking corporate money secretly and shit like that. With the way U.S. aid is set up and the way those institutions are set up, I would say more Democrats probably have their hand in the cookie jar. But like, if we go back to the 1980s, it's almost certainly more conservatives and neocons have their hand in the cookie jar, right? Like, it's just a thing that goes from side to side. I think the left has more institutional power, so they have more means of gaining access to, you know, the traditional forms of corruption of like self-enrichment at the expense of the population in our current kind of situation. But like, I mean, there's plenty of corrupt Republicans, you know?
Yeah, I'm sure there's corruption on both sides, no doubt.
Yeah.
Do you believe in like a deep state or like an Illuminati or some kind of like really organized, you know, 1%ers like controlling the 99% or something like that?
I think George Carlin said it best, right? When he said, you don't need a conspiracy when like interests align. I think the system itself is corrupt. I think the system is engaged in such a way where corporations work with news agencies and work with politicians to get regulations, and then they pat themselves on the back about how, and they go to the Americans and go, see, we created these regulations for your safety. And they're the very regulations that corporations asked for, because Tyson knew that the more regulations there were on meatpacking industry, the less competition they would have, because they have economies of scale and they're a large corporation. And they know that it makes it harder for like family farmers to be able to produce and sell their goods. And so I think, I don't think you need an Illuminati. I think you just have a bunch of people that are in it for themselves, and that the system of the state itself is full of contradiction and violence and is unjustifiable. And it is a conflict-inducing system at the expense of the liberty of everyday Americans. Now, do I think the CIA has secrets that they don't tell us about, and they like fucking, you know, topple regimes like in Egypt, or, you know, cause violence throughout the world. And then when a new president like Trump comes in and says, I'm going to fire you all, they do dirty, evil shit behind the scenes to try and tie his hands behind his back. Yeah. But I mean, like, you don't need an Illuminati for that either, right? You just have a bunch of career bureaucrats who have a lot of friends in high places that are politicians and stuff, and they all hate the guy that's going to walk in and flip the card table. So they work either individually or together to make sure that that guy can't flip the card table.
Yeah, I like how you put it in a systems thinking way. Like, a lot of people will talk about individual people and blame people for being homeless, people for being lazy. And I'd rather look at it as what is the system that produced these results. So I like that you're like thinking at things like this on a systems level.
Yeah, I mean, I have a lot of appreciation for open systems theory and sociology, right? I think systems, exert pressure on a population, and I think a population exerts pressure on systems, right? And it's kind of like a chicken and egg scenario. Or at least that's like my
climate change.
Like, what about it? Like, do humans have some level of involvement in carbon emissions and changing the climate? Yeah, obviously, right? Like we're burning fuel and things from the fucking ground that like naturally would take a lot longer to go out into the air. Is climate change inevitable? Is it enough to say that like we need to exert pressure because we're in this existential crisis and we need to keep the corporations that are in power, and we need to stop third world nations from developing, and we need to cripple our own industrial manufacturing and progress and, achievements and all of the things that might even actually one day help us stop or, slow down the effects of climate change? No. So I don't deny that like, we have some effect. But, I don't think fucking over India and keeping them from industrializing is somehow going to fucking stop this ship that's probably already sailed and is probably, almost certainly, I would say, is a majority, a natural tendency of Earth's climate anyways. We're only speeding it up to some degree. That, like, stopping human progress in that regard, to me, is evil.
I mean, aside from the stopping, the action, the implementing of the idea, what do you think about the general idea that it is warming up at an alarming rate due to us, and if we don't do something soon, it's going to be disastrous? Do you agree with that general claim?
Well, again, what I would say is, like, I don't know what percentage is us. And, like, the people that say that they do have been consistently wrong for 40 fucking years, right? Like, it's a really difficult thing to know. Like, to what degree are we fucked and to what degree is it caused by us are questions that people pretend to have the answer to and have pretended to have the answer to for a long time, right? Like, and what I would say is that, like, I do think that we will eventually get to a point where this planet is not conducive to human life in the same way that it was before. But that's the beauty of man, is that we have reason, and reason allows us to shape the environment to our will. Fuck Mother Nature. I don't believe in mystical bullshit. At the end of the day, what I care about is the flourishment of humanity. And if some person says that some hard to calculate future could potentially be slowed down if we just slow down the progress of 8 billion people on this planet, which means more starvation, more death, more suffering, more poverty, less education, all of the metrics by which we presumably love and believe in things, all of those things need to be slowed down. And by the way, so does that also mean technological advancement, which could give us the power to control our environment and actually stop this thing? I tell that person to go fuck themselves. Drill, baby, drill.
In a libertarian system, is there room for people that want to take climate change like seriously and like fight it?
I mean, it depends on what you mean by fight it, right? Like if you're trying to develop carbon capture things, awesome. If you're trying to work in a nuclear facility, awesome. If you're some activist that's trying to get a company to switch over to, geothermal because their factory is right by a geothermal place and you're going to, do that, awesome. But if what you're going to say is every person that, is driving a car, I'm going to use this circumspect evidence that you're all poisoning and killing people in the planet, and I need to find a way to use courts and violence and power to stop you from producing goods, I say go fuck yourself. Right?
Well, I brought up the idea of systems thinking earlier because I think this is kind of a systems thinking thing. It's a big system. It's the global system. It's a global problem. So it requires, people stepping out of their ordinary lives and, potentially hindering themselves temporarily, but in the long run, it would be potentially beneficial if it averts, further climate change. Such
Like
that
if somebody had
extreme weather.
if someone had irrefutable proof that we could, give up 10% of our GDP and we could absolutely 100% solve this, right? That to me wouldn't be a sacrifice, right? It wouldn't be a sacrifice because that's just long-term thinking, right? That's just long-term thinking. But if someone comes to me and says I have to give up 10% of my GDP, and enrich multinational corporations in the process and corrupt, corrupt others by living in the pods and, reducing standard of living and human progress, I start itching to grab my gun. You know what I mean? Like, I don't believe in sacrifice. I think sacrifice is evil. But it's not a sacrifice if you're giving it up for something you value, right? But I just don't value like the science is just so not clear on all of this shit.
Yeah, I guess I'm curious if the science was clear, but I also wanted to say that speaking of corruption, I think one of the reasons science isn't clear is because there's been misinformation input into the science because the oil companies, these corrupt big companies want to maintain their monopoly. Have you thought of that?
Well, yeah, I've thought of that. I think, that's a double-edged sword, right? Because they've engaged in that kind of behavior before too. And then one of the big things that they did is bought a bunch of solar companies. And now we have all these subsidies for the worst form of green energy there is, right? Like solar is the worst. I take that back. Wind is the worst form of green energy, followed by solar, right? But like hydroelectric's pretty fucking good. Geothermal's better. Nuclear blows them all out of the fucking water. And yet the most difficult form of green energy to implement right now is nuclear energy. Like we all could be on nuclear energy within 5 to 10 years and we'd have enough.
Stigma.
Yeah, well, there's stigma. There's massive government regulation that's been lobbied for and paid for in part by those same oil companies. And then those oil companies have purchased massive amounts of stock in solar. And then we have massive, we have massive subsidies for solar. And then lo and behold, well, what happens with solar? Oh, we replace them every 15 years. They require precious metals to constantly be done, and they're almost overwhelmingly manufactured in China. And it's part of the stock portfolio for all the same investors that are invested in oil. Yeah, you know what I mean? Like there's the green energy scam, if you will, if you want to call it that, because I don't, you know what I mean? Like I think there's some truth to it. I don't like using things like that because then people think like I'd like deny like all kinds of climate science. I don't. In fact, I'm the opposite. I'm skeptical healthily of like certain claims. I actually look at the science from time to time. Look at the Solyndra scandal under the Obama, right? Like the White House chief of staff, the vice president's chief of staff, that was Biden's chief of staff after that. He was heavily involved in the Solyndra scandal, and many of the investors of the Solyndra scandal were fucking oil company executives, right? Like, so I do agree that they muddy the waters on, by purchasing and, their own science. giving donations to universities and things like that are heavily invested in it, so that they're in that way. But they do the same thing in other domains. I just don't buy that if the oil companies went away tomorrow, that all of a sudden we'd be able to have good science that proved climate change was due to CO2 emissions, and that it was predominantly our fault. None of the evidence actually seems to suggest that, as far as I can tell. What most of the evidence seems to suggest is that it's part us, and that we do have an effect, but that this is also a fairly natural cycle of Earth that's a lot older than a human lifespan.
If the weather continually got more and more disastrous as time continues, would that be a convincing evidence?
Would be convincing evidence that the climate is changing. I don't deny that in any way, shape, or form. The question is to what degree can we have an effect by sacrificing human progress in the form of cutting out oil and gas and carbon emissions?
Yeah,
right?
it's a weird game theory setup, because there's all the countries in the world, all these different mindsets, worldviews. Nobody, half of them don't even believe in climate change.
Right.
So it's implementing this is crazy.
Well, the other thing too is politicians in the UK bragged about how much they've reduced climate emissions with cap and trade policies and taxes and things like that. Since 1997. But if you compare 1997 to today, and you just calculate what those emissions are for all of the goods that are now manufactured in China instead of in England, their carbon emissions have gone up. Every policy that they've done to help climate change in England has only led to more carbon emissions, because it's just moved shit out of England and into China, where their standards are way lower than they are in Europe, and then where they put them on big ass fucking boats that are fueled by that aren't nuclear boats, that are fucking fueled by oil and gas, and then ship them all the way back to the fucking UK, right? So it's they haven't solved a fucking thing. They've only made the presumed problem worse by implementing climate policies. So when some person is and that's why we need cap and trade and shit, I'm you're sacrificing the American worker, the American economy, the US dollar, human progress, so we can have more CO2 emissions. Go fuck yourself. Even if what you said about the environment was true, 99% of the policies that they want to bring forward are just socialism, regulation, corruption, and they lead to more carbon emissions anyways. Because at the end of the day, carbon, when we're talking about CO2, we're talking about China and India. That's what we're talking about. We're all of Europe and America. For example, if we were to, I think Germany is one of the lowest in the world, right? If every single country in the world was to have the same carbon footprint per capita as do the citizens in Germany, we would double CO2 emissions in the world. So real climate change means stifling economic growth in third world nations. It means keeping third world nations impoverished. I'm not about that. I'm just not.
Or it means innovating energy, which they're trying to do.
Yeah, well, I mean, if they were, they would just fucking put all the money into fucking research and development in thorium nuclear assault reactors, and then we just build nuclear facilities throughout the whole world, and we would cut carbon emissions into 1/10 of what they are.
Yeah,
none of these people are actually serious.
I've been for nuclear for a long time. I don't like the stigma against it.
Yeah, but it's just most of the politically connected climate activist groups are, Just Stop Oil and things like that. They say they're for nuclear, but then when you ask them about their policies, none of them deal with nuclear deregulation, investment for nuclear, or anything like that. It's all more taxes against the people that they think are the problem, which then just shifts the problem over to China.
Do you think they're coming from a place from good intentions? Generally,
I think that they think they're coming from a place of good intentions. I think that people that are externalize their problems into climate change or into socialist policies and things like that are primarily motivated by resentment, self-hate, and nihilism. when you examine those individuals. But I think that they think that they're coming from a good place. I think they've convinced themselves that they're coming from a good place. But I think primarily they're coming from a collectivist mindset of being on the right side of history and an external locus of control and avoiding responsibility in their own lives and avoiding a meaningful goal for themselves, their family, their legacy that builds upon the acquisition of their own personal skills and growth.
Why do you think it's so difficult for people to agree on like science? Like even science is questioned now, and it's like we don't even have enough attention span to like even care to know what the science is, most of us. So it's like, what do you think is the cause of all the division as of late?
Philosophy. I think an overwhelming majority of people can't even be bothered to learn the basics of philosophy. And most of these situations don't come from science. They come from philosophy, right? Like let's take the left, for example, right? Where's the big science denialism on the left? It's almost predominantly with like trans and gender issues, right? It's got nothing to do with like science. It's got to do with philosophy, right? Like they have philosophical axioms and it doesn't matter what the evidence says, right? Men and women are the same. You can be a man regardless because you say so. Okay, so when the science comes out and says, hey, actually, fucking transitioning doesn't seem to be very effective at reducing suicidality, and we're seeing a lot more detrans people, and it turns out that men and women aren't biologically the same in sports. They deny all of those things because they go against their philosophical axioms, and the same is true for on the right, right? Like if they have some form of science that they disagree with, it's usually not the science they're disagreeing with, it's the philosophy, right? Or world history. Like a real classic example is like, the science proves the earth is this old, but my Bible says it's this old, so my Bible's right.
How can you explain what you said was a higher IQ generally on the left, but also a more detachment from reality? How can those two, coexist?
Well, I mean, assuming that you get proper diet and nutrition, IQ is pretty much determined at birth, right? I mean, I don't want to toot my own horn, but this is something that I actually have read a majority of the literature on, and having gone to grad school for counseling, I can say that I competently read it, right? It's not like out of my domain to such a degree that I don't know what I'm reading. So in terms of IQ research, it seems to be like, to what degree malleability occurs, it looks like 4 or 5 IQ points. So if you take two twins and you separate them and you give one the worst life possible, so long as they're given proper diet and nutrition. And when I say proper diet and nutrition, I just mean like they're not malnourished. There's nothing that like stunts the development of the brain because of like lack of those things. And there's no like severe trauma, right, that like destroys their ability to do those things. So long as you do that, you can give another person every opportunity in life, and they at best they'll be 4 or 5 IQ points higher. Okay, so when I say so understand that first, right? That IQ is highly heritable, and that there's not a lot of environmental pressure that you can do, but there is some environmental pressure. 4 to 5 IQ points is still statistically significant, right? I mean, the standard deviation in IQ is 15 points. So we're talking about 1/3 of a standard deviation. That's not nothing, Yeah.
I believe
and
you.
So, right, that's not, to be able to go from 95 to 100 IQ is fucking meaningful for sure. So if you're born with a relatively fixed IQ, the next thing comes, so like you can have any ideology, any philosophy, any worldview. It doesn't like your IQ doesn't necessarily matter. In fact, I would say that the higher IQ you are, the more you can easily have a philosophy that contradicts reality. So I give an example, right? So let's say Black Lives Matter. Let's say critical race theory, right? Critical race theory. If I ask a dumb person to explain how toothpaste supports white supremacy, they're going to be like, dude, what the fuck are you talking about? It's toothpaste. It's designed to clean your teeth. But if I ask someone with a high IQ that believes in critical race theory, how is toothpaste racist? Well, they'll be like, well, first and foremost, we have a societal obsession with whiteness tied to the concept of purity. And, you know, the idea that someone may have what is naturally healthy but slightly yellow teeth is, you know, is actually rooted in a white supremacist ideology that purity and, you know, and a lack of color is, you know, are tantamount together. And so corporations, you know, push whitening toothpaste and things that aren't actually healthy for society, aren't actually good for your teeth, but they're there to maintain the concept of beauty and aesthetics around the idea of whiteness. And this subconsciously affects people of color and melanated people and reinforces, you know, their skin color
So you're
as,
basically,
you know, a lesser form, right? And then they could go into fluoride and socioeconomic status and how toothpaste poisons black people and all these things, right? So the smarter you are, when your ideas contradict with reality, it's actually easier for you to utilize your own philosophical framework to explain away reality. Whereas dumber people, they see the world and they view the world as the world is. They don't try and reshape the world based upon their own philosophical interpretation. So that's why I think the left tends to be a little higher IQ, and the right tends to be a little bit more grounded in reality and thus a little bit wiser. There are other cultural phenomenon, right? You know, right-wing people that are, you know, tend to be, you know, work in labor, tend to work on farms, tend to be more rural, right? Like these people are more grounded in reality than like people, you know, working desk jobs in an office, a cog in a machine, etc. And then I would also say there's also the exception of like people tend to become right-wing when they get extremely intelligent in the domain of which they're an expert in. Like if you find someone that is like 140, 150 IQ, there have been studies on that. They tend to be fairly libertarian. And, you know, you could look at like the Nines, you could look at Mensa. They both have research on this that shows that really, really high IQ people tend to be like slightly socially left-wing and fairly economically conservative and very small government, very pro-market. And in the domain that they work in, they're very right-wing. But in other domains that they're not experts in, they're kind of in that spot.
I see what you're saying.
Triple Nine
So
Society, that's what I was looking for. Thank you.
more intelligence doesn't necessarily entail less delusions, but it does entail more sophisticated delusions and perhaps a higher propensity for delusional stuff.
Yeah, it's less that it's causal and more like it's just like a distribution thing, right? You know what I mean? Like if I find 1,000 people with an IQ of 110, like they're probably like 60 or 50, they're probably 55% Democrat and 45% Republican. You know what I mean? Like it's just a general trend that the smarter you are, the more susceptible I think you are to left-wing philosophy. Or things that counteract reality.
Yeah, I think the left is only here because the right created a foundation. The conservatives created a foundation. The common people, actually built the world with hammers in their hands. And then there's these more higher IQ people that are perhaps like dabbling and experimenting and in academia, in abstract thought, kind of like thinking of new ideas. So it's like I think the world needs both of these kinds of people.
For sure.
Yeah,
for
it
sure.
does. I can see what you mean actually when you say that the left is typically more detached from reality. Because I think there is a bad left and a good left.
It's like if you think about it if you think about it more mythologically, right? You think about it in like terms of like order and chaos, right? Kind of looking at it from like a Jordan Peterson perspective. And I don't mean like his 5 rules for life or his stupid fucking, Christian Daily Wire shit. I mean, like if you read Maps of Meaning, right? Which is a magnum opus and worthy of a read. People can talk shit on Jordan Peterson's new shit all he wants. And I kind of agree with him for the most part. But in terms of reading Maps of Meaning is fucking genius. If you think of it from that perspective, You know, the world is ever changing, right? And because the world is ever changing, you need people that are more chaotic. You need people that are creative types. You need people that live in chaos and eschew the rules that society tries to force on them, because those are the people that go out into the edges of the maps, right? Or
the pioneers.
Right, those are the, like at the edges of the map there be dragons, right? Like those are the people that go to look for dragons to slay. And yet you also need a stable society, because if you do not have a stable society, your society crumbles in a generation or 2 or 3, right? Depends on how bad it is. And so you need people that are willing to uphold the institutions, and then you need people to go out, challenge the institutions with their life experience, and then come back and reform the institutions to the ever-changing reality of the world that we live in. And so that's what a healthy society looks like. The problem is that we are in a culture where the institutions are weak. They're not grounded in reality. They've been taken over by the creative types, mostly in the left. And the people that are, and we are living in this weird, self-hating, multicultural society that is constantly attacking its own values and foundations and culture. And so we just have way, way, way too much chaos. And if history teaches us anything, when you keep going down that road, that's when the pendulum swings to the opposite side to re-exert control and order. That's when you get fascism. That's when you get right-wing authoritarianism to an extreme degree, because they see the writing on the wall and they say, we have to save our country because it's going to collapse. And they're willing to exert extreme dominance and control over everything in order to make that happen. And they don't give a fuck about your rights. You gave up. You gave up your rights.
We're on the brink of that?
I think we're on the beginning of that. I don't even think we're on the brink of it. I think it's already started.
Oh, I mean,
I don't know if we can back up from it. I think it's
that's a right-wing movement, but you support the right.
I mean, I'm an anarchist too. Yeah. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that's like saying, oh, well, that's a left-wing movement, but communism's on the left. You know what I mean? Like, not every liberal is a communist. Not every fucking right-winger is a fascist.
So it's just closer to your. That's why you're on that side, because it's closer to your ideology.
I would say that the values that often inform right-wing thought are closer to my values, but I am diametrically opposed to the right in the current political schema because they're socialists, and I hate socialists.
I bet you throw off so many people on the right that think they can like put you in a box.
Yeah, I mean, like the other thing too is that like fascism and Nazism and third positionism, they come from the right. They're not right-wing movements, right? Like they come from the right, but they're super socialist. They're as economically left-wing as you can get. Like they're nigh indistinguishable from communism economically, and philosophically they're very similar to communism, right? Like Hitler was a avowed socialist, right? I mean, like the Strength Through Joy program, the fucking TB buses. He was for socialized Medicare. He created this largest labor union that ever existed in human history per capita, like over and over and over. Like so it's like they often are birthed from the right because they are a reaction to the destabilization. But in terms of how they play out in the world and in their philosophical axioms, fascism is just when the right does leftism. That's what it is. It's when the right says, I'm going to play your game and win. That's what fascism is.
Interesting. They're both bad, but yeah. They're
right. It's like the communists are destroying our country, so I'll be a communist. But in my communism, we're going to up the birth rates and we're going to make sure our nation stays strong for the whites or whatever. You know what I mean? You know,
but
like
yeah, that's why I voted left, because I see that the pendulum is swinging perhaps a bit too much right, and I want to pull it towards the center more, where it's more secure and safe.
I mean, but the left, the problem is that the left is also, like, the right is only doing this because the left is going left. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, for crying out loud, Kamala Harris, you know, who's supposed to be like, you know, this neoliberal, is campaigning on fucking price controls and, you know what I mean? Like full blown socialism, like Soviet era style, fucking like socialism, not like that. There's nothing neoliberal about that, and
like
so it's
way
like
more left than Biden. You're saying?
I think Biden's administration and policy was the most left wing administration we've had since FDR, but in rhetoric he was fairly neoliberal. Like, he sold America that he was like a, you know, a center left guy, but if you look at his policies, it was extremely socialist. I mean, like
And you think Kamala would be worse?
I think Kamala would have been worse, right? I didn't vote for Trump. I don't know that, like, Trump's too much of a wild card for me. You know what I mean?
For real. Yeah, you know what I don't like about the right that I see a lot, really scares me? Cynicism. I think cynicism is a poison in the human mind, in the human spirit. It goes against cooperation and coordination. It goes against production and working together. What do you think about cynicism?
I mean, I think cynicism and a lack of hope can be a bad thing for sure. I don't think it's good. I think if cynicism can, and skepticism and nihilism, right, can be more closely aligned with reality than other things. And so they could potentially be better than other things, but they're still not good. Or I should say less harmful. Like, if I'm optimistically communist, I'd rather someone be cynically fucking capitalist. You know what I mean? Like, thinking that, like, it's over, so I'm gonna have to do some crazy shit. I'd rather them be like that than be optimistically commies.
But you don't have to be ignorant to be not cynical either.
No, not at all. I'm not saying it is. I'm just saying there are certainly situations where cynicism isn't the worst thing, is all I'm saying. I'm not trying to be frustrating. I'm just trying to be accurate in my speech.
Mm-hmm. What do you not like about the left the most?
That's a hard question to answer. There's a lot of things I don't like about the left.
I mean, what do you think what's their biggest blind spot currently?
So it's like, it almost seems like you're asking me for like a specific policy or a specific, you know, like,
I mean, like
belief.
Is it the woke, the DEI stuff, perhaps? Is that like bonkers?
Wokeness to DEI is just a natural conclusion to the failure of communism, right? I mean, so communism failed, and so so, you know, Antonio Gramsci, you know, he puts out his prison papers and basically says that there are all of these cultural institutions that are in the way of class consciousness being realized. The family, the church, you know, our concepts of identities that separate us, such as gender and race, right? And so we must bring, you know, we must bring the idea of class consciousness to these other domains of oppression, right? So we must bring, you know, critical consciousness, you know, like, you know, we must explain why, you know, heteronormativity is evil and why white supremacy is evil and, you know, yada, 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 yada. So like wokeness is just an extension of those things. I fucked up. So I don't know. It's like, it's hard to say like wokeness is the thing. Like the problem is the problem that is as old as time, which is an ideology based upon false axioms. The worst of which, I guess, would be that man is malleable, and that man can be created by central planners into the appropriate man. It's like hard to explain, but like, you know, they believe that, like, you know, people are stupid, so if we just take enough taxes, we can educate them. Like we can, central planners, you know, these other people, so long as they align with our ideology, can fix the world via force. And I think that that is likely untrue pragmatically, and always comes with unintended consequences. And so I
And
think
in your world, it would look the same, just simply without force, though. Virtually the same.
I mean, there would be discrimination against people. There would be, I mean, in I don't know what my world looks like. You know what I mean? Like, that's the God's honest truth. I am not the communist that is going to sell you the utopia. I don't know what in my world looks like, because I'm not positing an ideology that is idealist, right? I am saying you are wrong because your ideology is factually wrong. Like, it is logically untrue, some of the things that you are putting forward, and you are engaged in evil because of those untruths.
Because it's justifying theft and
Yeah,
oppression.
well, justifying theft,
coercion.
coercion, these things, right? So like, what does my world look like? I don't fucking know, brother. I have some ideas, you know what I mean? I have some concepts. I have the beginning of a plan, as Trump cited. You know what I mean?
And how spicy is your plan compared to the typical libertarian, or is it roughly the same?
Well, as I said earlier, like I don't know if you were listening, but like I'm a Fabian, like I'm an incrementalist, right? Like I'm pushing an ideology. You know, like I said before, you know, great men plant seeds for trees of which the shade they will never sit in. So I would say I'm probably one of the less spicy in terms of my plan. My plan is incrementalism, because I think it's the only one, because I think we need to change the philosophy, and that, you know, forcing liberty upon people is just going to lead to fucking warlords. That we need to change the philosophy of people and evolve into a society of free people.
Well, it's basically radically different. So yeah, it would need to take time.
Yeah. You know what I mean? It's like I gave the example of policing, right? Earlier, my earlier discussion, right? It's like, I think policing is unjustified. I think the state's monopoly on power and violence in the courts is unethical. I don't just think it. I know it to be true. Other people may debate me on this. Okay? I could beat my head against the wall all day long trying to convince other people that we should abolish the ATF, the FBI, the CIA, the NSA, all police agencies, all prison systems, etc., and replace them with private corporations. And everyone would go, "You're fucking crazy." Or I can try to convince them enough to try a private policing force in a small town instead of a sheriff's office, where they pay a company to do their policing for them, where the company is in competition with other companies to provide a service, where if they violate rights, they get sued, where if they don't accomplish their goals, they get replaced. And what we find is a cheaper form of policing where less rights are violated, that is more efficient by every measurable metric. And then once that happens in one town, 100 other towns start going, well, it worked for them, maybe we ought to try it. And then before you know it, half of the country is using private police forces. And then all of a sudden I'm going, do you really think we need state troopers? Why don't we try the same thing for state troopers? And then when every state is privatized in their policing, except for the FBI and things like that, all of a sudden no one thinks it's a crazy idea when they say let's abolish the FBI and let's instead use private companies because they'll do a better job at catching pedophiles than the FBI that loves to protect them. Everyone will be like, duh, that makes sense. Obviously.
We would still have,
you know what I mean?
We would still have checks and balances. It would just be all volunteering or something like that.
We just have a market. I mean, again, I don't know what this
that's
world
another
looks like.
interesting thing is you have a lot of faith in the market sifting out bullshit. Is that right?
I don't know that I don't have faith because faith is a
Well,
belief
that's
without
another-
justification, right? Like I think it is factually true that market competition is better than the state because its incentives are just clearly better.
But it's not the end all be all. It's right.
Well, I
It's
mean,
not like-
it is the end all be all to have competition in the market, and that is the only correct way to do it. But what does that look like? Where are those failures? Where are those successes? You know what I mean? Like that's like we cross that bridge when we get to it. Like it's kind of like if your house was on fire, right? And someone says, "Well, if in the market there will be corrupt people," right? To me, that's the same thing as you saying, "Well, fire department, don't put my house out. Don't put my house out. Don't put out the fire because in the future, it'll probably catch on fire at some point." It's like, no, your house is on fire. Put it out, right? Like we have an unjustifiable corrupt system where the incentives are corrupt, where it is conflict inducing, where people's rights are violated on a daily basis, where the police are not accountable to any customer or any people. And Supreme Court has decided multiple times that that they don't have a duty to protect and serve, and that they can literally just watch crime go on, right? Like we have this terrible system. And I can show you why it's terrible. And the reason it's terrible is because the incentives are corrupt. The system itself is designed in a corrupt way because it is non-voluntary and it is designed to impose order on the citizens for the state. It's not designed to protect and serve because there's no contract that requires them to serve. And it's like, yeah, when we have a private market, is there going to be people that abuse that? Are there going to be problems? Absolutely. But the system itself is not corrupt, right? The system of competition, of freely engaging in the protection of private property for those that pay them to protect their private property is not inherently corrupt. Now, corrupt people will use systems that aren't inherently corrupt to do evil and bad things, but your house is on fire, let's put it out. Okay, now that the house is on fire, yeah, the house might catch on fire again in the future. Let's work to our best ability so that doesn't happen. And invariably some houses will catch on fire, and when that happens, we'll put those fires out too.
Kind of off topic, but what do you think of spirituality? Have you been on a spiritual journey, would you say, at all in your life?
I'm not religious, but I'm spiritual. No. So I went to Liberty University for grad school. I was raised Roman Catholic. I, was baptized, did communion. I'm an atheist, full-blown atheist. Not for lack of searching.
Is that like a materialist? Is that the same thing? Would you say? Does that
I'm gonna choose to not. I don't want to get into the name game of saying exclusively that I am a materialist. Let's just say that I'm an objectivist, and whether or not objectivism is materialist is another conversation that that might be too much for right now. Right? Like I am an atheist. I believe that God, if God exists, and he has the ability to do anything in this world or perform miracles in any way, then there must be some connection to God, and he is no more immaterial or spiritual or magical than any other human being, and he ought answer for his crimes. And in the day that we create the technology to be able to capture God, we should capture him, we should imprison him, we should interrogate him, and then we should potentially kill him. But I don't think he exists.
Do you think you'll largely believe the things you believe now in 50 years?
Fucking, who could answer? If I could answer that question, then I'd be God.
I mean, would you be dissatisfied if you basically believe the same stuff that you believe in 50 years? Or
If I
would
believe
you
the
hope
exact same
there's some
thing,
kind of growth or something.
I mean, if I believe the same thing, I highly doubt I'll believe all of the same things in 50 years that I believe now, assuming I'm alive then. If my opinions do change, then I'll be happy for the growth, and I won't begrudge me having different beliefs at a different time, because I will have obviously worked to believe, I will have worked on it and learned new things that led me to new beliefs. And if I believe the same thing 50 years from now that I believe now, then I'll be happy to have discovered the truth 50 years early.
Do you think there's anything of value beyond reason? Like trans-rational thinking?
I mean, I guess I don't understand the question. I value cheeseburgers, right? Because I really like cheeseburgers. Like, there are plenty of things of value. Like, I guess I need a more specific question.
I guess I'm wondering if, like, reason is the bottom line for you, and I guess it is for anyone, but I don't know. Is that true, though? Reason is the bottom line?
I mean, I don't know what you mean by that. I'm not trying to be weird or anything, right? I just, like, I don't know. I don't know what you mean. Like, reason is the means by which, like, I gave my answer earlier, right? Like, reason is the means by which we're able to perceive reality.
Sure. Yeah, I guess I don't really know what I'm talking about either. I was just wondering if you would, like, riff off of it or something.
Yeah, dude. I don't know. I can riff, I guess, but I'm not. Maybe I'm not vibing it. I don't know. It's my first night
I'm
with
like
the triple monitor, so I'm also playing WoW.
I was, reading one of Ken Wilber's book. You ever read Ken Wilber material?
Maybe. I'm really bad with names. Can you, like, tell me who that is?
He's got a book. I think one of his books is A Theory of Everything.
Ooh, that sounds super familiar.
Bald guy with glasses. He had a YouTube video where he hooked up a brainwave machine, and he could, like, put himself in, like, the theta wave, meditative state, like, on command. I don't know.
It's pretty. I mean, that's wild. That's cool.
But he talks about the idea of there's pre-rational, like a baby is not rational, it's pre-rational. Then we grow into adults, into rationality. And then there's a third stage of trans-rationality, and that there's some kind of value in that. And there's some kind
I
of
don't buy that at
opening
all.
there and growth there.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I got nothing for that. Other than that sounds like somebody that really wants to sell a book. Sounds like some white LA that sounds like some shit you'd hear from a hot girl from LA, and you wouldn't tell her she's wrong because she's hot.
I think it's like postmodern, really. It's a postmodern idea, I think.
Probably. I mean, I would have to look into what he means by trans-rational. But if you're giving up reason, then you're fucking wrong. Like, you're just like, to be irrational.
I like reason, so that's cool. I like how you break things down into axioms too, and you want to, like, build it up and show people what the hell they're talking about, on a very basic logical.
Yeah, I mean, that's
ladder
that's my goal with. I mean, like, hopefully this conversation, if anybody is watching from, the Destiny debate that is saying that I'm like this person that's overly pedantic and refuses to answer questions, or, and I'm just some 101 philosophy retard bro, can watch these conversations I'm having and recognize that, like, I'm not the problem here, right? Like, I mean, like, I could be wrong, sure. You know what I mean? I'm not saying I'm infallible or something. All I'm saying is I don't think I'm the reason to blame that fucking conversation or that debate went off the deep end. I was just trying to get him to fucking engage in reality.
I think if you guys were having that debate in, like, in a house, just one-on-one, nothing recording, it probably would have lasted 15 minutes, and then he would have been like, you know what, you're right. Let's talk about something else. But
Maybe.
Because it's on stream, and he's got an audience and a brand name that he needs to defend, so it's, yeah.
Really, people are blaming me for getting people sick in states I'm not even in. Trexman, aren't you in Australia? Like, what the fuck? Sorry. I do have a chat. I just remembered that they're there, and I go to check in, and I'm like, what is happening? Yeah, I don't know. I think I wouldn't say that like reason. I would say reason is probably the highest value. Yeah, if I had to like order my values, but again, values are subjective, and they exist in moments of time, right? If I was dying of thirst in the desert, I wouldn't give a fuck about reason. I'd care about water. You know what I mean? Like
I guess maybe
reason be damned. Whatever gets me a bottle of water, it gets me a bottle of water. You know what I mean? Like it's just.
Yeah, that's grounded to reality. Sounds like. I guess I'm like talking about the idea of like, what was it, Socrates or Aristotle? I know that I don't know. Like, to learn, we have to know that we don't know.
Yeah. He said he was the wisest man in Greece, and then he went to all of the people in Greece, and like the shipbuilders taught him more than anybody else. But because they believed that they understood how the world worked, there was, the oracle was correct in assuming that Socrates was the wisest man in Greece. I mean, I think there's some value in humility, right? And recognizing that you don't know everything.
Yeah, and maybe reason isn't the absolute. Maybe reason will evolve our understanding of reason, and it'll become something like almost totally different.
If it evolves into a new way of thinking, then it will only be through our reason that we discovered new forms and rules of logic, and thus we would only be becoming more rational.
Sure.
We could not discover anti-reason and it somehow supplant reason. We could discover rules of logic or truth in the universe in some capacity, in the laws of whatever, of logic, if you will, right? We could discover, let's say, some new fourth rule of propositional logic that we had no idea about, right? Like that could happen, but we wouldn't be transcending reason. We would only be discovering logic and becoming more rational.
I'm more so suggesting the benefit of loosening our what we think is our grasp on reason and its value. Even being skeptical, I guess, is kind of what I'm talking about too.
Maybe.
I mean, I guess skepticism could be reasonable, or is skepticism not reasonable? I don't know.
Skepticism is reasonable. Yeah, I mean. Like I just don't I don't see, there's no, like I understand what it is that you were positing, but what you're positing is I would say contradictory, right? Because like how could you utilize reason and rationality to discover something that transcends it? Reason is the means by which we discover truth. If it is anti-reason or goes against reason in some capacity, then it is anti-truth, it's anti-reality, so we haven't discovered anything true.
I guess what the postmoderns would probably posit, and I don't think I would back it necessarily, but they would say that our reason is informed by our identity, by our culture, by our upbringing, this and that. And we have this cultural filter before the reason comes through. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and I would say that is just patently and absurdly false. It's absolutely incorrect and just silly. It's nonsense. I mean, like, so when the postmodernist says that there are different truths for different people, right? This isn't right. Habermas already defeated this. This is a performative contradiction. And the reason it's a performative contradiction is either A, they believe this to be a true statement. If they believe this to be a true statement, they're acknowledging that truth is singular. That right? They're acknowledging that there is only one truth, and if they don't believe that that's true, then they're just saying a silly, entertaining, nonsensical clown show. They're a jester, just saying words to be cool and interesting and fun. So if they believe it to be true, it's a contradiction.
Yeah, you're saying that they're saying there is no ground, but saying there is no ground is itself a ground.
Sure. Or like smoking a cigarette while saying there is absolutely no part of me that desires to smoke a cigarette while smoking it in your face.
What about the idea that, there's different worldviews in the world, vastly different perspectives, and these things inform our reason.
We have different biases, right? And biases can make us irrational, right? They can inform our thinking into such a degree that we stop thinking rationally, or that we arrive at incorrect conclusions because of our biases. But this isn't some value to posit that like supersedes reason. It's just an example of us not following reason, right? Like it's. Whoo. I'm being sneaky. Sneaky.
It's too far away.
You got any belief in aliens?
Try not to get into ooky spooky stuff too much, but it wouldn't surprise me in the least if aliens were real. I don't know that they fucking, Oh, no. Oh, no.
I just want to make one claim about aliens. I think that they're going to there's going to be irrefutable open contact within the next 5 years. Just throwing it out there.
Bold claim there, buddy. I don't know. I don't know where aliens are, whether or not aliens are real or not. Like, I mean, like, statistically speaking, are there probably aliens somewhere? Like, sure. But that doesn't mean that there are. You know what I mean? It just means, from a probabilistic standpoint, it's more reasonable to assume, leave open the possibility that there's, that there are alien life forms. But there's no reason to believe. Huh?
Let's entertain the idea.
Okay.
Let's just assume it's going to be true.
All I'm saying is when I meet the aliens, and we and Elon Musk puts us in the dope ass spaceships that get us there, right? The first thing I wanted to hear one of the aliens say is, "Have you heard about this guy called Jesus Christ?" Because if I hear that when we make first contact, right, then finally I can forego all of this nonsensical fucking reason and rationality that I've built my entire worldview on, and you will watch me become a devout Christian because I will be like, look, that's what I needed. All right. Like that's what was required to make me a believer. I am a believer now.
Oh, I wasn't tying the two together. I was just bringing up a different.
I'm not either. I'm just making a joke because you said let's entertain the idea that aliens are real. And if I hop on a new planet and they're like, "Have you heard about our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ?" I'm be like, "Oh shit, fucking Jesus! Like Jesus is real."
Yeah, it is a bold claim, but it's an optimistic claim. I'm excited. I'm excited for AI too.
Now that I'm excited for. I hate everyone that stands in the way of AI. They can all go fuck themselves.
I mean, there can be like some really powerful corruption potential there too, but other than that, like right now, there's so many fucking robots online. You don't know if you're talking to a human or not.
Well, I know
And it's
I'm
getting
talking
more
to a
convincing,
robot
too.
if they're sexually attracted to me. I'm like, suspicious. Right? All you gotta do is find out if they're sexually attracted to a libertarian, and then you'll know. You'll know that you're not talking to a real person.
Nice.
No, I mean, like, AI is the largest labor-saving device that will ever be created in human history. Like, why in the fuck would I stand in the way of the greatest achievement of human progress ever?
I haven't got all
Because
day.
fucking, oh my God, what's that dude's name? Sam, the
Harris?
fucking, yeah, because Sam Harris is scared. Okay, all right, I get it. You're scared of the singularity. Cool. Like, it's gonna happen. I'd rather we do it than the Chinese. So fucking buckle up there, bucko. Someone said, yo, babe, I'm not violating the nap if I do this, right? I'm not going to lie, dude. These have been really interesting questions, but you take a long time to ask them. And if I hadn't a third monitor to play WoW on, I'd be like, all right, well, it was nice talking to you. But now that I do, I have this sufficient distraction for the stream. It has allowed me to discover like a great conversation that I might not have had before because I would have like moved on to quickly get to the content. So I'm appreciating that you came today of all days. What would
Yay! I think it's a great conversation too. Yeah, I'm kind of a reserved guy and very analytical, so I think I'm kind of a slow processor. But yeah, thanks for listening.
Yeah, I appreciate it. If you have any outros or any media you want people to follow, and if not, come stay in the Discord and we'll hang out. I got to do a lot of debate prep tomorrow though.
Who are you debating?
So I'm gonna be not this weekend, obviously, because we're in it. Not this next weekend, but the weekend after that, April 5th. I'll be on the Culture War debating counterpoints on Social Security and why I believe it is the main destructive force on the family and gender relations. Yeah, on Tim Pool's show. So that should be a lot of fun.
Oh yeah, Tim Pool's show, nice.
Well,
yeah,
I mean,
funny.
it's
I found Vosh through Tim Pool, and then I found Destiny through Vosh, and I found you through Destiny.
that is a wild chain.
Yeah, I try to stay open-minded.
No, it's just a wild chain that's how you found me. I never would have thought that, but I appreciate it.
What makes it even weirder is actually Ian Crossland was the first of the chain, but I don't know if many people know who he is.
I've watched him before. Yeah, it's the guy on Tim Pool, like the old guy that used to be on Tim Pool or something.
Yeah, I don't know
Not
if he
old,
still works there anymore because Tim Pool like downsized a lot or something, didn't he?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't follow it religiously. I watch a couple clips every now and then. I haven't seen him in a while.
Who's a really good debater? One of the best debaters you've gone against, as far as they got their logic and axioms down and shit like that.
I'm gonna pull up my YouTube so I don't say something stupid and go and so I don't forget anybody, because that's probably the easiest way to look at it. Let's go to playlists and let's go to debates. I have 109. Jesus Christ. I've been doing this too long, chat.
You're a beast, dude.
Let's see. So I'd say Andrew Wilson is incredibly strong as a debater. Not so much I wouldn't say he's super smart, but as a debater, he's really, really good.
I was gonna ask you about that. Yeah.
I mean, he's very good at from the left. I don't know where he has gone, but Synth has probably been the toughest left-wing person I've ever debated.
SYNTH?
It's SYNTH, maybe? Maybe it isn't. I can't remember.
Andrew Wilson's a really good debate moderator too.
No, it is. It's SITNH. You're right.
Okay. SITNH.
SINTHE.
Ah.
His
Thanks.
last video was a year ago. Right? So I think he disappeared or something. Well, I think he like he started, I don't know, man. Like he like started like, I'm not trying to say this to be an asshole, okay? I'm just observing reality, everybody. But last time I saw him, it looked like he was starting to transition. And he was talking about taking estradiol and shit. And then he kind of dis-a-fucking-peared. So I don't know if like the gender dysphoria was like getting to him, or if I guess he, I don't know if he's a he or a she now, right? But maybe Synth disappeared to like go live their best life, or maybe they'll come back as a fucking woman out of nowhere, right? Like, as a trans female or whatever. I don't fucking know. But when I debated him, and he was him at the time, dude was good. He was very good on the philosophy. Yeah.
He took courses, or he's a student.
I don't know, but I'm pretty sure he was almost certainly formally trained. Like, I would be very surprised if he wasn't. Let's see, who else have I debated that I thought was really fucking good? I'm gonna be honest with you, man. Most of my opponents have been really fucking disappointing. Liquid Zulu, obviously, but he's another ANCAP, you know. So
do you think do you think Destiny's logic is solid, but he's just kind of dishonest and gets emotional sometimes?
I don't think his logic's very good. I would say his rhetoric is really good. I wouldn't say his logic is very good. I think he has a fairly elementary understanding of logic, despite what he accused me of. JF Garepi was okay, but I was still very disappointed in my debate with him. Like, I thought he would be a lot better than he was, unfortunately.
Did you ever go Vosh?
Vosh is terrified to debate me. Modern day debates reached out to him, and then apparently he like kirked out on Modern Day Debates, and then they were like, "What happened?" And I was like, "Nothing. He just knows I'm going to kick his ass."
Yeah.
And well, not it's twofold. It's also because Vosh has never debated a real ANCAP, and he has brought on fake ANCAPs to debate before, and then converted them to leftist anarcho-syndicalism, anarcho-communism in one stream, which is obviously like not real, right? And so like I think he's afraid of being exposed in that regard. Where the fuck is this quest? I'm like,
do you think
having an
Vosh
ADD
is like a pretty good example of like the left being intelligent but detached?
Yeah, I would say Vosh is pretty smart, but he's I would say Vosh is also like a grifter, and so like he gets caught in contradictions not from his ideology so much as from his own lies and bullshit. Right, like there's a really good clip, right, of Vosh, and it's like I think it's like Curb Your Vosh is what it's called, right? And he's like reacting to a Jubilee video, and like the women are talking about like being sexually assaulted, and he's like, all women, he's like, we have to believe women, blah blah blah, and then he like plays it again, and then it's very clear that she's talking about the fact that she was raped by Muslim men in the UK, and the police didn't take it seriously because of like the fear of offending Muslims. And then he immediately goes into a tirade about how she's lying and all this other stuff, and crashes out. And it's like, dude literally completely changed opinions on believe all women in a 30-second span because it no longer allied with his political grift in that moment. Right.
And
so
he
like
was
Vosh
like having like cognitive dissonance while doing that 180.
No, he didn't have any cognitive dissonance. He just immediately switched positions.
Just unaware.
I mean, he was just like,
Total.
oh, she's going to say this. Of course, white women are like this, and they're white women tears. And it's just like, he just crashes out and gets mad and doesn't even have like a sense of contradiction in the most blatant and obvious contradiction that he himself put up for like within seconds. It's like, it's hilarious. Like you cannot be like that unless you are just a lying grifter. Hold on, people look
Are
like
you
they want.
are you going to challenge Tim Pool on stuff, and how like do you think it's going to be a pretty smooth conversation? Or are you expecting some kind of pushback on some stuff?
Listen. I'm going to debate my ideas, and I'm going to be fairly respectable. And the reason I'm going to be fairly respectful is because I'm 2 hours and 40 minutes away from him. And I want to do a really good job and be there more than just once, because I'm one of the few people that he wouldn't need a plane ticket for. He can just call me and go, hey, someone canceled. Can you be here in 3 hours? And I can say yes. Okay, so I'm going to fucking, like, if he says some wrong shit or attacks my position, I'll defend my position. But am I going to be a rude asshole and try and get like a gotcha and be like, I heard you said this at one point, blah, blah, blah. No, I'm going to, for the first time in my fucking life, not fuck up and actually network and hopefully try and proselytize, anarcho-capitalism and libertarianism to that space of right-wingers, because I'd be an idiot to do anything else. Because again,
would you suggest another libertarian influencer such as yourself? That's a good leader.
If you want day-to-day news, check out Mentis Wave. Right? Like if you just like want to hear like a libertarian perspective on things happening in politics, check him out. If you really want to get better at philosophy and deep understanding of libertarianism, check out Liquid Zulu. And if you want debates and something in between, you're already at the best channel as far as I'm concerned. At least from a hardcore libertarian perspective. There are other big people that call themselves libertarian, like Dave Smith, but like they're more like liberty-minded Republicans as far as I'm concerned these days. Like they say a lot of contradictory things. Their philosophy is not up to date. They're not super good at it, but they are pushing a lot of like libertarian light ideas, and they're good at entertaining.
Yeah.
But I would say if you're looking
to
for
get into libertarianism like 5 years ago, and I tried to listen to Dave Smith, and I was like, I guess I don't like libertarianism because he wasn't like particularly appealing.
They just don't know the theory that well. They don't know the theory that well. Liquid Zulu knows the theory probably better than anybody else. But, he's a different type of content creator, right? Like grab a notebook, grab a cup of coffee, and be ready to take notes. You know what I mean? That's what a Liquid Zulu video or stream is going to be like. If you're looking for like some fun and some debates and stuff with nerdy conversations like this, a little of both, I feel like that's what I provide. If you're looking for like day-to-day news, like, oh, this is what happened in politics. How do libertarians feel about this? I think Mentis Wave does a great job of that with his videos. He's, I think those are.
I bet you would be a good
stuff.
atheist debater, kind of like Alex O'Connor type stuff.
I'd love to debate Christians, but the problem is that everybody's typecast me with the right wing. So like every time they call me, or they're like, wait a minute, well, you're not really going to be that good at debating the Christians. And I'm like, no, dude, I'm way better than these fucking lefty humanists you keep bringing on. Like, stop bringing on these lefty humanists and bring on somebody that actually fucking cares.
Yeah, I think he would be pretty good in that arena for sure.
There's a Kano boy hopping in chat. What's up, Kano boy? I'm just doing an AMA call-in thing. If you want to hop in, you can hop in the Discord. Got my third monitor and set up. Like, I used to have a third monitor, but it was like really, really small and shitty, so I got it set up so I can game and bullshit while talking to people.
Is Econo Boy the lefty?
I mean, he is a
socialist?
lefty.
He's a socialist.
He's like a democratic socialist, economics focus. I don't know exactly what he does in terms of his field, but I know he has a master's degree, correct? And in econ, I don't know what type it was focused in. All right, let me figure out where the fuck I'm going. What the fuck? I gotta go all the way up here for this quest. This is so much. Whatever. Fuck it. I'm just chilling. I just want everyone to know that I'm normally way better at leveling than this. But trying to have high level political conversations and leveling at the same time, I'm just kind of zoned out on the gaming portion. Walking simulator, that's mostly what I've been doing. Hold on, here's sprinting simulator for you. Akana Boy says he's a master of bending the 4 elements. That's okay, there's a market for everything? Not if Akana Boy gets his way. Before long, there won't be any markets. Seeing if I could goad him. Did you have any other questions or anything, though? Or we're just chilling?
Yeah.
I'm always happy to proselytize libertarianism, man. That's my first and foremost goal in this channel. Like, if I was purely focused on making money as a political streamer, there's no way in fucking hell I would be like, I am an anarcho-capitalist. I would be like, I'm a liberty Republican and I love the Constitution. And then every time I did a debate, I would just fucking look up what the Constitution says. Fucking easy peasy Japanesey.
How long have you been studying philosophy?
I mean, depends on how. I don't know how to answer that question. I could say my whole life, and that would be a lie, but that would also be the truth, right? How long have I been genuinely interested in going into philosophy? I would say like as opposed, like I took like a logic course and like 2 philosophy classes in undergrad. You know, I mean, I read Nihimachian Ethics because I thought it was really interesting and I wanted to, see what Aristotle was about. But like in terms of like really trying to understand philosophy, it starts with someone that I had a falling out with on stream, believe it or not, who was a good friend, and I was kind of a dick to him, but I still think I was right. With Wellspring, who was an objectivist that really started grilling me on it, and so that probably happened about 2 years ago. He was really like, hey dude, like libertarianism is not enough. You need a deep, positive philosophy of understanding like core principles. And I was like, fuck, I guess I do. And he made me. He made me do it. Is it still open stream? Yeah, dude, just hop in the fucking Discord if you want to come and ask a question or something. I mean, I'll also take super chats if you don't want to. If you're too nervous to, you know what I mean, to hop in the Discord, you can always just pay me and I'll answer your questions. I mean, if I happen to see something in chat, I'll answer it as well too, obviously. But there's no guarantee when I'm gaming and talking to people, I'll get to your question. No, I mean, wait. Is it still open, the stream? No, I mean the stream of falling out with a friend. Oh, I think it was only on Twitch. I don't think I had it on YouTube. I was a Twitch streamer, right, before I was a YouTube streamer. And a lot of things from Twitch didn't make it to YouTube because have you ever tried to edit a fucking 6-hour video? You ever seen what that does to your computer? I mean, my current computer's not that bad at it, but I was streaming on a laptop at the time, so.
Need to get the AI on that task.
Yeah, dude, fucking, that's going to be dope. When I can tell the AI, be like, make this short. Actually,
we're
when
gonna
I
be able to make movies. We're just gonna say or type a movie idea, and it's just gonna fucking make the movie for us. You know what I mean?
I mean,
There's
AI
not gonna
will
be
always be a tool.
directors, actors. You know,
AI will be a tool, right? And so, you know, a tool is only as useful as the person utilizing it, right? So even when we have that, there will still be people that know how to use it better.
but if you think of how many people go on a typical movie set, and that can essentially be broken down to just, you know, CGI, one person, and perhaps one AI or something like that. That's a huge leap.
I think what's far more likely to happen is you're going to get studios of like 20 or 30 people working with AI and scripts to make a movie like once a month. Right? Like what you're probably going to see is them tweaking it, them feeding it a script, them, you know, going in and being like, no, change this, them having meetings and creative meetings about like the AI gave them 3 possible images, you know, or videos of like a section, people cutting down and editing portions out, etc., of like a team of writers, creative directors, and editors in like a small studio that only take like, you know, it only costs them like, you know, a couple $100,000 to make a movie, and they'll put out phenomenal movies.
Oh yeah, the big movies, yeah, for sure it'll be a team, yeah. But I mean, like, it's the technology gets so advanced that you can just do stuff by yourself, whereas in the past you had to outsource different skill sets to get the job done. Like in the scene of metal music, there was like an emergence of a lot of one-man bands because they had like the computer technology, the drum programs, and the digital audio workstations to do this. Anyway.
Yeah, no, I mean, like, yeah, I agree.
And it's just like, eventually everything is going to get automated. Not literally everything, but there's going to be so much automation. And it's like, that's why Andrew Yang wanted to implement the UBI to help the people that are get kicked out of the job force unless they operate on robots or something. What do you think of UBI? Obviously you don't like it, but...
Oh, what the fuck? Damn, I died, boys. I died. If this was hardcore, we'd be over. Didn't realize a 4th guy was going to come in. I think UBI can be good. Well, I think all taxation is theft, and so, you know, a wealth redistribution is evil and bad. Okay, so let's start there. But I think, you know, the freedom dividend or whatever, if insofar as it gets rid of the central planning aspect of it and gets rid of all of these agencies that are designed to plan and move about in like distribution, you know, like, so for example, like food stamps, right? You have to apply for a food stamps card. You have to like reapply. You have to like show that you're doing certain things. You have people that look at all the, so there are all these employees and systems and buildings that like cost money and reduce how much wealth can be redistributed, and like cost government jobs and interrupt the market more than is necessary. So unlike Republicans being like, what we're going to do is we're going to make it to where you can't buy soda with your food stamps. That to me is the exact opposite direction of where we ought to be going, which is we should just get rid of the application process altogether, and we should just give, are you poor? Okay, you get wealth redistribution. Like, I don't like the wealth redistribution, but if I can convince people to get rid of food stamps and all this other bullshit, if I can convince them to get rid of all that shit, then like that's a step in the right direction, because it's less waste, less corruption, and more money that just goes to the market on what people want to spend their money on. I think plenty of people will then use that money to just buy drugs and buy stupid shit. But I mean, like, you know, That's
What do you
just kind of
think
the name of the game.
Yeah, they're not solving the issue with the root.
Yeah, they're not. Like, it's wealth redistribution is still bad.
What do you think of systemic racism?
I don't believe in critical race theory. Like, it depends on what you mean.
I mean, do you think black people have been systemically oppressed because of history? Given history?
I mean, like, do I think redlining occurred? Yeah. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, I mean that's one example. Yeah.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Like, do I think, like, I mean, like, do I think that, like, you know, certain things disproportionately affect certain demographics? Yeah, like one example would be lead water, right? Lead lowers IQ, increases violent behavior, increases psychosis, and all hosts of neurological disorders. And where is lead in our water systems predominantly? It's in low socioeconomic status in inner cities. So the black community is the community most affected by lead poisoning, which lowers IQ and increases violent behavior. Like, is that a problem that we should probably tackle in some way, shape, form, or another? Yeah, absolutely. Do I believe that, like, America is an inherently, you know, white supremacist nation that, you know, hates black people because of some bullshit, you know, cockamamie brought up thing that, you know, the flavor of the month racist wants to talk about? No, they can go fuck themselves.
But what is the difference between the former and the latter? Is one just delusional and one is genuinely trying to help and looking at the data?
Right. One, the former, right, is looking at the data, you know, and recognizing reality exists and being able to, you know, extrapolate the potential, you know, effects of you know, causal, you know, look at the potential causal effects, right? As well as the, you know, the downstream effects. The other is an axiomatic position that posits from the beginning that America is a white supremacist nation, that we need class consciousness, that we need to destroy capitalism, and that all of these things are examples of white supremacy. And then they look for it in the world, then they find real things that exist, and then they lie about what the causal effects are so that we can lay the blame at white people, which is a never-ending process of dividing and destroying based off of an irrational, unreasonable, and evil ideology. They both recognize and see the same problem, but one sees the problem because the problem exists and they're looking for problems to solve, and the other sees the problem because they have an axiomatic philosophical position that is evil.
Yeah, I think there's the regressive left and the progressive left. So the regressive is the latter, the one that you're, you know, speaking against right now. The delusional left, or the what you might say like the bleeding heart liberal.
Bleeding heart liberal is such a fucking lie. These people are motivated by evil. They just don't know it. I'm gonna bring in the another guy.
So cynical.
Stay in here.
Yeah, sure.
You know, no, I'm sorry. I'm a right wing anarchist and I hate leftism. I'm bringing another guy. What's up, Trex?
Hey, what's up, guys?
Dude, we're just answering all of the fucking questions about. I brought in too many people that were eager to ask questions. I should have been fucking soliciting for donations the whole time. I fucked up. I should have been like, you guys want me to talk? You gotta pay me. I'm too nice.
Yeah, well, you know, that's how it be sometimes.
What's the George Carlin quote? Behind every cynic is a disillusioned, or oh shit.
Yeah, look it up and get back to me.
I thought you were gonna finish it for me because it's like exactly what we're talking about.
Oh, I don't remember it.
And it's popular. I don't find it.
So how's WoW going, Scott?
Dude, I mean, like, it's a game I've played on and off for 20 years. The only reason I started playing it is I realized that people often like having something else to watch on stream, and I can devote like not even 10% of my brain power to this most of the time. So that's what I'm going to do, is I can do that and get more people to come in and stay in because there's something for them to watch beyond just listening to me bullshit about libertarianism. The other thing is, and I'll just tell you guys, right? Because unlike a lot of these grifters, you know what I mean? Like they you know, I'm an open book. The other thing is that if you give people something to watch on the screen, they're more likely to sit and watch the stream as opposed to get up and clean their house or do other things, which means they're more likely to engage in chat, which means I get more viewers, and it also means they're more likely to donate money. Okay, because I am doing this for a living, and I won't lie to you that there are other motivations here, and none of them, and way down on the list is that I like playing this game, but I don't have enough time to play this game, but now I can do it while I stream. So eventually I can just gank people and fucking farm money, and then I'll actually have enough time to play this game because I'm doing it while I'm working.
Yeah, you need to get like those like oddly satisfying clips as well, in like the corner. You know, it's like the soaps and like soap carving and all of that stuff to like.
Or like one of those machine presses that just like presses like random things.
Yes, yes.
I feel like I feel like with this is enough ADHD for the stream. Like I feel like if I add too much, it'll like people will hop in the stream and be like, this guy's retarded. Or they'll be like, this guy's re-uploading other people's content. You know what I mean? Like they won't believe that I'm playing WoW and watching some other video and talking to someone because only a super ADHD person like me could even do that. They'd just be like, this dude's just re-uploading a bunch of people's content, piece of shit.
Yeah, then you also need Family Guy funny moments as well.
Exactly. You need Family Guy funny moments.
The holy trinity of like of TikTok and brain rot.
So yeah, it was George Carlin. He said, inside every cynical person there's a disappointed idealist. And admittedly, I'm kind of an idealist. I got my head in the clouds half the time, and I hold high standards, and I have high hopes.
I mean, it depends on what you mean by idealist. If you mean it like not philosophically, but you mean it just like someone with high hopes for the future, I'm a fucking ANCAP. Like it doesn't get any more idealist than that from that perspective because I'm pushing a philosophy.
that is pretty idealist, yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, so I mean, I think I need to go back to learn.
Yeah. Well, see, as an ANCAP, it can be troubling at times because, you know, there are moments when it's be like, OMG, we are winning. And then there's moments like, no, hell has fallen upon us. What are we doing? Nothing's going to work. We are in a godforsaken world. But
I don't feel like I'm ever like that, but all right.
You're not Australian.
It sounds like oh, that's true. I mean,
you're not Australian.
I mean, you guys lost a war to birds, so I could understand how you get disillusioned with reality.
Okay, it was two guys on the back of a truck with a machine gun versus like 30,000 birds. All right, I don't think anyone's odds are good with that.
You're right, but that was only one of the wars. You lost 2 wars to birds, sir. Don't fucking try and weasel out of it.
Well, once we decentralized the war and just like said, "Hey, farmers, you deal with it," they got sold.
True.
So,
Thank you so much, Praxeb, for the membership. For only $3.99, you guys can get access to emojis and absolutely nothing else because I'm bad at making money and I don't gatekeep content. But the even worse truth is not that I'm bad at making money and I don't gatekeep content because I'm a good person and I want it all to be there. The worst truth is that I'm really bad at editing and I don't have the time or the drive to edit so much content that some of it would be gatekept. But nevertheless, you get cool emotes and you can spam glowies in chat, and I appreciate your support. And maybe if I get enough people in here and do well enough these next couple of months, on like, some of these big shows, I can have enough money to hire an editor, because that's what I really need to make this channel pop off. Somebody to be like, okay, I'm gonna help you out.
Yeah, freaking Prexib. Like, bro's like hitting on me half the time on Twitter. It's like, he's such a rambunctious young man. Like, freaking Prexib.
All right, that got weird.
Well, it's just Prexib. He's just a weird guy. He's just hitting on me half the time. So
Watch over you.
it's like he, I'm not sure if he wants to be like my little like ANCAP twink, or he wants to turn me into one. Like, it honestly confuses me.
Okay. Have fun
I'm
with
just
that.
I'm just venting.
All right, well,
So you actually have 100 debates? Is that what you said earlier? Like over 100?
Well, I mean, that was just how many are on my YouTube channel that are labeled as debate. There's probably other videos and live streams where I did debate and forgot to click the button.
Who's the biggest personality you've debated?
Debased.
Debased and debated. I did say debased, didn't I?
So hold on. My debate playlist has 109 episodes, but I'm sure there are plenty that I did on Twitch that aren't there that I forgot about. But yeah, I mean, like, I do
the biggest one. Was Destiny the biggest?
Yeah, I'm trying to think. Destiny's probably the biggest personality I've debated 1v1. But I mean, I was the third Hippy Dippy Rumble champion on Hippy Dippy Rumble, right? So I won that, and I was supposed to debate Destiny. And then like Hippy Dippy fell apart. So that was the thing. But like, yeah, so I've done a bunch of Hippy Dippies with Dylan Burns, and like during that, I debated quite a few large people, right? Like in panels, because I probably did like 20 of those. And I don't think like maybe like only 1 or 2 of those are even on the YouTube. But I mean, like, I debated a lot of personalities, but they weren't like 1v1 debates.
Do you proactively try to better your debating skills?
I mean, I guess. I mean, depends on what you mean. Like, I don't, like, I'm not constantly reading books on how to be a better debater. No, I'm more worried about reading books on learning, different political ideologies and philosophies. And then,
I mean, you said earlier that you're not interested so much in convincing the other person, so as much as talking to the audience in general.
Yeah, well, so like that's like what I'm saying is when you debate, you need to know who your audience is, right? So my primary audience is my own audience. My secondary audience is the person I'm debating's audience. My tertiary audience is the general audience that may or may not hear about it because somebody else reacts to it, or a clip goes and pops up on Twitter or something, right? And then my fourth audience would be the person I'm debating. And in terms of pleasing people in the way that I engage in the debate, that's the order of values that I have, right? So I'm most concerned with making sure that my audience is well entertained, learns new things, sees some tips and tricks, and gets the content that they came to my channel for. My secondary audience is picking up new people from their audience, convincing their audience that that person is wrong or that person is whatever. And sometimes I'm debating someone I'm friendly with, right? And it's more about like us sharing together, right? And like, their audience and my audience, coming together and linking together, like if I debate like Liquid Zulu or something. And then the other thing is like, do I have clippable moments? Do I sound good in general to a general audience? And then fourth is like, convincing the other person, because 99% of the time that person is completely like, you know what? There is a great quote from Lincoln in his temperance address.
Shoot.
And Caps love Lincoln, Brian. You don't even know.
Is that right?
No, they fucking hate Lincoln.
Are you an ANCAP? Are you an ANCAP?
I am.
Of course you are.
Yeah. You know, we're great folk over here. You know, we have like Hopper, who's just like this wholesome little German guy who wishes no wrong on anyone. And then we have our Lord and Savior Murray Rothbard, who's like
Stop. Fucking weirdo. All right, so this is the quote I was looking for. Hold on. Oh, I'm so sorry to everyone watching. I apologize to such a big degree. I am so sorry. There we go. Let me cut dark mode on. I apologize for what I did to your eyes. Okay, here we go. So this is Lincoln in discussing kind of like convincing people in argumentation. To have expected them to do otherwise than they did, to have expected them not to meet denunciation with denunciation, crimination with crimination, and anathema with anathema, was to expect a reversal of human nature, which is God's decree and never can be reversed. When the conduct of men is designed to be influenced, persuasion, kind, unassuming persuasion, should ever be adopted. It is an old and true maxim that a drop of honey catches more flies than a gallon of gall. So with men. If you would win a man to your cause, first convince him that you are his sincere friend. Therein is a drop of honey that catches his heart, which, say what he will, is the great high road to his reason, and which, when once gained, you will find but little trouble in convincing his judgment of the justice of your cause, if indeed that cause really be a just one. On the contrary, assume to dictate to his judgment, or to command his action, or to mark him as one to be shunned and despised, and he will retreat within himself, close all avenues to his head and his heart. And though your cause be naked truth itself, transformed to the heaviest lance, harder than steel, and sharper than steel can be made, and though you throw it with more Herculean force and precision, you shall be no more able to pierce him than to penetrate the hard shell of a tortoise with a rye straw. Such is man, and so must he be understood by those who would lead him even to his own best interest. Right? So, like, when you are debating someone and you're in a confrontational position and you have to break down their ideas, and it's imperative that you showcase that their ideas are evil, right? Like, Lincoln understood, and even David Hume kind of understood this before him, right? Like, understood from a rhetorical position that these people, like, you cannot convince someone unless they want to believe you, unless they want to be your friend, right?
Yeah.
And so, like, trying to convince somebody of something in a debate is just an effort and futility.
Yeah,
and I just feel like Lincoln, Abraham Lincoln, said it better than anybody else before or after.
Well, I think people are way more susceptible one-on-one when it's not being recorded, and they don't have a follower base, and
right. It's just like trying to do a stream debate and like convince people of anything is just silly.
Yeah, I mean, how many people do you know have done a debate and have done a 180 in the debate and be like, you know what, bro, you're right. You're right. I'm wrong. How many people have done that? Not many people.
Yeah, no, I mean, you can't, like, I've done it, but not people with an audience.
It takes balls to do that. It's maturity to admit that you're
I feel
wrong.
like, yeah, I mean, I've done it a couple times. I've been like, you're right, but like on the entire premise of a debate, I've never done that. But like plenty of times have I been like, oh, that's interesting. I hadn't thought of it that way. Like, I've conceded points plenty of times.
As a Destiny consumer, I personally would have been happy with him if he was like, you know what, Scott, you got me on this one. Let's talk about something else. I would have been like, you know what, that Destiny, that's cool that you're mature enough to admit when you're wrong,
I mean, but why would he? Why would he? His entire brand is based off of something else, and then on top of that, like his whole audience, is behind him. Like you see him on Twitter, he's getting fucking cooked on Twitter. Like he put out one clip from our debate, and like 90% of the people in the clip were like trashing him. And then if you go to his own YouTube, they're all like, Fabian Liberty is the worst, dumbest person I've ever met in my entire life. Destiny, you are amazing. I can't believe you even had the patience to sit through more than 30 seconds of this piece of shit. I can't. It's just like okay.
I was watching those. I was watching those very comments live. I was like,
I was like, most of you don't even know what's going on. You know what I mean? It's fine.
You were talking about the 1% of Destiny's audience that may be appealed by libertarianism and logic, and I guess I'm part of that 1%.
Well, yeah, I mean,
Fabian. That's why I'm like always roasting you in the chat. So like once you make
just
it
to keep me humble,
right? Yeah, to keep you humble. To make
my fucking roommate and previous co-host, right, does that shit to me all the time. He'll just like he'll just be like, yeah, well, you know, you're fat. And I'm like, what the fuck? And he'll be like, I'm just trying to keep you humble before you go in Tim Pool. And I'm like, fucking, can you wait until after I'm successful to try and keep me humble? Like, not one, you know what I mean? Like, can you wait till after I make it? You know what I mean? Like, why you gotta do me like that, man? What are you talking about?
Posting.
Just continuous glaze. That's what you want.
I mean,
the power and the money and the influence it gets to people's heads. Do you think it's gotten to Destiny's head, for example, or Tim Pool?
Well, I mean,
perhaps?
I talked to the other guy, right? And I don't know if you were listening then, but it's like when I took a month off, I realized how strong an influence audience capture can be. Because I was able to gain perspective taking a month off, right? Like it fundamentally changed the way that I view the way that I engage with my audience and like discourse in general, is recognizing how easy it is to subconsciously fall into a trap of doing what has worked previously for you to maintain, you know, whatever with your audience.
Yeah.
You know, so like somebody like Destiny that has a much, much larger audience where they are, you know, I mean, I don't, you know, if I had to hire the best lawyer money can buy to keep me from fucking, you know, being a convicted sex offender, you know, on top of all that other shit, you know what I mean? Like, that's a fucking strong influence to keep doing what makes you money, you know? Just saying.
It sounds like he's a sexual rapscallion, you might say.
I just call him a sex pest.
Yeah, a degenerate.
I was curious about that term. I actually looked it up on Urban Dictionary, and is that name chosen exactly for that definition? Like, I'm not into I don't know the details of the latest accusations about that.
What, sex pest? Dude, sex pest is a slang term, man. I didn't look it up on fucking Urban Dictionary or whatever. I'm just saying he's a pest. It's based around him being, and then it's based around sex things. So he's a sex pest. It's not like a legal term or anything, you know?
Okay. I wasn't sure if it was
plus
like
it's fun to say.
Accusation or what.
You know what I mean? It's got like a like internal rhyme scheme. You know what I mean? I like it.
I've heard Hassan say it's sex pestany. Yeah. What do you think?
Watch
of
Hassan too. That's wild.
Oh, I mean, not really. No, I don't like Hassan very much.
I think Hassan is a well-connected himbo. With very little brain power, and you know,
what's a himbo?
It's a male bimbo. You know, he's a well-connected himbo. You know, cousins with Cenk Uygur. You know, his dad is a high-level government official. You know, multi-millionaire, I think billionaire. His mom is a extremely wealthy real estate investor. You know, he got his start doing like frat guy content, talking about, you know, bitches and how he bags bitches and how girls are dumb, doing like Andrew Tate type stuff. And, and then decided he wanted to be a lefty socialist and use his connections to do so. And then eventually found Destiny, and Destiny gave him a bump on the large audience. And then he kind of betrayed him because, he knew that he was going to do better than him, because Destiny's a creepy little weird manlet and he's a super attractive guy. So obviously he was a lot more charismatic and able to gain a lot more audience. And so now he is this half retarded, deranged himbo that, just kind of gets away with whatever he wants because he's got money, power, and connections, and he pretends to be a socialist, which is already a detestable thing, but he's not even honest in any of those regards.
If you had to, okay, I don't necessarily disagree with any of that, but if you had to place Hassan, Vosh, and Destiny on a detached from reality scale, where would you place them, like ranked?
Vosh, Hassan, Destiny, probably, I guess. With Destiny being closest to reality, but they all have false accents.
Vosh is more off unhinged than Hassan.
Yeah, because like Hassan's just dumb. You know what I mean? Like he's detached from reality because he's dumb and he doesn't think very well. And then people give him shit, but he still knows how to make money and connections. You know what I mean? He still knows how to fucking network, and he's just bullshitting. Whereas Vosh is like, Vosh is just ideologically possessed by his own fucking ego. Dude, I hate talking about these other people so much. All right, like it just makes me look like a douche, anyways. And I'm just like, these other dumb dummies. You know what I mean?
Is it the fact that they're on the left that bothers you?
Amongst many other things. No. It's just I just mean like if we were talking shit on Connor, who I'm or some other righty, I would say similar things. Like I could just as easily talk shit on how Candace Owens used to be somewhat based, and now she's leaned into the fucking anti-Semitic "it's the Jews" grift.
So you're saying it's just superficial conversation, is what you're saying?
I'm saying that it's just not a good look for a streamer to spend a large portion of their time just trashing other people. It makes me look like a pathetic, whiny person that's complaining about people more successful than me instead of just engaging and making content.
Yeah. Personally,
on top of the fact that it feels gross after a while. And it's like, I don't even like talking about these people. I don't like them.
Okay. Then Scott, name one good thing about Vosh.
He's clearly cares about animals.
That's safe. That's a safe answer.
Yeah, fair enough. Yes, he does. He does like his horses on his little like commune thing. Like
that was the joke. You just made it more explicit. This fucking. Thank you for explaining the joke to the audience that got it.
Yeah. Well, you never know. You never know.
I'll never meet a
not everyone has.
Dude,
empathy.
I hate on my own audience more than I hate on anybody else, and my audience returns in kind. Right? That's one of the things I love about my audience is like, I know I was joking about keeping me humble and stuff, but like they do a good job of like, I don't want to say keeping me humble, but like constantly improving. Right? Like I would put my audience up against almost anybody else's. Like let a fucking BGGer come in here, and my audience will fucking demolish them. Like, as you know what I mean? Like my audience is just so much better at fucking rhetoric than your typical fucking streamer audience. I love you guys.
Oh, thank you, Scott. Thank you. I like you. I don't particularly love you, but you're a good guy.
Well, I don't want you to love me with your odd relationship on Twitter and fucking, I'm not trying to be made into somebody's twink. I'd be a very bad twink. As a fat 6'5" hairy man, I'd be the worst twink ever.
I'm the same, Scott. I'm 6'5". I'm hairy. I'm a bit overweight, right? I'm like the exact same, right? I just don't get it. I'm so confused. Like, why? It's like harassment almost. Like, Like, is it?
Oh, calm
Ann
down
Cap
there now.
like a
All right, we were just
restaurant
talking
or-
about Destiny. We don't need to go into another stream of this shit.
No, it's okay, but man, no, Scott, you're a good streamer. You're very down
Praxeb
to
said
earth.
for real, he took a screenshot comparing your chat to Destiny's chat during the debate. I need that. I need a picture comparing the two. Send that to me. That would be funny. It's one of those things I might just keep in a folder so that when I end up debating Destiny again or something, you know, I can just like make that part of the thumbnail.
It's like it's like with everything there's a mixed bag, including Destiny's chat. There's this you know, the dumb people are usually the loudest and speak the most often. So yeah, they're the ones like trashing Fabian when he's actually winning the debate. You know, this is probably maybe the majority. And then there's the smarter people that are like, this is something to think about. Maybe Fabian is right.
Well, it's like I said, dude, like I normally I know whether or not I've won or lost a debate in terms of like my audience and like what I care about. Like, did I do a good job? Do I feel like I came out on top in the places that matter, right? In the way that it matters is, you know, I entertained and strengthened my audience, and you know, it'll look okay to a general audience, and like I probably gained some respect from some small modicum of the opponent's audience. I had no idea when that debate ended because it was just such a fucking like shit fest of like him dodging everything and then pretending like I'm doing it. And I'm like, I don't know how stupid the general public is at knowing that like it's not me that's like being a fucking weirdo here. It's like I'm just trying to get him to actually stick to the conversation and engage in logic and reality. And like he's just refusing to do it. And so I was like, I have no idea how I did on this. And my own chat was like telling me I did a good job. And I was like, okay, well that's promising, right? And then like people that normally tell me I do a bad job, like that are avid watchers that are like, here's the 7 reasons you fucked up, right? Where like you were in the zone, you did a good job. And I was like, oh shit. And then what happened was the next day, Destiny took a clip, and it's him talking for 1 minute and 15 seconds straight. The only clip he showed, I don't say a word in the clip. I'm just there at the bottom going, right. And then he posted that clip. And I've got 1,200 followers on Twitter. He has 295,000. And 90% of the comments are just cooking him. And then I responded, and I was like, when the only clip going around from the debate is one where I don't speak at all, and like and you're over here saying it's problematic to designate Hamas a terrorist organization, you know you got cooked. And there was like 2 comments under mine that were like, nah, I watched it, you're bad. And then everybody else is like, Destiny, lay off the cocaine. What's wrong with you? Why? It's just like, and I was like, okay, I now know I clearly won this debate. Like I was not confident in whether I won or lost just because it was such a shit fest. And then I saw that and I was like, I don't care that his own YouTube audience is commenting that I suck. Like, whatever, duh, that was always going to happen.
It's engagement. It's good.
But I was just like, good God, man. Like, how the fuck are you getting cooked on Twitter with nigh 300,000 followers? Like, and the general Twitter audience is just shitting on you in favor of me. And I'm not even talking, so you don't even hear my counter arguments to what you're saying. It's literally them just shitting on you for the arguments that you're making alone. I was like, this is like, you did bad, bro.
You know what? At what point in the debate, for me, it was obvious that you had won and Destiny had lost, was when Destiny effectively said, dude, I didn't know you were going to look at my statements under a microscope.
Yeah, I'm like, that's the
topic. He's like,
what are you talking about?
A first-year prop logic philosophy student take, and like all you're doing is looking at his argument under a microscope, and he like tried to squirm out of the microscope view.
It's like
when he
the
said
debate
that,
proposition
like, it was over.
I was like, yeah, the debate proposition is, I think you are making a bullshit argument to attack Asmongold, and like that's the whole conversation. What do you mean?
I don't know. Destiny is just so like he's just going on and off like different like grifts, right? Because like I see him, like I remember when I first like saw him, right? And he was just constantly glazing Asmongold, right? He was just going da-dee da-dee da, right? Asmongold is so based. I love this guy, right? And then right like around like the time that the American election had really gone like full like send, right? And Asmongold was being like more like, I don't know, open with his opinions on like immigration and like certain things. It's like Destiny just went like full like 180 on Asmongold.
Did he ever really support Asmongold though?
Yeah, no, like,
I don't think so because Asmongold is like
clips.
right.
Yeah, no, I remember seeing clips. But what do you mean by right? Like
right wing?
Yeah. I wouldn't necessarily think that Asmongold's right wing. Like he's a supporter of like UBI.
I think he's moderate right. I'm guessing Asmond is moderate right.
Dude, you can't you are one of two things if you are a gaming streamer that has been here during Gamergate, okay? You are either left wing or you are right wing. There's nobody that after Gamergate, if you were following all the news and everything, like you kind of had to pick a side. You know what I mean? And so like you were either going to be pro the wokeness and the DEI and where the fuck am I walking? I got lost.
Are you talking about the Twitch environment or the Twitch sphere?
Well, it's like as a gaming streamer, you are forced to kind of understand and have some dialogue on what is happening in games as they are under assault by woke nonsense. Right?
Yeah, no,
and if you are anti that shit, it doesn't matter if you're a centrist. You're right wing as far as basically everybody is concerned.
Okay.
But that's just an ignorance to nuance, isn't it?
Yeah. Welcome to online politics.
Yeah.
But I mean, if you're talking about the landscape, that's one thing. But if you're talking about reality, that's another thing.
What the fuck is right wing? That's the problem. Right wing is an abstract concept that literally everybody else has a different definition of. Right? The original definition of right wing means that you sit on the right side of parliament in favor of the monarchy. Well, that's not what it fucking means. Okay, so what are we talking about? Conservatism? Well, what type of conservatism? What are you conserving? Are you a Burkean conservative, which just means you're a progressive going the speed limit? Or are you conserving some religious traditions? Is it traditional? There's a billion different definitions. You know,
look at the average of what's being output by the right.
Okay. Well, if that's the case,
currently,
then if that's the case, literally everyone that gets older, whose values remain roughly the same or becomes slightly more traditional, is right wing. Whatever position is center left today is right wing 20 years from now. Like, this is the problem, is that there's not like a really good understanding by our culture, by our society, of like what is or isn't right wing. And so as the Overton window moves, as politics shift, as things occur, you know, people become jettisoned into the category of right wing, whether they change or not.
So you're saying the same thing I am. There's not enough nuance given.
Right, but what I'm saying is the definition of right wing is you know, like, definitions of words are, you know, they're it's an abstract representation of a concept, and so if it isn't a well-defined concept in our culture, then it's a ill-defined word, even though the word might have a good definition. In practice, it doesn't matter.
It seems to me that the Trump era Republicans don't really have the same principles as the Bush era Republicans.
Well, yeah, I mean,
they totally it's totally different. I mean,
Yeah,
they agree on some things like government cuts and whatever, just tax cuts and whatever.
Like the whole, I don't know. It's just so weird when he like when it kind of the conversation gets down to it, right? Like, oh, what's left wing and what's right wing? When I feel like we all kind of like subconsciously know, like even though if we don't really have like a proper definition, like we all kind of know what left wing and right wing is.
But
right?
it changes. It changes on your worldview, though.
What?
Those definitions change depending on your worldview.
Well,
and there's many different worldviews,
right? But like we can kind of approximate it, right? To go, it's like right. Let's look at like this person.
Yeah, you can average it. You can average it out.
Rights, right?
Yeah.
Like we can approximate it. So maybe like we don't necessarily need like a staunch definition, right? But like rather, it's more of a vibe that you give off, right?
I am once again for the 1000th time recommending a YouTube video to everyone.
Yeah.
Oh my God, I can't type right now. It's the distributed video.
Yeah. No, I think you've recommended this one before, and I've been meaning to get to it. And,
bitch tried to attack me.
But no, my own personal definition of like the right is like someone who acknowledges hierarchy, right? I feel like that's a pretty like steadfast and like somewhat historically consistent like view of the right wing, right?
I think that's a good characteristic to acknowledge hierarchy. Hierarchy. Yeah.
Right.
That's good.
All right. I'm gonna put it in the Discord and in the YouTube chat for everybody. Join the Discord, guys. Give the stream a like. Follow me on X. Give me money. Do all the cool things that I like. But
media recommendations, or
I'm just gonna put it in the general chat. Well, actually, yeah, I'll put it in media recommendations. That's probably the right place for it.
Yeah.
All right. So in media recommendations in the Discord. All right, it is the Distributists video, to be right wing in 9 points, and just to he distills right wing by 9 values, and how right wing you are is based upon these, which is the strong axiom of human teleology, the axiom of virtue, the collective axiom of human teleology, the entropic law of human nature, the entropic law of human institutions, the iron law of oligarchy, prioritize human uplift over human comfort, favor investment-orientated accountability systems, and then lastly, pursuing order-based politics.
What's teleology?
Like, in his way, or like...
Oh, just a definition. I've never heard of that before.
So, this would be like, what is purpose or meaning, I guess you could say.
Okay.
Like, yeah, I mean, teleology, like, different philosophers are going to have different, like, definitions of teleology. But I guess, like, what is meaning is probably, like, the closest approximation I could give of, like, teleology.
Okay, thank you.
I think teleology is important because looking at things in terms of purpose really informs your reason and everything else. I think. Like purpose and meaning are like very fundamental.
Right, but the left doesn't. Oh, goddamn it. The left doesn't have a concept of like purpose or meaning that it imposes upon people or that it believes about people as a collective. Right, like it is absent.
What you're suggesting?
Well, I mean, you should.
What you're suggesting?
I mean, I hate leftism, so yeah, I guess. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I have a copy of Maps of Meaning, that I've had for ages, but I just haven't got around to reading it.
Dude, you have to read Maps of Meaning. Maps of Meaning is the only thing. If I would say Maps of Meaning is better than all of everything that Jordan Peterson has put out.
That's kind of before he had his mental or his health crisis.
Yeah, no,
Maps of Meaning is the book he
80s.
did. Yeah, that's the book he did when he was at Harvard.
Dude,
Before
Jordan
anybody
was
knew who
like
the fuck he was.
Jordan was at the top of his game in like 2018, 2000. Yeah, 2018.
Oh, you mean
probably.
before he fucking went to rehab and almost died from fucking benzo addictions? Yeah.
And I'm sure the death threats every day had some contribution to that too.
His
But
wife was
nonetheless,
having health issues. There's a lot of shit that was going on.
Yeah, he's like. I've seen Jordan Peterson in person when he came to my city. It was great. His wife did.
I almost said the F slur, just like jokingly. I almost called you the F slur, like as a joke.
Wow.
And then I realized that you can't do that on YouTube.
No. But no.
When you're like, I met Jordan Peterson in person, and I was almost.
No, I haven't met him, but I've seen him.
I thought you did
right?
like
That
a handshake.
that doesn't
meet and
change
greet.
anything.
No. That's like. No, I didn't pay for like the VIP access. I just got the seats to go to the show. They were pretty good seats. They weren't that far away from the stage, but it was pretty. Like it was a really interesting experience, right? And the good thing about Jordan Peterson is that like pretty much all of his live shows are from like the Daily Wire Plus platform, right? So you can just always just go in and just watch like unlimited Jordan Peterson content if you want, but you have to give money to Ben Shapiro. So
I'm
it's
good.
a bit of a trade-off.
I'm good. The only time I've ever given Daily Wire money is when people wanted to watch that What Is a Woman documentary. And I was like, all right, Discord, I'll do that for you. Like, I'll pay for this so we can all watch it together.
Yeah, like I don't know. I used to think higher of Ben Shapiro and like the Daily Wire, but lately, like in the past year or so, my opinion of them has severely downgraded. But
I value Republicans that can call out the bullshit on their own side, and similar to like liberals and on the left. Like anybody that can call out bullshit on their own side, and that's one of the things I like about Destiny is he seems to be like some kind of independent thought, where he'll have debates with the left and the right.
Yeah,
that's funny.
I mean,
it's funny.
Yeah, are you gonna engage with it or just say it's funny?
I'll engage with it. Yeah, I don't think he has independent thought because he engages with the left and the right. I think he sells a character of being the smart guy, and then he sees the news or political opinions having one or the other. He chooses which one he thinks will be entertaining and which one he probably kind of agrees with a little bit. Then he does a bunch of Vyvanse and he studies it all night long, and then he gets to be the based guy because he attacks the left and the right but really doesn't have any principled positions.
But in the current culture, isn't the base guy the one that's like extreme left or extreme right? Instead of like some kind of skewed
no, it's
middle?
It's just a different character he's playing.
Do you think he was like honest at one point and then the money came in and he's like, oh, I gotta like control this and maintain this image?
I mean, I don't.
Well, he claimed to be a libertarian once, so that's probably when he peaked.
He's never been a libertarian. He fucking he pretended to read fucking Atlas Shrugged. That's what it is. Is that he fucking because it's a cool part of his backstory.
Right.
Makes him sound like he's evolved and all these other things.
How I left the right moment.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. The left stay proven. Freaking Dave Rubin has me blocked on Twitter. Like, I don't know what I did.
Did you challenge him?
No, I've never I don't think I've ever
Provoke
spoken
him?
to him about it. I've never spoken to him.
Maybe it
I
was
only
your
have,
presumptuous
400.
name that he didn't like.
Well, my name's the Liberty Tyrant on Twitter, so
Well, there you go. There you go.
Yeah, dude.
It
I
was
mean,
your
it's like,
presumptuous name.
the people are like, well, who the fuck cares about Destiny? Dude, a lot of people care about Destiny. I care to talk about him a lot? I don't fucking get it. Like, I kind of feel like I feel about Destiny the same way that Morgan Freeman feels about Black History Month, which is that it'll finally go away when people shut the fuck up about it. Oh, fucking why? God damn it.
What?
Nothing.
Okay. But man, it upsets me to a degree that all of these streamers that I like to watch are all just leftists. And not even the non-political ones. They just add in a snarky comment here and there that this guy's a freaking idiot, right? And it's just so, I don't know, it's upsetting. And then they also love to collab with Hassan. It upsets me. And it's man, it's why would you do, why would you associate yourself with such a horrible person, right?
Oh, you mean all of the quote unquote non-streamers that love to hang out with Hassan?
Well, not non-streamers, but
no,
streamers,
non-political.
Non-political. Yeah.
Yeah, like NMP or Mizkif or fucking
exactly.
All of those people are all fucking Hassan's great, and then they've all slowly distanced themselves from Asmongold. I'll tell you why. It's very simple. Because if you want to make money in the entertainment business, you do one of two things. You make yourself apolitical, and then when it counts, you side with the left. That's it.
Yeah.
If you want money and power and connections in the entertainment industry, you don't fucking out yourself as having right-wing opinions.
Yeah.
That's it.
Well,
That's all it is.
Yeah.
What about
Hassan
the
has
Donald
clout.
Trump era, though? Doesn't it pay off to bow down to Trump in the current era?
It absolutely pays off to bow down to Trump in the current era in terms of grifting for audience. But if you're trying to get business connections, if you're trying to do like Asmongold did when he had his own business selling computers, and because of his problematic statements, he had to give up his shares of a business that he co-founded. Okay,
I think
yeah,
he just stepped away. Not maybe no.
Yeah, well, I mean, he stepped away because that was basically probably the only choice. Can argue? Oh God, I have a real question coming in. Let me get into this.
Oh.
Can argumentation ethics potentially be a linguistic sleight of hand rather than a general moral question, like a linguistic tautology rather than a universal? I struggled with this severely when I first found argumentation ethics. I was a hater of argumentation ethics. I was also not really aware of estoppel principle, right? And then Casimir and MRH Legacy, I haven't heard from him in a long time. He stepped away, but he has a couple of great videos. If you guys are ANCAPs, you should check him out. But yeah, I genuinely struggled with that. There was a lot of arguments and debates and conversations in my Discord around the philosophy of argumentation ethics. So I totally understand that position, and I was disabused of that notion by having to genuinely go through and understand each and every piece and step of the process and what they mean and strengthen my philosophy. For example, argumentation ethics is not something you can understand unless you actually understand what establishing a moral norm means. You really have to understand what the establishment of a moral norm is. You really have to understand what ethics is, and an understanding of all of the definitions of ethical systems from Hegel and Kant and from Hume and from other philosophers in moral philosophy. And when I did that work, and I worked really hard, I recognized that is not the case. but I'm genuinely saying that I was not a believer in argumentation ethics until I did that work and went through all of those things and had to understand. I had to understand all of the philosophy that argumentation ethics is founded upon, as opposed to just understanding the arguments that AE was making. So, like, I totally understand when people first come to AE and they're like, is this just verbal wizardry? Is this actually an argument?
Yeah. Well, when I first came across like argumentation ethics,
Oh, Grid wants to know, do I want to hop on stream and argue about something? Well, about what?
yeah, it was almost like a I don't know, like a freaking a nuclear bomb had just like gone off in my head in utter like confusion, right? Because it was making some like extremely lofty claims, right? And it was like I did not know how to perceive like what was being told to me.
Right.
Right. Like it was like, well, libertarianism is true because you argued? Like what?
Yeah, right.
I was like, huh? It's like I was like a libertarian right at that point, right? I understand like some of I understood like the non-aggression principle and all of that stuff, right? But then like it just, and then like once you just like, and then I just spent like just freaking like hours just reading about it, listening to stuff about it, right? Like just hours and hours, and it's just like, okay, then it just eventually clicked, right? It's like, oh, this is what it's trying to get at, right? It's like I don't know, it was just so, it was such a strange thing to learn about, because like I don't know, and it's such a lofty claim, like I still have troubles like wrapping my head around like what it does and what it tries to do, but like I don't know, it's just so it's just so magnificent and bold and spectacular in what it can do, you know. And when you use it, it's like you feel like a Sith Lord. Like
fucking weirdo.
I'm curious, do you guys think that the logic or the substance of ANCAP or libertarianism is more sophisticated, more intelligent than the people that implement it and understand it? Like there's some elevated like reality there.
Dude, sounds like you're using a bunch of wizard words.
Well, maybe neglect the don't consider it with the last thing I said. Like, do you have any idea what I'm talking about?
Yeah, no,
not really, brother.
No, I think you're saying is that like our ANCAP ideas too complicated for the average ANCAP or libertarian. Is that what you're saying?
Not necessarily.
Oh, okay.
That's fine.
That's what
never mind.
Yeah, I mean, like, as far as I can tell from what you're saying, I think yes. Right, like I think there are a lot of proponents of anarcho-capitalism that don't understand the ideology they claim to espouse, because it's too much.
This ties into the idea that I was mentioning earlier, that despite the circumstances of this ideology, it is pure nonetheless.
Yeah, pure.
Yeah, despite the results of its implementation, it is pure and good and natural because it is true. I mean, do you go that far? I'm curious. I'm just asking if you go that far.
I don't know that
Maybe
it is. I don't know that an ideology can ever be good or bad, right? Because by itself, it's an abstract thought, right?
Good and bad is kind of
Yeah,
a false dichotomy.
But I mean, I get what you're saying is like, the implementation of this is good. It must be. Well, I don't know that the implementation of anarcho-capitalism is good because it is not like Marxism or other ideologies where it posits an ought, right? Like it isn't a positive vision of what we ought do. It is a legal theory of proving how we ought not do certain things. Or at the very least, that one cannot claim a system is ethical unless it is following the ought not in the domain of the non-aggression principle, right? So it's like it's not telling you what is the good. It doesn't tell you what good is, right? So let's use an example of prostitution, right? Anarcho-capitalism, the natural law philosophy of it, right, would inform you that it is wrong to use violence to stop a prostitute. It's wrong to be illegal. It's wrong to use guns to stop it and arrest people for it. That is, you cannot claim that you are engaging in an ethical framework or that your system is ethical unless it lets the prostitutes, doesn't use violence or aggress upon the prostitutes. But anarcho-capitalism says nothing about whether or not your society ought have fucking whores running around or whether or not it's good, right? Like it makes no claim on that. It just says that I don't get to use the fucking police to kick down the doors of the madam's house on her own private property and send her off to jail because she sucked dick for $20, right? But that doesn't mean that I need to allow that in my neighborhood. That doesn't mean that a good society would have prostitutes, right? And so that's kind of the unique thing about anarcho-capitalism is that it is an impartial ideology insofar that it doesn't give you positive oughts. That's why to be an anarcho-capitalist, to be an effective one, you need to have other things. And that's why so many libertarians fail that do not understand the ideology because I've seen so many libertarians online, libertarians in big air quotes, that are like, why are you saying something bad against these prostitutes? Aren't you a libertarian? Don't you believe that she has the freedom to do with her body what she wants? And it's like, just because she has the freedom to do with her body what she wants doesn't mean that I think this OnlyFans whore ought to be celebrated in our goddamn society. What she does is I find to be morally objectionable. I think it's dysgenic, dysfunctional, degenerate, every DE word that there is.
What if there's a demand in the market for it? Doesn't that justify it in your worldview?
No, that's the biggest misunderstanding of libertarianism, and even many libertarians fail to understand.
Help me understand that. Help me understand that.
It doesn't tell you what is good or what is bad. It tells you that the non-aggression principle is basically a shit test for any ideology. And if the ideology does not follow the non-aggression principle, up to include all private property rights and taxation is theft, then it is not an ethical framework because it is a conflict-inducing system. It is not a system that resolves conflict. The only means by which it resolves conflict is might makes right. And so any system that doesn't follow the non-aggression principle is a system that is saying that the law of the jungle reigns supreme. And so even though they say, well, not really because we vote on it or whatever, but there are winners and there are losers, and the losers get the fucking axe, metaphorically or literally, depending upon the ideology. And if they keep saying no, eventually literally. Okay? Right? So it doesn't tell you
100% freedom. You want 100% freedom?
Freedom is not a value to me. I don't believe in 100% freedom.
Or liberty.
I believe
liberty.
No, I think plenty of liberties are fine to voluntarily give up for a more prosperous life. But
so you do believe in sacrifice.
I don't believe in sacrifice. I don't
Isn't
believe
that
in sacrifice.
a sacrifice though? You said isn't that a sacrifice?
If remember when I gave an example earlier about like living in a church town, right, where you have an app that requires everyone in the town check in that they went to church, right? I value living in a society, in this hypothetical. I'm not a Christian, right? But in this hypothetical, I'm a Christian and I just had children. I want to live in a society where everyone is forced to prove that they regularly attend church because that matches my values. It's not a sacrifice when you give up something in exchange for something that you value. Right, charity, for example,
it's just
isn't
a trade.
sacrifice.
It's just a trade.
Yeah, you're just trading, right? I'm trading. I'm trading, and I'm saying I'm gonna go live in a place that says, in order to live here, you have to go to a church once a week, and you have to prove that you went by like downloading this phone app. But that's not a sacrifice to me, because in my world, everyone else is doing this, and that's wonderful. That's the society I want to live in.
What's an example of a sacrifice that isn't a trade? Like a willful sacrifice that isn't that a trade by definition?
Well, if you're giving up something for something that you value, that's not a sacrifice. A sacrifice is when people tell you to give up something for something that you don't value. Right? Like when a socialist gets on stage and says we need to pay taxes for the poor, and says we need to force other people to pay taxes for the poor, but it's okay because the poor deserve it. The poor deserve an equal opportunity in this world. The poor deserve free medical care. Okay? I don't know these people. I don't know anything about these people. I don't have any value in these people. And yet other people are demanding that I give up what I earned, my property, so that other people can presumably have opportunities, etc. That's a sacrifice. That's evil. But if I'm
unless you believe it's a good trade. Unless you believe it's a good trade.
Well, if you believe in it, then you don't need then it doesn't need to be non-voluntary. You would do it on your own. You wouldn't need anybody or any government to force you to do it, right? But like if my younger brother, he's almost 18, he'll be 18 soon. If he falls on hard times and he calls me, says, "Hey man, I need a little bit of cash to get through to the end of the month. I've been having some problems. I lost my job. I've put in 6 applications. I got all A's in school. I'm trying to do my best. Can you help me out?" And then I Venmo him some money. That's not a sacrifice. I value my brother. I don't want to see my brother hit on hard times. I know he's going to help me when I'm in a similar position. I value multiple things about my brother. That's not a sacrifice. But when the government comes in and says there are poor people out there, give up your money or else, so that those poor people can have the opportunities denied them by poverty, yeah, that's a sacrifice. And it's the corrupt incentive structure of that is that people are now given other people's property not because those people value something in them, but because of some moral duty or obligation to sacrifice. And so it incentivizes the bad behavior as opposed to incentivizing other behavior. Because I'm willing to help my brother, the reason I'm willing to do that is because of all of the good behavior that he did for me, and all of the good things that he did to me and all the value that he brings in my life. That's what I'm paying for. That's what I'm incentivizing. A close relationship with my family, a bro who's got my back when I need it, somebody that I know is going to do right and do good in the world and I believe and I have faith in and I can mentor, as opposed to some fucking welfare queen somewhere that I don't even know, that the whole government system is saying because she's poor she deserves it. And of course it creates a corrupt incentive structure that actually incentivizes the thing that creates poverty. And the people that are in NGOs, they don't want to fix poverty because they make money by it. And the government structures, they don't want to fix poverty because they get votes off of it. And everybody involved is corrupt. And it doesn't stem from bad policy. It stems from bad philosophy. And the bad philosophy at the crux of it all is a duty or an obligation of sacrifice for the greater good. And there's nothing more evil than that.
Well, Scott, get this. I understand you're akin to your brother. You feel some kind of affection for him, affinity. And what do you think of the idea of that inclusion of love, of care, expanding beyond your family. Isn't that like a good thing? Like a sign of maturity where your care, your circle of care expands, not just to your family, but your community, your state, your country, the world. You know,
If
it
you're
gets
if
bigger
you
and bigger.
if you love people that you don't know and you know nothing about, there's something fucking wrong with you. You're sick.
Well, I mean, there's
Get help.
There's
Unfortunately,
an
that's
awareness,
like 80% of our fucking country.
Well, there's an awareness of people that are being taken advantage of, and you want to stick up for them. What's wrong with that?
There's nothing wrong with that. So long as it's
That's what
something
I'm
that you value, right? Like, so I have a video.
That's
It's
what
like
I'm
one of my.
speaking
I have a video. It's like one of the oldest videos on my YouTube. So the philosophy is a little rough on it because it's like 3 years old. But it's called the Richmond Trade Association. Okay. I explain how charity can be done in a private model and how people can profit off of charity and how the incentives of everybody involved would want to profit off of charity, how local businesses can create a profit off of that charity, how the charity itself makes profit, and et cetera, et cetera. Right. So I don't want to go through that whole thing when I've already done it once in a video. Check it out, I guess. Right. Like, not to be an asshole. I'm just like, I kind of already did that thing. So yeah, but right. Like, there's nothing wrong with saying I live in a neighborhood and my kids live in this neighborhood and I don't want homeless people on the street, so I'm going to do something about it. Right?
I never said there's anything wrong with that.
No, I'm saying that there's nothing wrong with that. Like expanding beyond your family, right? And like you could theoretically expand that to other people, etc. Right? But this concept of a moral duty or obligation, because you must feel this way, and you're a bad person if you don't give up the things you value personally towards something that you don't value as much, is a problem.
I didn't say anything about being a bad person. I'm talking about empathy and caring about people in a bigger circle of care. You know, I'm not imposing any ideology. I'm just it just seems to me like like spiral dynamics. I know you don't like follow it or you haven't studied it, but it starts where you care about yourself, and then your circle of care expands to your family, then your community, then your state, you know, then your country, then the world, and then like it gets bigger and bigger.
And each time it gets bigger, you should care less and less. If you care equally about strangers than you do to your family, then there's something wrong with you. It's okay to care about the world and humans.
But do you see the trajectory of maturity of someone who only cares about themselves compared to someone who cares about other people?
The most mature person is the person that only cares about themselves. Caring about other people higher than yourself is evil.
I understand that we only do what benefits, what pleases us, right? I'll get to your question in a second, Zachary. I only ever choose what I think will make me happier.
Right.
We're inherently selfish. I get that.
It's good. Right.
But
and
nonetheless,
that
selfishness. Okay. I agree with that base assumption. But my happiness might entail other people's happiness, which is empathy. And so it just seems to me like the more mature you get, the bigger the circle of care gets. Does that make sense?
I agree with the idea, right? Like if I go outside, I want to see people smile. It makes me happy. I don't want to see people destitute, right?
Yeah, there's something selfless about that.
I don't want to. Selflessness is evil. Selflessness implies sacrifice of oneself for others. That's evil.
But I just clarified that selflessness. I could derive happiness, my own happiness, through other people's happiness. That's my clarification.
Yeah, you can be a mentor, right? Like that's a great example of, gaining
like vicarious empathy, vicariousness.
Okay, all right. Right. What I'm trying to say is, listen, if you value humanity and you want to see humanity do better, so you want to work in some capacity to help humanity, there's nothing wrong with that. I'm not describing that. But what I'm saying is what I'm disagreeing with in terms of this like this growth or maturity, is that like you should always be your highest value, and your family should be a higher value than your community, and your community should be a higher value than your state, and your state should be a higher value than your nation, and your nation should be a higher value than the world. What I'm saying is the further you get away from the things that are connected to you, the idea that you value that equally is at minimum problematic and likely pointing to a bigger issue.
Delusional.
Right, like there's something not matching reality. Like,
well,
I'm a father,
right?
I'm a father, right? Let me explain to you this way. I'm a father. I have a son and a daughter. Okay, if I were to tell you that I care about a stranger in Uganda just as much as I care about my daughter, you'd look at me like I was crazy. And you should look at me like I'm crazy, right?
Granted.
So it's okay to care about a stranger in Uganda. It's not okay to care about a stranger in Uganda more than your own daughter. That's what I'm saying. And when people say that you need to give up your money to help the poor, what they're saying is, I'm going to steal money out of your child's mouth for other children, make the sacrifice because it's the greater good. And to that I say, you deserve nothing more than a bullet. Hypothetically.
Hey. We're on YouTube, remember, Scott?
I said
maybe not a bullet,
man.
but like an education seminar or something.
Fucking, you deserve to be shot with a gun with blanks in it. And don't mind that I handed it to a Baldwin brother.
Oh my god. Yeah,
right, like I'm saying that is
the
the concept of shut up. Just stop speaking shit into existence, little weirdo.
Okay,
what I'm saying
Mr.
is
mystical freaking guy.
You make a joke, you say hypothetically, and then you move on. In a video game, right? Right, but I'm not people rarely get what they deserve, and I am not saying that people ought to go out and kill anyone. I don't ever justify that violence. And the reason I don't justify that violence is because it isn't a good strategy for success. Just because someone deserves to be shot doesn't mean that that I'm saying you ought to go shoot them.
You believe in due process. I like due process.
It ain't about due process in this example. It's just about the fact that you're not helping the cause by going out and killing one person that needs to be shot. There's a lot of people that need to be shot, and there's not enough bullets in the world to get rid of all of them.
But do you believe in due process, or is that off topic?
I mean, it depends. What?
Isn't that like almost axiomatic? Like due process? Like that's kind of basic, doesn't it seem like?
Yes and no. Like the state exists.
See, this is the
right?
thing that scares me about libertarianism. I don't know how radical it gets. Like I don't know how radical you are or how it gets.
So here's the thing. First and foremost, the state exists. So I'm going to fight for due process so long as the state exists because there's no competition. So I want to make sure that the state gets it right. And so fighting for due process is a means by which of ensuring that the state gets it right. Okay? But eventually I want to get rid of the state and I want a market competition of justice. What is due process? Due process is a nice fancy word, but what is due process? What is the appropriate amount of resources to determine the guilt or the innocence of a person? Because I could argue,
well, there's some kind of pre-configured process,
right?
That's
but
all
I could
agreed upon or voted upon or something.
Right. So we arbitrarily, by means of voting, determine what due process is. Due process is a word that doesn't really have a strict definition in terms of the amount of resources that ought to be spent to determine the innocence of a person. So the state sometimes gets... hold on,
it's just kind of an average. Yeah.
Here's the problem. It's like the state sometimes gets it wrong, right? But let's say we spent $1 billion on every criminal conviction. Like, we made sure we had a team of 150 researchers and the latest up-to-date technology in every single way. And we used drone footage, and we spent $1 billion per conviction. Okay,
Yeah.
the state would be more accurate in determining who's guilty and who's not guilty, right? Would they not? But the problem is that our country would collapse economically because we would be spending trillions of dollars a year just on like random criminal convictions. So due process is this, it's like this level of quote unquote reasonable. But there are no real stakes in the game because when a judge or a jury convicts someone of a crime wrongly, none of them get punished. So under a libertarian framework, if you punish someone incorrectly, you're guilty of punishing them incorrectly. And so you have to pay restitution.
But who determines that?
Again,
That's the question. That's
right.
Isn't it? Like, that's the question. Like, that's the big question.
It's not the big question. It's actually a really simple question, which is when you go into an area, you agree to the rules of the game that the community sets up, right? So if I go to a city and I say, in this city, everyone has a rights enforcement agency, and you sign
But not
an
every
insurance-
contingency is
Hold on.
accounted for.
Every contingency is never accounted for in any system ever. Like that's
Yeah,
a critique.
It's always
of,
evolving. It's always evolving.
Right. But the difference is that one is a conflict-inducing system. The state is a conflict-inducing system. It is unethical. The system that I'm putting forward is a system of voluntary means of justice. It's
Describe
voluntary.
how it's conflict-inducing, please.
Oh, God, I don't want to get into argumentation ethics. Someone else even asked a question about argumentation ethics. So before I answer your question, I'm going to answer their question. Another thing that's been racking my brain is Hume's guillotine. Does argumentation ethics sidestep the is-ought distinction? This is where Liquid Zulu and I have a big disagreement. Liquid Zulu believes that argumentation ethics solves Hume's guillotine and proves unequivocally via contrary that you cannot violate the non-aggression principle and that it is proven so. I disagree. What I would say is that argumentation ethics proves that you cannot claim that your system is ethical and that it is a system of ethics that reduces conflict unless you affirm the non-aggression principle and follow the non-aggression principle. The difference is kind of a distinction without a difference, but at the same time is actually a really big disagreement between the two of us. And so what I would say is that I don't think it is a problematic in terms of going up against Hume's guillotine because it's not actually claiming an ought not or an ought be derived from an ought not. All it is saying is there are two rules. There is ethics and then there is the law of the jungle. And if you agree to the law of the jungle, you've already consented to all forms of violence. And so I can kill you, I can rape you, I can kill everything that is about you, I can torture you, and you cannot claim that what I'm doing is wrong because you are agreeing to the laws of the jungle. Or you can agree to the non-aggression principle and we can engage in ethics, and now you have an argument to say that it is wrong to do all of those things against me because I have my right to bodily autonomy. Now,
Is that
to
the
answer-
basis of all of it? Is the non-aggression principle? That's
Pretty
like
much, yeah.
That's like the basis.
Yeah, pretty much. So to answer your question, right, which was, what was your question again? I want to get it right.
You can't expect me to remember that shit.
No, it was.
You're the debater here, Bureau.
What's a conflict induced? Well, something like that.
Oh, yeah. Why is the state a conflict-inducing system? I don't want to get into explaining argumentation ethics from the ground up because that's like another 2-hour stream. I'll just say this, which is that an ethical system claims to be a resolution to conflict, okay? But how can your system be how is it that your system is conflict inducing? And the way that it's conflict inducing, a democracy, for example, right, is that the democracy says we're all going to get together and then we're going to vote, okay? And so long as we have a majority, that's how we determine what's right and wrong. Except all of the people that lost the vote, by definition, lost. By definition, they are in conflict. And the only means by which they follow the rules is not voluntary. They lost the vote. So now they have the winning of the vote is now imposed upon them against their will, and this is conflict inducing.
I understand.
They've lost their right to bodily autonomy via a vote. Like, we vote
So
to say weed is illegal.
Inherently flawed, is what you're saying.
Democracy is only the only time democracy isn't conflict inducing is when all parties agree. Then it's just argumentation. So if 10,000 people vote and all 10,000 people vote yes and no one votes no, then no conflict has occurred. But the moment that you say that it's valid when 9,999 people vote yes and one person votes no, you have initiated conflict. You have said, I live by the law of the jungle. We got together and the 9,999 decided you're wrong, and I don't care that you disagree with us. You've lost your right in whatever domain it is in this election that we just had.
So there needs to be a system that is inclusive of all worldviews.
I mean, there just needs to be a system of non-aggression principle and private property. They resolve the contradiction very simply. And the way they resolve the oh, you bitch. Oh, okay. I thought I was getting attacked, but like I just like let go of a mouse button for a second. Yeah, right. So like the only way in which the system is not conflict inducing is if there is unless it follows the non-aggression principle and the first user principle. So it's like, what is conflict? Conflict would be defined as when two or more individuals wish to use scarce resources towards opposing means, right? I have a coffee cup. I want to drink coffee out of this coffee cup. You want to drink water out of the coffee cup. Okay, how do we resolve this conflict? Well, only the non-aggression principle actually resolves this conflict, which is it's my fucking coffee cup. Therefore, it is right for me to drink coffee out of my coffee cup, and you do not get to drink coffee out of my coffee cup unless I give you permission because it's my private property. Democracy says, well, let's have a vote on it. And fucking Trex gets a vote too, and Trex and you both decide that that we're going to allow you to drink water out of my coffee cup, and now I've lost my fucking coffee cup, and the only and I don't get to do what I want to do with my property because majority rule said so.
Explain to me libertarianism in the stranded island analogy.
I'm talking about Coconut Island, Vosh's example, his little bullshit thing.
Yeah, just give me the prefix, give me the context. Yeah, just lay it out.
Yeah, so you and I get stranded on a desert island, right?
Yeah.
Okay? We both get there. Now, and you want me to use his, which is like you're asleep when we get there or whatever?
Isn't this like a commonly used example? It's not just Vosh.
Just go.
Vosh came up with Coconut Island, right? Do you want me to use the example where you're asleep or not asleep?
Whatever you prefer. Whatever you think is
fine.
more
You're
helpful.
asleep. You're asleep, okay? Right?
Okay.
I'm there.
Sure.
I find a tree that looks like a really good stick, okay? So I start to cut down the tree, and now I have my good stick, okay? Now, you wake up, and you go, hey, that's a really good stick. We should build a raft and get off of this island. And I say, dude, you're never getting off this fucking island. We're out in the middle of nowhere. I'm using the stick to help build a fishing pole. Okay. How do we resolve this conflict? Well, the socialist says that we ought to fucking communally vote on it. Okay, well, how do we not what happens then? You and I keep disagreeing. The socialist has no answer to the conundrum. The socialist
But it's a one-on-one thing. That's unrealistic that it's one-on-one. So the socialistic resolution doesn't resolve on a one-on-one.
Okay, there's three
you
people
want to
on
have
the island. Okay,
you want to have a majority of people that don't
okay.
that can't meet in the middle.
Okay,
because that's reality.
Okay, that's fine, but I mean, like, there's 50-50 votes all the time anyways. So that's I mean, I'm giving credence to the socialists where they don't deserve it, but for your sake I will, right? So there are 3 people on the island, the 3 of us. Okay, you and Trex are both passed out asleep. You got knocked out when the boat landed.
Yeah.
I was awake. Yeah. I found a stick. Now you and Trex both say, well, that's a mighty nice stick. We want to build a raft. We want to get off of this island. And I say, fuck your raft. I want to fish. I want to eat. I want to live on this island and have something to eat. Okay?
Yeah.
Now, the socialist says, have a vote. And then Trex and you vote to take my stick. Okay?
Okay.
Now, so now I have been bullied by the two of you and forced to submit to the threat of violence by the socialist argument. I can either give up my stick or else. You guys are going to fuck me up. You're going to use violence against me. So now I have to give up my stick, and we're all going to starve to death because I wanted us to fish. Or maybe we get off of the island because it was a better idea to build a raft. Whatever. The non-aggression principle, right? We are the only, like the non-aggression principle, we are the only people that have a resolution to, well, this dude attacked me. I wasn't expecting that. We're the only people that actually resolve this conflict. And the way that we resolve this conflict is that I was the first person there. I found the stick, okay? And I set that stick towards a purpose. And I then whittled this stick. And by whittling this stick, I changed the nature of this stick. And when I changed the nature of the stick, I did so in such a way that I communicated to all parties involved exactly what it is.
You demonstrate ownership.
Bro, I just survived that with 1 HP. Holy fuck. I demonstrated and communicated to everyone that this is my stick and that this is my property. Therefore, the conflict is resolved. Now, you two can say, I'm unhappy with it. I wanted to build a raft. Okay, but you're the one initiating conflict by saying it's not right that the person that like you're initiating conflict when you say, well, the two of us say we ought to have the stick, so we're going to take your stick. You're the aggressor here. And you're going and the socialist says like, oh, well, shouldn't you just acquiesce to the mob? Shouldn't you as the person give up your rights and sacrifice to the greater good? Who's to say whether or not building a fishing pole to fish so we can eat isn't the greater good? Who makes that claim?
Well, isn't it a cleaner example if we were to say that it's a coconut and the other guy and I forgot his name.
Tyrexamon. You can call me Tyrell though.
Yeah.
Tyrell?
Tyrell? Yes, Tyrell. That's my name.
Okay. If me and Tyrell were
That's
hungry,
so hard. That's so hard to believe with that voice and picture. I'm just saying, Tyrell sounds like a suspect in a liquor store robbing, not a fucking Australian ANCAP white old.
Set
guy.
down your prejudice now.
Yeah. Okay. It is a Scandinavian name. Thank you very much.
But let's make the example more cleaner. Let's say it's food. Let's say it's a coconut. Tyrell and I are fucking starving, and you're gonna get a full stomach off of one coconut, whereas, Tyrell and I we're gonna be. We would survive starvation if you shared your coconut with us, right? That's cleaner.
Yeah, of course.
Wouldn't it be right that you share your coconut with us, even though we woke up later than you?
No, go fuck yourself.
For us to survive.
Well,
that's my answer. No, go fuck yourself.
Yeah, it's ultimately his choice. If he wants to eat that, yummy.
First come, first serve. Is that all it is? First
that's
come,
literally
first serve?
yes.
That's first user principle. First come, first serve.
That's so juvenile, isn't it?
Absolutely. I agree. Let's say so. Like, here's the thing. We're not talking about.
That's so selfish.
Yeah, good.
Like,
Selfishness is good.
Unempathetic.
Good. I don't care. So let's change the analogy again, right? Since you right. So let's say you are a software engineer, and Trex is a farmer. Okay. So right. So Tyrell over here is a farmer, Or let's say he's a fisherman who makes his own nets and he's Filipino. Okay? And we're on a desert island. And there's only enough and there's only 15 coconuts. Okay? And I find all the coconuts. You know what I'm probably going to do? I'm going to give him fucking coconuts. And I'm not going to give you any. Because you're a fucking software engineer. And because you're a software engineer, you're not going to help us get off this island to survive. But Tyrell over here has the skills necessary for us to actually be able to survive.
Yeah, I got that Filipino freaking will over here. Freaking, yeah. Right at
Right? So
I mean,
it only makes sense in that regard. Like
at what
the only
point
way for
do
us
you
to survive.
devalue me versus you devalue a child?
Right, exactly. It's about my values. I value Tyrell in this equation, right? Because he has something to give me. Okay?
Yeah.
He has.
So like,
can
what
make us survive.
what about a Down syndrome child? Like you just
If we're stranded
wither
on an
away?
island with fucking like barely any food to survive, you're goddamn right. I'm letting the Down syndrome kid die. Like it's not gonna fucking
eat
help
his
us.
body.
But
what
if,
at a certain
what
point
if,
we're gonna start dying and cannibalism's gonna come into the picture.
What if like you could have a third of a belly full, and everybody has a third of a belly full. You, Tyrex, and the Down syndrome person. Isn't that more?
Yeah. What if? Right? Like the coconut analogy, the coconut island thing is designed. It is an analogy that is designed to make people feel like what you're saying is evil without any actual argument about whether or not someone is evil in that regard. Because the coconut analogy can just be reversed in a different way. What if someone is broke down on the highway and comes to your home? Are you now forced to let that person use your phone and come in your home? Maybe you're not safe. Maybe you don't like them. Maybe there's something weird about them. How long are they allowed to sleep on your couch? Can they now live in your house forever? It's your property. You worked to gain the property.
There's a difference between a felt obligation and like your duty, right?
Wouldn't freedom of travel be extremely difficult in an ANCAP society? How could I ever leave my property? So this is what's known as the Blockian proviso, and the answer is no. Like you'd be fine, right? Like the Blockian proviso is a much harder one to answer because it's like a person goes camping and then someone builds a fence around them. Now, how do they leave without being the aggressor? And I would say that the people that entrap them are the aggressor, so you have to have easement rights. When you put that into the greater aspect of society, it is possible that several people would shut down roads and things of that nature, but easement rights get in, and that's a common law issue. And those are things that will be handled in voluntary society via contracts anyways, because nobody wants that situation to occur. It's actually it's one of those things that sounds crazier like in your head than it actually is, because like most of the things that make ANCAP sound crazy require that you forego all common sense and forego contracts and common like law, right? Like common law gets built, contract law gets built.
Like I have.
Can you just reiterate like what compels you or what motivates you to help out someone with Down syndrome that isn't of value in the community as far as production?
That depends on the individual, man. Like everyone's values are value is subjective.
Well,
right?
I mean,
like everybody has different values.
A Down syndrome person that they're not.
It doesn't matter. Like at 10 o'clock in the morning, I go into work and there's a hot dog stand selling hot dogs for $3, and I go, what a fucking ripoff. And then at fucking 1 o'clock in the afternoon, I'm hungry and I walk out and I'm looking for something to eat. And then all of a sudden I smell the hot dogs and I go, ooh, Nathan's hot dogs. Hey, Nathan's are pretty good hot dogs. $3, I'll pay that. So my opinion on the value of a hot dog changed literally hours later based upon my subjective preferences, because at 10 o'clock in the morning, I don't want fucking hot. What I'm saying is that value is subjective. Like, I can't answer what the value of a human being is. I can't answer the value of a coconut. I can't answer that because it would be impossible to answer. It's an impossible question.
we can infer the value of someone who has mental,
you can't
continuity, whereas someone who doesn't have that, right?
But you can't though, right? Like you can like, maybe like my son, for example, is high functioning autistic and is nonverbal.
Okay.
He's just now starting to talk, right? Like, I love my son, but other people might be fucking annoyed by my son, right? Like, to me, he's of the highest value. Like, there's almost nothing in this world I value more than my son. But to a fucking teacher that has to deal with a fucking kid that is autistic, that randomly grabs their hand because he doesn't communicate with words, he tries to point them to things, he might be fucking annoying as hell, and he might not be a very high value. Like, there's no... It's an exercise in futility to try and say what the value of anything is. The value of something is determined by an individual in the moment in time because it's subjective. The value of a coconut, like if I'm in the desert and I've been in the desert for 3 days with no water, what is more valuable to me, a gold bar or a bottle of water? Probably a bottle of water. But in any other context, a gold bar is probably way more valuable.
Am I denying that?
Well, you're asking me like what the value is of like a child with Down syndrome and in like a specific situation, and I'm just saying I don't know. Like, I can't answer that.
I mean, do you know why I'm asking that? I mean, like there's deeper issues than individual issues. Like
all issues are individual issues.
I mean, like your success, your career, perhaps it would be better for you if you were to focus on other people's success and other people's career.
Perhaps
it would benefit your own if you were to uplift other people that are less fortunate than you.
Perhaps. If you feel that way, you should do that. So long as it's rational and it makes sense.
We have Kashmir in the live stream waiting room, by the way. If you want to drag him up.
Yeah, I'll bring Casimir in. What's up, Casimir?
One moment.
He's collecting himself.
Yes.
Oh, you dick.
Anyway, going back to the freedom of travel thing, I just have something to add. It's so where I live, right? There's like this common driveway that we use to get into our garages, and and it's pretty much so the the townhouses are on the side, right, and then the driveway goes across it, right, and then each house kind of owns their own section of the driveway, right, and we just allow common access. Right, we just allow that. We just allow people just to drive through. It's really that simple, you know.
Yeah, I mean, like the blocking proviso is. I don't want to get too much into the blocking proviso, but like, it just depends upon the situation on whether or not easement rights exist, right? But like the idea that like people would kidnap people by like blocking them off from property is like something I used to take seriously, and now I realize is just like an exercise of trying to find a loophole. It's like, why would anybody do that? And they're like, oh, so that they can extort you. It's like, okay, well, now they're kidnapping you. If they're doing it to extort you, they're clearly kidnapping you, and like this is aggressive. Like, why are we even talking about this?
Yeah. It's something that seems to have merit on its face, but it can just easily just be sorted out. It's like by just private contracts, and like, oh, you wouldn't want to live next to a bunch of neighbors that wouldn't allow you onto your property, would you?
Right,
Like,
exactly. Like, it
it's
doesn't make any
literally
fucking
that.
sense. And you wouldn't sell, a portion of your own road into your home without putting in the contract that you have easement rights to use that road to get to your own house.
Yeah.
Can you explain to me easement rights in
So like
concise
easement
paragraph?
rights means the right of other people to go onto your property, right? So, for example, you own a home, but even though you own a home, the power company has an easement right to go fix the power lines if they need to go through your property. Right? So that's an easement right.
So how does that relate to some topic that's like sexy that we're talking about?
It's not a sexy concept. Welcome to libertarianism. It's all boring theory. It's not. If it was sexy content, I'd have more than fucking.
I mean,
16
what's
viewers.
is that the sexy
if you
take
want
on
sexy, go look at Murray Rothbard's portraits.
The take you just
Stop.
gave me, is that the sexy take on it?
Let's do spicy instead of sexy. Let's do spicy instead. So what you said earlier, this idea that maybe we should think about the success of someone else. Maybe you should contribute to the well-being of others.
Yeah,
And
less
you
fortunate.
Yes, the ones that are less fortunate. You don't understand that you described. This is not the entire core of evil, but this is like the core of what is evil in the world. So there's like two halves of evil. Easier to view them as the sadist half and the masochist, like the victim half.
Yes.
So what you described is the position of the acquiescent victim. The idea that that your goal in life is to help the downtrodden and less fortunate.
Yes.
So you're fine with being evil?
What's wrong with helping the less fortunate? I'm waiting to hear that point.
Right, so the psychological frame should be that you're there to help yourself. And because you want to interact with other people, and because you're a social animal, then it is within your nature to want to occasionally be helpful to people. But it's always because you value yourself above everything else.
I already granted that. I agree with that. Yes.
Right. So the words you said were not framed that way at all. That's why I felt.
Well, do you understand the idea of me being satisfied by someone else's satisfaction?
Yes, but the way, depending on your framing of that could be extremely toxic.
Right,
Okay,
like you're describing. Well, like you know, if I am the way that you just said that, right? And I understand that we're dealing with difficult ideas, right? So I want to be charitable to it. Right?
There's nuance.
And right, but like what you just described is a codependent relationship with all humans. You just described the greatest codependent individual. Like you should, like if you're deriving happiness purely from other people's happiness and not like, then what you're describing is someone that is giving of themselves solely to make other people happy. This is the type of like woman that attaches themselves to a narcissistic abuser. Right.
Yes.
It is the invitation of the abuse and claiming morality as an individual in an abusive relationship. Like you should gain something from it other than just other people's happiness.
The idea again is to refer back to systemic thinking, is that if the system is beneficial to other individuals, if other individuals are happy, that is going to contribute to my happiness.
Right, but in what way? That's the thing. In what way does it contribute to your happiness? Does it contribute to your happiness purely because other people are happy?
You will contribute more authentically, and you will just contribute more.
That's not.
Yeah, that's the problem. That's like a big problem in the thinking. It's that you're thinking about it. It's very close. It might even be a form of sacrifice. You can never do that, and it's a great tendency. Like you can be, for example, working at a business, and they're not doing so well, but you're gonna stick around because you're trying to help them, while you have individually better opportunities. So you stick around and help them. Well, why would you do that? And if you justify it by saying, if it's not a selfish justification, then it becomes a toxic one, because you become like a second-hander. You become somebody who's, like Scott said, derives their supposed well-being from the well-being of others. But that implies that you don't. Yes, you don't like yourself. You don't believe that you deserve better. And here's the danger
Hold
in
on.
this.
Can I? I just want to clean up your analogy really quick though, right? But it isn't wrong with one very simple change, which is that you really like the people at the job, and you know that if you stick with them, that you feel like you can make the business work in the future.
Yes.
And that they will reward you for this. That your loyalty will be rewarded. No.
It's the
Don't
opposite
yes me.
of cynicism.
Stop. Don't. Hold on. Stop. The problem is that you have to have that mindset. You have to be selfish. You have to say, I am doing this because I know that these are good people, not just people. I value qualities in these people that I want them to succeed, because in the end, they will help me and we will both succeed together, and we will both be better off than if I abandon them to go work at some other place. But if you're doing it just stop. But if you're doing it just to make them other people happy, which is what you were claiming before, you are engaged in the height of evil.
Yeah, and here's why. I'll explain to you why. Because if you're not doing it to benefit yourself, you are engaging in. You don't know the actual calculation. You don't know your own fate. It is quite possible that you would have that by doing like the selfish act of going to a job that pays you more in that particular moment and letting that old business die, everybody in that equation will benefit. The reason why the business is bad or why people are failing is because something about them is broken, because they're not in the position they're supposed to be in life. And by going and being where you're supposed to be, meaning where you're paid the most, that's where your resources get allocated more effectively in the market, meaning you're helping more customers there. You're helping more people there, actually. So by doing this, the sacrifice mentality tends to place you in a location where not only it doesn't benefit you, but inadvertently it doesn't benefit others, because in a market situation, when you benefit yourself, you also end up having more resources that you spend on others, that you spend on buying products and services, and so on. So by
you're at a restaurant. Restaurant A and restaurant B both make cheeseburgers, right? And because you have some sense of duty and loyalty, and you're not actually thinking about like how it can benefit you in the future, you're just doing it because you think that you want to see them happy and you want to sacrifice. Everyone that buys a cheeseburger is that less happy because you're keeping restaurant A up when they shouldn't. They make shitty cheeseburgers. They make people sick. You're helping people get food poisoning.
I never agreed to sacrifice. I never agreed to sacrifice in this conversation.
Well, I understand.
It helps me in as much as it helps you.
We're putting you through the crucible so that you can have the appropriate frame of mind in explaining the situation. I don't necessarily think that you are evil here in this regard, right? What we're trying to do is we're trying to clean up your thinking about the way that you communicate what it is that you're doing here, right? Like, it is important to recognize that when you say doing it just to make other people happy, that you are communicating evil, even if that's not what you mean. You know what I mean?
It's a selfish thing. Evil. You equate evil with selfish, right?
No, the other way around.
The opposite.
We equate evil with altruism, with sacrifice.
But I already told you that I'm doing it. Their happiness equates to my happiness.
No.
That's sacrifice.
It's the opposite. It's your happiness translates to greater happiness all over the world. If your happiness is smart and long term.
Why does that make a difference?
It makes a huge difference because you should be putting yourself first. And when you rescue yourself, when you put yourself in a good position, I'm talking about in a smart way, in a way where you don't like cheat and lie to others, in an honest way. But if you're honestly trying to benefit yourself and you're participating in a market, the result is going to be greater happiness for more people. But if you're trying to aim for other people's happiness, you're misdirected. And the last thing you said is you want to help people in the form of some kind of a welfare, in the form of giving them stuff that they lack. But that is like, it's the famous analogy. Don't give people free fish. Teach them how to fish. Set them in a position where they can provide for themselves, and then they just don't get to just survive. They also get to have dignity, which is more important.
Notice how you don't apply that logic to your family, the people you care about. If your brother, your sister gets hit with cancer,
Absolutely do. The reason why I would want to save that sister.
Let me say my point.
The reason why I would want to save that sister is because of myself.
Say his point. Let him say his point, and then we can explain why it's wrong.
If you really love your brother and your sister, if either of them come down with cancer, you're going to help pay for the fucking radiation therapy or whatever the fuck it's called.
Why?
Because you love them and you care about their life.
So you value them. You value who they are. You value what they've done for you. You value what they can do for you in the future.
Yes. What they
would
mean
make
to you.
it would they mean things to you, so you value them.
Yes.
What if your brother, hold on real quick, what if your brother was a serial rapist?
Would you not pay for the radiation?
I'm asking
therapy?
you. I'm asking you.
Your
brother your brother is a convicted serial rapist, and he asks you and has been nothing but mean to you your whole life, and he asks you for money for his cancer treatment.
Probably not, I guess. Off the top of my head.
You don't you don't value him, because he's a piece of shit, because he's evil, because your money would do better in the world in your own pocket.
Going back to the systemic thinking, he would only be evil because the environment that he grew up in, the system he grew up in is malfunctional.
No.
Well, I don't know if it's worth getting sidetracked on that. Because I feel like I've been listening to this kind of on and off, and this kind of discussion caught my ear. So, okay, let's just say, I don't know, let's say that somebody has a child and they're not really fit for parenthood, and the child that they have kind of only brings them misery, and they don't really find any joy from raising a child. Would we then say that it would actually be morally right for them to cast that child out into like the wilderness because they're making their most interested selfish decision?
I mean, if they're
there's two answers here.
There's only two answers. Do they have the capacity to give the child to another guardian? If the answer to that question is yes, then it would be morally evil to throw them. Like, it would be a violation of the non-aggression principle as well, but it would also just be morally evil to cast that child into the woods. However, are they stranded alone on an island and they hate this child, and like then the question gets a little bit more complicated, and we have to look at different situations.
Well, I mean, you guys can just answer the abstract point. I mean, I don't know if it matters that much. Obviously, we could always just peel away any of those potential objections. The whole point here is just to say this like very hyper egoist way of thinking of like, oh no, it's actually evil to sacrifice your own happiness for like essentially any purpose.
So yes,
seems
yes,
completely
no,
ridiculous.
it is evil.
Yeah,
under our current system, it is what we live under, an evil system where there are abusive parents, where there are people that hate their own children, but our current legal framework requires that they still take care of these children, right? That like you can like the potentially you can give them up for adoption, but that there is severe like there are a lot of loopholes to go through in that regard. If someone is an abusive, evil person that hates their child, we as a society, we as a people should fucking absolutely accept that person being able to drop them off at their nearest fire department.
Well, I'm not.
We should
of
not
course
be
we,
keeping children in those situations.
Well, of course I wouldn't say that somebody who hates their kid should be like, you know, either they should be able to abuse their kid or, you know, or not give them away or something like that, right? But that's not really a comment on whether or not someone has an obligation towards their children, despite whether or not they feel like they should be parents or shouldn't be parents. I would say that most people would have the general intuition that, well, hey, look, even if you don't like being a parent, even if your child brings you a certain amount of misery, or maybe net misery, sorry, to yourself, like you said, if it's not practical to give that child up for adoption for one reason or another, well, it certainly wouldn't be the morally correct thing to do to just cast that child out into the wilderness, because that's the thing that reflects your selfish interest the most directly.
Well, so the problem with this analogy is it mixes two things.
Yeah,
it's like it mixes in what we would just consider a crime. So at the very baseline, it would be.
But why is it a crime?
Oh, okay, I'll explain. So you're saying guardianship is not something that can be abandoned. It can only be transferred.
Mhm.
Now this is like we'll start a long conversation of why that is the case. But since you're asking about our frame and you're trying to do internal critique, you can just accept it for now. That your question is like baseline. The criminality would be the first thing we evaluate in the equation, and we would just say, well, you can't do a criminal thing, because if you do a criminal thing, then the moral evaluation is sort of secondary. A criminal act cannot be a moral act within our system. Like, we don't even have to go to the morals. Now, the morality is also sort of fairly obvious. I think you also, meaning that you wouldn't abandon any person if you had like the capacity to help them without sacrificing your life per se, enough that they can you can then put the responsibility on someone else, or like carry them to.
But you just said it was evil to sacrifice any amount of your, like, even if it costs me 1 penny to save like 1 million lives, but that's evil to do that because I'm losing 1 penny's worth of happiness, right? I mean, that under your system, that would be evil to do.
Yes, it would be evil because you could do the same exact action by just doing because your perspective of selfishness is that only stupid selfishness exists, and everything else is a form of altruism. But from our perspective, there is like something that's like.
Wait, that's not incompatible with what I think. You can be self-interested in my system, but obviously I would say that in some respects it's a morally good thing. It certainly wouldn't be considered evil to act not selfishly, right? These are compatible viewpoints.
No, without so the point you're missing is that with our perspective, there is such a thing as as proper or good selfishness, which means you're doing a very long-term calculation of what would benefit you, versus the person who does like a short-term calculation where he saves a penny, but he ends up alone and starving in the future because he squandered that penny's ability.
Yeah, but we can just peel that away. Let's just say we know for a fact that by spending the penny and saving 1 million lives, he's the only net effect is that he's 1 penny worse off in the future. Right. I mean,
that's not. We're not peeling that away. You're just.
Oh, you're refusing to answer in a vacuum because you know how crazy what you're saying.
I ignored the answer. I actually answered the exact thing. I said that would be like an that would be
evil.
An evasion. That would It would be evil because it would not be evil. It would be like, do we equate stupidity with evil? It would be like not actually selfish. No. It would be a thing where you're not actually doing what's good for you. You think that because saving that penny is not good for you, versus remaining within a thriving society is actually good for you. So
okay,
that's the difference between stupid
that's
selfishness and smart selfishness.
Well, right, but if you want to refine your take and say
the last piece. What your goal in this conversation is using the penny example is to minimize the sacrifice and to convince your audience that a tiny bit of altruism.
Well, I'm not streaming this. I don't have an audience watching this. I'm just curious to ask you guys these questions.
Okay, fine. So the problem is it's the frame. If you're doing this from a perspective that you're sacrificing yourself, that you're giving that penny up because the other people are more worthy than you, that would be evil. But you can commit the same exact action from a different mental perspective, and it would be good. So it's not it's the intention that counts.
But it's not a sacrifice if it benefits you. in the end.
Well,
imagine this. Imagine the simple scenario. There's a
That's
house
true.
fire, and there's somebody like on the upper floor. You can run in and suffer burns and get them out and possibly die. So there are two frames on this. One frame is you've been taught altruism all your life. You've been taught that you should sacrifice yourself for others. So you run into the fire. You do all of this for altruistic pursuits, which means it implies that the other person's life is more valuable than yours. Now imagine the same exact scenario. The same person runs into the same building, suffers the same burns, rescues the same person, but they're doing that thinking, I am selfish. I want to live in a world where this would happen. This is my goal in life. Those are in the same exact action with a different frame would actually be a good action.
Well, yeah, I don't think I would ever disagree that when it comes to evaluating the morality of an action, that intentions matter, of course, right? But that doesn't really get us closer. I mean, you refined your statement earlier to say, well, okay, sure. It's not evil to give away a penny as a form of a self-sacrifice to save 1 million lives. It's just like really stupid to do.
No, I did
right?
that.
And it's like,
actually
okay,
say
well,
that.
that's
No, I
You're
did say that.
reframing
It would be
No,
evil. It would
Kazimir
be.
did say that. He
any
said it
type
might be
of
ignorant, it might be
self-sacrifice is
stupid.
evil. The reason why you say a penny is because you're like if you had an audience, the reason why people say a penny is because in the analysis what they should say is, are you willing to sacrifice yourself, like to kill yourself to save another 1 million people? And
Why
the
should
answer
that be what
depends
they
on your
say?
intent. The reason why to say a penny is like a form of ridicule to make it seem insignificant, while the actual claim is, are you willing to kill yourself?
The claim is give me liberty or give me death. Give me liberty or give me death. That's what it is.
Well, the point about the penny is that I would agree that, in some sense, people shouldn't set themselves on fire so that other people should be warm. That classic saying, right? But I also wouldn't say any form of sort of non-self-interested sacrifice is evil, right? Not morally neutral. I could have sworn you said that could be considered ignorant earlier. I must have completely misheard that. But like, obviously, I would say that there are forms of self-sacrifice that I would consider to be morally good. Whether it comes to like parents who don't necessarily like being parents taking care of their children, or people giving money to people in need, or sacrificing their time to help others, or whatever acts of service. Right?
Why is that a sacrifice though? Why
this is
define
all
it as a sacrifice?
No,
it's not a sacrifice.
The worst thing is exactly it's what he's asking you. Why does the framing have to be evil? Like, why does the framing have to be about sacrifice? What does it say about the value system that you're establishing? For example, imagine that you have a child and you're taking care of the child. Your first example, right? But the mental image you have is that you're not worthy of life, and they're worthy of everything in your life, and they're worthy of just like accepting you, while you're absolutely worthless and should sacrifice everything towards them. That is like a mentally sick relationship.
Well, Kazimir, obviously, if you were to say, I'm a worthless person, and that's why I'm sacrificing my time and money to invest in my child or something, well, I would say that's somebody who probably needs therapy, right? But I think generally speaking, these things are... Right. But generally, well, if I get just one more sentence, I was just going to say that generally speaking, I think that when someone, on a given day might say to themselves, man, fuck, like, I just really wish that I hadn't become a parent. This has been really hard for me. This has been a huge sacrifice. But you know what? I'm going to tough it out anyway. Like, I don't see the light at the end of this tunnel, but I feel like it's just the right thing for me to do. Because I feel a sense of duty, because I took on this obligation to raise this child. I wouldn't say that that's a person in need of therapy. I would just say, well, that's a person who's really struggling with parenthood,
No, yes, they are. They are because look at the perversion. One moment, look at the perversion in this. They, for a moment, thought that what they're doing for their children is a sacrifice. That's a mental illness, and you don't perceive it as a mental illness because you've suffered through years of indoctrination where you were taught in school that this is what happens. But the actual framing is extremely damaging emotionally. It means that the pain that you are experiencing, the struggle that you're experiencing, is a sacrificial struggle instead of one that you've employed for your own benefit because you enjoy the outcome. That's like
So
sick in
you
the
don't
head.
think there's
Even a little bit. One moment. Even a little bit of it is sick in the head. Yeah, and we notice this because as soon as we maximize it, you immediately retreat. As soon as we highlight it, you immediately say, "Yes, that's sick."
Well,
but you
no,
you
Casimir,
accept a little bit of it. Why?
I'm
Why
not retreating.
Why not? One
Um,
moment. Why not say
Okay.
that that experiencing pain to save your children or to support your children is something that should be part of your noble selfish goals because you enjoy the smile as a result. You enjoy their continued
I didn't know that.
survival.
I
with
still don't know
selfish
how to
reasons.
fucking raid.
And
I have
as
to
soon
figure
as you
that out.
allow the
I
thoughts
appreciate it.
of sacrifice to
Sorry.
creep into your calculus, you're actually like perversing the entire relationship.
You're saying it's removed from reality.
Well, I'm not. So yeah, I'm not
bros?
saying. I don't
Casimir,
understand how
we're
this
just
is-
chilling, doing
Essentially, what
AMAs,
I'm saying is
turned
that
into a
these things I think
group debate
exist
thing.
on a more realistic spectrum than what you do, Casimir. Right? Where I would say, well, you might make some small sacrifices, and those are more trivial to you, and I would say that those are morally good things to do, or that you might be encouraged to do those things in some sense. You know, it might be morally good to sacrifice an hour of your time to, I don't know, pick up litter around your neighborhood or something like that. That, even if you would say to yourself, I'm not making a long-term investment in my neighborhood, I don't like picking up litter, I'm just doing it out of a sense of duty. Again, the what you said is that's evil to do.
Yes, that's
because
perversion.
this person
It's
is
a perversion.
beca-
It is a perversion because you're not saying
evil.
I want the world to be better for myself. You're saying I want the world to be a tiny bit better for other people. And
Well,
that is
Casimir,
a
you guys
perversion.
already
One moment.
agree.
And the way
You guys already
argue, one
agreed
moment,
that you could.
one moment,
You're
the way
obligated
one
to do
moment,
this under
the way
guardianship.
you argue for this perversion is by saying that it's normal, by pretending that it's normal, and you inject that in your language. You say, "Well, we normally believe."
Do you think
this,"
there's no such thing
and
as
you're not
small
answering
sacrifices?
Why? Why
Yes,
do you
small
not consider it
sacrifices are
perverse?
evil.
Right, but you
No,
might say small
this is the
sacrifices
thing,
are a
Don't-
little
don't
bit
s-
evil, I guess.
don't
but
say
maybe
it's
big
evil.
Sacrifices.
Don't
I will
You're
say
not
it's
wrong.
evil over and over again. It's my Discord.
Say
It's my stream.
Say
I'll
it's
say it's evil.
ignorant.
No, it's
Say
evil.
ignorant.
Fabian, I'm not.
Ignorant.
It is
It's evil.
I'm not trying to
It is
police your
evil
speech,
because
baby.
the
You can say whatever you
difference
want.
is a
I was talking to
because
Brian.
It perverses the incentive structure. The reason why I pick up litter is because I prefer to live in a cleaner world, and I have like the human intelligence that makes me understand that if I behave a certain way, I influence everybody else in the world to behave a certain way, and I end up living in a cleaner environment, which is how you build a high trust society. When everybody is selfish enough to pick after themselves, to understand that they are generating the world in which they live, and they have long-term planning and low time preference behavior, that creates a safe society where you can have beautiful things like shops that don't have shopkeepers. Whereas you have other societies where people are guided towards sacrifice. They're societies of slaves, and those societies tend to have litter all over the place because unless you're forced, you're not going to do it, and it's impossible to apply force everywhere.
I don't know.
And
I
it's
mean,
the
when I
mentality of sacrifice that causes this. And
if you walk through
notice,
Stockholm with all of their
notice,
socialism and taxes,
notice.
it seems like those cities are pretty clean to me. But maybe
Yes, because and those societies, they were clean when they were selfish. They were clean when they were capitalistic, and they started getting more dirty when people started becoming more
Well,
altruistic.
you're just making things up now, Casimir.
No, absolutely not making
You,
this
you have an
up.
in-depth knowledge
Not
of
at all.
the amount of
It's the
litter
history
in
of
Stockholm,
Sweden.
Sweden.
Absolutely, the history of Sweden. You can
are you
watch
for altruism or against altruism?
Absolutely against, because of the
Sounds like you'd be
sacrifice
against
involved.
it.
Notice that the Econoboy is not going to address this point. We gave
Well,
you
what
multiple
point?
analogies. Example. We gave you multiple analogies.
Give me an example. I'll address it.
The fireman example, or the example of picking up the litter.
Mm-hmm.
We both agree that the action is good. The action itself of picking up the item is desirable for us.
No, I've already addressed that directly. I said, of course, intention can matter when
the
it comes.
question is,
Well, okay.
if you agree that the action is good,
Mm-hmm.
why do you insist on calling it altruistic where it doesn't have to be. You have a choice.
I didn't say it has to be. You
Yes,
keep
you do.
inserting
You
these
keep
things.
using the word
No, I'm not.
sacrifice.
I'm saying I'm not. You're saying I am, but I'm saying I'm not.
Yes, you keep using the word sacrifice,
Yo,
are you not?
let me moderate. Let me moderate.
No,
a
not
little
moderate. No,
No,
let,
don't-
no,
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 thank
let
you.
me answer the question. Why do you inject sacrifice when it's not needed?
So I said before, and I'll say it again, because maybe I didn't say it clearly the first time. Obviously, when you're evaluating whether or not something was morally good or bad, the intentions of that matter. What I'm arguing specifically is that if the intention of doing something is a self-sacrifice, I don't think that there's plausible ground to say that that is a necessarily evil thing when someone says, I'm sacrificing my time, my money, my effort, whatever that is, and I'm doing so in a way that doesn't necessarily provide me utility. I'm just doing it anyway out of a sense of duty or solidarity or whatever, whatever the reason is. I mean, people have different, it's not like everyone just only values utility, obviously, their personal utility, that is. That is not, I don't think, plausibly always necessally evil. That's all I'm saying.
You're dodging the point.
Casimir, let me
explain how he's dodging the point.
It's my stream.
I feel like that was a direct answer.
No, it's not. The firemen perform the same action. Why does it
Relax.
have to be a sacrifice?
I'll let you speak for a second. So I want to showcase something here, right? Which is when you were giving examples of our morality, you wanted to maximize minimize things, right? You wanted to utilize the example of, giving up a penny to save 1 million lives, right? And you put on that is a sacrifice. Now, it wouldn't be a sacrifice to me because I value humanity and I value living in a world with people and I like trade and, I like that people, build phones and I like all the things that humans do. So 1 penny wouldn't be a fucking sacrifice to me. So Casimir is pointing out that you're adding sacrifice where it need not be. And the second thing is that I feel like if it's only fair if you're going to maximize or minimize, I have to do the same thing here, right? So when you say giving up an hour of my time out of a sense of duty, right? If we maximize that, that is committing seppuku so that someone somewhere that I don't know has a moment of happiness because they like the idea that someone committed seppuku.
Yeah,
right?
I can
Like
answer that.
why should I take a dagger and drive it through my own heart and kill myself and give up everything that I value and love so that some cashier at 7-Eleven gets a small smile on his face? And the answer is obviously you shouldn't do that. Right? So I mean that's the maximized version of what you're saying. So why?
Yeah, but
why,
I'm not. But
how is that logically
there's-
consistent?
Well, because I think that
What's the principal difference? I guess.
Well, I think that moral evaluations, I guess, are oftentimes complex, and I don't think that things are as simple as a binary, right? Like you guys are trying to describe. I think that there's, and I said this earlier before, that there are some things that we could consider extremely trivial sacrifices, like I described. You give a penny to save 1 million lives or whatever, and there are some things that we could consider like extreme sacrifices for what we might consider to be trivial outcomes, right? Okay, extreme sacrifice, trivial outcome. I'm going to jump off of a bridge, kill myself, so that, one person can make one extra penny or something, right? And I don't think there's...
You're explaining, right, what I have already explained, right? Which is the difference between maximizing the concept and minimizing the concept. But you're not actually explaining why the concept of sacrifice could be considered morally neutral when the sacrifice is small, but obviously is somehow bad when that same concept is maximized to giving up the entirety of my life as opposed to 1 hour of my life for a bit of happiness elsewhere. Like, why are these things different? I understand that it's a smaller sacrifice, but why is it when it's a small sacrifice, it goes from the domain of evil to the domain of morally neutral? Where is it that the threshold is crossed? Because I'm saying sacrifice is always evil, and when I maximize it, it's obvious that sacrifice is evil. And when you minimize it, you say, well, it's morally neutral. When did it cross the Rubicon from morally wrong to morally neutral, or even potentially morally good, just because the amount of the sacrifice was an hour of your life instead of the rest of your life.
Well, I don't think that in moral discussions you have to have this sort of like necessary bright line between, you know, utility maximization, some amount of utility or utility minimization.
Okay,
why
well,
I don't
can't find the line.
you might get why I mean you might have a scenario where, oh, you know, I have the opportunity to sacrifice myself in order to save my twin brother, right? We're twins, we're identical in every single way. One of us has to die, I guess, and I could choose it to be myself or I could choose it to be my twin brother. Well, that seems to be in a scenario where, I mean, I guess it's hard to determine whether or not you should or shouldn't do that in some like necessary sense. We start to enter a sort of gray area, right, where gravity becomes zero, right? But I don't know if that's a particularly necessary thing to determine the bright line, just to say that some sacrifices are, you know, good things to do or reasonable things to expect
Right, but
people
you're not
to do.
explaining. Okay, but we've taken. You're doing a lot of talking, and I'm guilty of it many times, right? But I'm trying. So you can't answer.
I don't
the
have a
question, and
bright
that's
line.
fair.
No, there's no bright line.
That's fair.
I
Right?
can
Like you
come up
can't.
with.
I'm not faulting you for being able to find the line. So let's go to the minimal. Why is it that the concept of sacrifice, when maximized, is obviously evil, but when minimized, changes for you? For some reason, you believe it to be morally neutral, or you believe it to be morally good to give up what you value for other people's value and to sacrifice. Why is it that because it is a small sacrifice for a potentially large gain, that it becomes a good thing or a morally neutral thing, when we maximize this, it is blatantly and obviously evil?
I really don't. My brain might not be working very well. I don't know if I understand the question. So you're asking, at what point, why is it
sacrifice?
evil?
Sacrifice is evil.
Point?
Sacrifice. We already went past at what point. You said you couldn't find it. That's fair. We're going to move on to just the greater concept, right? Sacrifice is evil when I commit seppuku so that someone else can watch the video on LiveLeak and get a little bit of a smile. We know that that's evil. That's a terrible fucking reason to do that, and it's bad.
It's
but
not
you
a good
said
trait.
right. You said sacrifice is either potentially good or at the very least morally neutral when someone gives up their time, not because they value their community, not because they value their neighborhood and they want to see a cleaner neighborhood and they want to see other people clean up their neighborhood, but no, they want to give up, they must give up their time because other people bullied them into this moral duty or obligation. And you're saying that that's neutral or good because it is minimal and has some potential positive benefits or whatever. Why is one good and one evil when I am defining them as the same thing, which is an individual giving up of their life for others without any value to their own?
Yeah, like you said, I mean, if someone wants to like kill themselves for some like extremely trivial level of increase in happiness in the world, I wouldn't say that that's evil, right? I mean, essentially, we could say the utility goes all the way to zero. You know, someone's like just committing suicide for no additional happiness in the world, and I would say, well, that's not a good thing that happened, but I wouldn't say that it's evil to kill yourself. You know, I think that I guess maybe that's an interesting question for you guys to answer as well. But that's how I would evaluate that situation.
So
I would say,
you're doing a utilitarian calculus that has no value on human life?
Well, no, what I'm saying is that I just wouldn't use the
wild.
word. I just wouldn't use the word evil to describe that. I mean, is it evil to commit suicide? Like, I don't think so. I think
yes.
it's
Yes.
I have a very fundamental disagreement. Then I guess I don't know.
I want to.
I mean,
isn't
it
this question in different words? But I want to hear an answer. So, do you remember?
What do we mean by evil? Maybe that's how we're talking past each other.
We can get back to this, but help me out with this evaluation. Do you remember? Do you understand the fireman analogy I presented earlier?
I think I did.
So yeah, the action running into the fire. Okay, so two people perform the same action. One of them is doing it because he's selfish, and long term he believes that's good for society, what he's going to do. And the other person in the same exact situation does the same exact thing out of a feeling of duty and sacrifice.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, now my question to you is, between these equal situations in terms of actions, which ones do you believe is good, and which ones, and are both of them good? Is one of them better than the other?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think I'm never going to say that it's morally bad or morally wrong to save someone, even if you have a sort of this sort of like very communitarian view of, oh, you know, I'm saving this person because I have this sort of like egoist, like self-interested type viewpoint. I would just say that if we're evaluating the intentions of these people, one of them certainly might be acting more altruistically than others, and I would say acting altruistically is a good thing. You know, and that's, I don't know if I would necessarily weigh them between the two.
I have to pressure you here. I'm asking you to compare, and you're like, you keep evaluating just one of the sides, the one that you prefer, but you're not
about both of them.
You're not answering the comparison, and I'm interested solely in the comparison.
Yeah. So what you're asking? Which one is like doing the better thing?
Yeah. Are you claiming that they're both equal because their action is equal?
I mean, I don't know if I would. I don't know. I don't know if one would be better than the other. I mean, people have different.
Have to be equal. You can't see a difference.
Well, I don't know if I would evaluate the moral correctness of an action in that way. I don't know if I would. I mean, intentions do matter to some degree, but when it comes to something like this, where, you know, the reason why you're putting yourself in danger to save someone from a burning building, one of the reasons is I have this sort of self-interested sense of community and, you know, sort of social insurance that I'm trying to reinforce, and the other one is I just feel like it's the right thing to do. You know, I would say sure, yeah, one is acting more altruistically, but I don't know that one of them is doing like more good. You know,
now you're minimizing it. The person who...
Goodness, for God's sakes, Casimir, I'm answering this question as directly as you possibly could answer this question.
Okay, I'll explain how you're minimizing it.
Tell me how I should answer the question, and then maybe we would make some progress.
Answer a question. So we defined it that the person, one of the people, is doing it out of a sense of self-sacrifice. It's not that and you minimized it with your language, and now you obscure. Like, I don't remember the exact word.
I minimized it. I restated it perfectly.
No, you didn't.
You just said it.
Actually, you didn't. That's why I'm trying to highlight.
Okay, sure.
So you said because it's a small. No, there. We when we gave the analogy, we said one of the people believes that he deserves saving other people, and that his life is worth use for saving to other people, to himself. And he performs the same action, and the other person believes that his life is less worthy than the people that he saves, and therefore he ought sacrifice himself. And we're trying to get you to compare those two, and what you did during the comparison is you like removed that aspect of diminishing yourself compared to others. So I'm trying to isolate the action. The action is exactly the same. I've isolated the action. We don't need to evaluate the action. We don't need to evaluate its moral value for society or whatever. You're not, but you're saying that these are equal, right?
Okay, so if I understand the exact comparison you're making, we've got a person dying in a fire that needs saving. We have two different people. One of them says, I feel like this person's life is worth more than mine. You know, this is like the president of the United States or something, and I'm a Secret Service member, and I'm just gonna go in and save him. Casimir, for God's sakes, this is the most fucking possible, clearly, that I could restate this.
No. See,
I think this person is...
Service and the president, that has completely different dynamics. It's literally just a person that you believe is more worthwhile.
I'm
Secret
just
Service
using
and
that
president is
as an
completely
example,
different aspects.
Casimir. Okay,
It's
you're
not
getting extremely caught up here. Okay.
Hold on. Stop. Stop. Both of you stop. Casimir does get a little bit excitable. But, Econo Boy, do not change the analogy so that people begin to value lives differently. Okay? Don't say, oh, this person is a president, right? It doesn't matter. What we are talking about is person A and person B. Don't try and wiggle out of the comparison by like being like
I'm not wiggling out of it. You guys are assuming it's bad faith. No, I'm not. You guys are assuming bad faith for no reason.
Listen.
Okay, well, let me answer.
No,
I won't wiggle out of it.
Listen, you may not perceive it as bad faith because you're trying to make sense of the analogy, And I get that, right? And you're trying to answer honestly, and I get that. What I am saying descriptively, not prescribing any ill intent upon you, right, is that if you change the analogy to where it makes sense that one person might be valued higher than the other, then you have escaped the intent of the question. The intent of the question is we simply have person A and person B and person C. Person C is the person being saved. Person A is the person that is saving the person because they value themselves and they value their ability to save and they value the idea of saving people and being a hero or whatever. And person B is sacrificing and doesn't care if they die in saving person C because they believe that person C must be better than them because they're ready to make a sacrifice. They're just ABC, no special job.
Casimir, did Fabian's retelling? Are you satisfied with that retelling? I won't even try to retell it because you have a problem with every single way that I read. Was what Fabian just said?
I had a problem with your retelling. Okay, but nevertheless, I stopped the conversation.
I'm asking Casimir. Casimir, is what Fabian just said a fair retelling of your hypothetical?
Yes.
Okay, I would say there's really no difference in the moral good or bad of what either of these people are doing, if that is the way that we are establishing the hypothetical. Is that a direct answer to your question, Casimir?
Yes, thank you.
You are welcome.
Follow-up question I have for you,
Holy
right?
fuck.
If that is true, why is it that you said earlier that intent has some matter? Why does intent not matter here? Why does intent not matter here, but it would matter in other allocations? Because clearly the intent doesn't matter here. Because you said they're perfectly equal. So intent can't matter here.
Well, right. I wouldn't say... I think I said earlier that intent, of course, does matter if we're trying to evaluate the, morality of an action or something like that.
Well, then these can't be equal, right? They can't be equal. It contradicts your statement. If intent matters
if you were to,
in the moral evaluation, you can't say
the
intent is wildly different. You know what I mean?
If you're reading that as intent literally always matters, and that's a necessary way that we can evaluate whether something is more morally good or bad, I don't know that that would be a fair reading of what I'm saying. What I mean by intent matters is just that, of course, intent can matter, and it can matter very significantly. But that's one of the reasons why I tried to restate it. If we were to say, one person says, oh, I feel like this person has more moral worth than I do, and that's the reason why I'm saving them. And another person says, like you said, Fabian, oh, I just value the appearance of being a hero, and so that's why I'm going in and saving that person. These are two intents that I don't know have significantly different moral weight to me. But if we were to change the intents and we were to say, oh, I'm going to go in and save that person because this is my wife, and I love her, and I'd rather her live and me die, and I'd rather just sacrifice myself to make that happen. Or another person might say, oh, I'm going to go in and save this person because, I don't know, what's a really crazily selfish reason to save someone? I'm trying to think of one that would sound ridiculous. Yeah, I mean, that would be an arbitrary reason.
Because they're getting a reward.
Yeah. Well, let's just say there's
a reward. There's a reward.
Well, sure. I mean, we could say there's a reward. I was going to say something crazy like, oh, I really value this person's, they're like a tax collector or something, and I just fucking love when people steal other people's money and take their money in the form of taxation. So I'm going to go and save them. I'm doing it for an evil purpose, you could say. Well, then I would say you might have a very morally wrong reason for saving that person. So intent can matter, but it's not always the most important thing, right? I feel like that's pretty fair when evaluating moral situations.
I mean, so if the intent is to save a criminal because you enjoy criminality, you've baked immorality into the intention in that way, which is a fair way to bake immorality into the equation, right? But it gets away from the concept of sacrifice, which is what we were discussing, right?
No, I know, but that's why. But you.
So you're saying
just
whether
talking
or
about
not
intent.
Right, no, it's fine. So you're saying whether or not someone is doing something because of sacrifice, and whether or not they're doing something because of value has no moral weight whatsoever.
Well, I don't know if I would. I'd have to think more about that. I don't know. I've read some arguments about that when it comes to, like, I think it's Michael Sandel. He wrote a book about all these different ways that he thinks that like markets are evil, because it's like, oh, you're attaching value to things that people should just have access to, and it's like, I don't know if that makes markets evil. But you know, nonetheless, I don't know if that would also necessarily make sacrifice evil or be a moral statement on like whether or not sacrifice is good or bad.
It's perhaps hard to explain to you like immediately why. I'm actually glad that you gave the answer that it's equal. Now we're no longer talking past each other.
Mhm.
And the reason why is so it's I think it's hard to explain
Be right back.
without writing a book called Fountainhead and like doing the comparative analysis
Facts.
Of why like a slave mentality is bad and why a master mentality is also bad, and then why these are both like acquiescent victims and parasites are both bad in a
We can
moral
agree on
sense.
that, Casimir. That's what I'm saying. I don't disagree with that. I'm just
Not sure.
Well, I mean, obviously, and I already said previously that I don't think it's good if somebody says like if somebody, and we actually mentioned it earlier with the guy committing suicide. If somebody says I'm gonna kill myself so that somebody can make one extra penny, like I'm just like a really hard worker and I'm just gonna like kill myself working so that my boss can make one extra penny. Like that seems like a completely ridiculous mindset. I wouldn't call that evil. I would just say this guy's like a crazy person essentially, right? Now, if you're crazy, can you do evil things? I don't know. That's a different
I'll
question.
try to maybe express in a different way, in a different sense, why it's evil. So we view the basic human, ourselves, you know, Scott, you, as potentially somebody with a sense of dignity, somebody who, whether you believe in some divine will or in evolution, you have a certain amount of potential in the world, potential for both dignified existence, potential for creative existence, and this potential is beautiful and it's good, and therefore your self-respect and your ability to participate in life in that way and achieve your own goals is what we would believe to be as good and beautiful. And when you take that beauty and you say, I don't deserve it, and someone else deserves it more than me, which is promoted by people who are actual parasites. So we view parasites as like deeply offensive, both the actual, like the animal parasites that attach to you and like, drink your blood and poison you slowly or weaken you. Like, we consider those abhorrent, but we also consider the parasitic human behavior abhorrent, where somebody doesn't want to be creative on their own, where they attach themselves to society and they like rob and steal and extract or cheat or form corporations and other things that are or like fraud banks, and all of that stuff is like, obviously, I think you would agree as well, these are things we consider abhorrent as a behavior. But what we discovered is that there's another side of this evil coin, that every abuser also has to have an army of people who are willing to be abused. And this willingness to be abused is a betrayal of the self, is a betrayal of our own potential. And we view that as just as ugly as the parasite.
I was just about to say it's getting to 12:30. All right. So here's what I got homework for you, Akana boy. When are you gonna read Atlas Shrugged? It's only like 4,000 pages. Yeah, maybe for him. I mean, I think Atlas Shrugged is better, but I do think Fountainhead might be better for him. Right. And on top of that, like the whole architecture economic theme might be a little more up his alley. Yeah, there's a distinction between delusional and evil. Delusional. Hold on. Delusional acts are evil, right? But not all. Sorry. All evil acts are at their core against reason. They're irrational, and so an evil act is at its core delusional. But there are delusional acts that are not necessarily evil because they're just they're just delusional, right? Like I can go into my kitchen right now thinking that there's milk in the fridge and there is no milk in the fridge. It's not really an evil act, right? I'm just wrong. I'm just incorrect in my assumption. I have bad information available to me. And it's delusional to think that there's milk because like I should remember that I didn't buy milk, right? So you could say that there are acts, maybe that's not the best example, but it's the one I have off the top of my head. But you could say that there are acts that are delusional that aren't necessarily evil. But a person that acts in an evil manner is no longer acting rationally. They're no longer acting within reason. And so to act evil is to, in some way, be delusional. I just saw it was after midnight. Dude, I'm getting hungry. It's 12:30. Like I'm about to hop out of here, boys. Dude, I'm fat. I'm getting hungry. Dude, also, do you have any idea what it's like to stare at a screen and talk about stuff for 6.5 hours with studio lights on you? What? No, that's been settled long ago. Like we're good. Like speak. God damn it. It's when I switch screens. Hold on. Give me a second. Source. Hold on. Give me a second. Give me a second. I don't need more explanations. All right. Go ahead. Say something now.
Yellow?
Yeah, you should be good now. When I switched some things and it switched.
No, Scott, it's not you. It's
No, it's
fucking
good. We're
chat.
good
Those lazy slackers in chat.
No. It was me.
Yeah, no, I know it's. Well, one moment, Scott.
I
Chat
switched
should have been.
scenes, yeah.
Chat should have been spamming as soon as they saw people activating and not hearing them. And
Yeah,
it was just
fucking
one
chat.
guy. What the fuck, chat?
Yeah, chat.
Who is the one
Jesus
guy?
Christ.
Who is the one guy?
This
Was
is what
it
happens
Silk
when I'm
Fox?
not active, guys.
Was it Sick Fox? Is that the only one that told
No,
us?
it was Shrek.
Shrek, I love you,
the
Shrek.
goat.
Shrek, thank you for being the only one to be like, bro, the audio cut out. The rest of you guys, fucking shame. Shame.
Physical removal time.
All right, guys, I got a lot of debate prep and stuff to do tomorrow. I'm gonna be working on it for a while. But I will see you guys Monday. Thank you guys so much for being here. Give me a like if you can, because it's free. Click that notification bell. But if you really want to see the streams go live, make sure that you join the Discord, because that's the best way to be a part of the community and everything. If you want to see my, if you want to hear my shower thoughts or watch me be toxic, then follow me on X or Twitter. And I always answer super chats or memberships. You get cool emoji spams for memberships. But if you want to give me money directly, you can click without having to do any of that stuff. And you want to give me more money, then you can click the StreamYard's link, because I get like 92% of that money or whatever. But super chats help the algorithm and help motivate other people to donate. So either way, it's fine. I'll see you guys Monday. I appreciate you guys so much. And remember, everyone, if your act is not selfish, it is evil. So engage in some good selfish activity this weekend. All right? Make yourself happier by doing good things, and I'll see you around, and it'll all be a better world.